Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Zion. The obnoxious buzz of my phone rattles against the marble nightstand like it's trying to claw its way free. I crack one eye open, the thin slit of sunlight cutting across my face like a knife, and groan. Another notification. Then another. By the sound of it, Carter James has either started early or hasn't slept at all. I drag a heavy hand across my face before swiping the phone off the table. The screen lights up. Dozen missed calls and one word from Carter in all caps. Answer. With a sigh worthy of a tragic Greek hero, I sink back against the pillows and open the media app. The headline hits before the volume even kicks in. MVP or PR nightmare. Zion Carter's locker room blow-up goes viral. There I am again, sweaty, stone-faced after that brutal, overtime loss. Staring down some rookie reporter who thought it'd be smart to ask about my commitment to the team's future. On the screen, my mouth moves in perfect sync. Why don't you worry about your future, kid? You've got about 5 minutes left in this job. The crowd noise cuts. Cameras flash. The legend grows. Again. I reach for the bowl of gummy bears on the nightstand, organized by color, as always. Greens are already missing, sacrificed to the trash where they belong. I pluck a red one from the top, pop it in, and chew slow. My eyes locked on my own smirking face plastered across every major sports network. That's what they're losing their minds over? I mutter through a yawn, reaching for the orange ones next. The phone vibrates violently in my hand. Carter again. This time FaceTime. I let it ring out, grinning as the next segment rolls. Some overly dramatic pundit calling my outburst career-threatening behavior. Yeah, I say under my breath, stretching wide like a man who slept through the apocalypse and doesn't regret a damn thing. They're gonna love what I've got planned next. The condo's front door slams open hard enough to shake the walls. I don't even flinch. From my perch against the kitchen counter, I watch Carter storm in like a man personally carrying the weight of my bad decisions, his ties half undone, stress ball already clutched in one white-knuckled fist. Do you have any idea the scale of the fire you've lit? He barks, pacing hard enough to wear a trench into my floors. He tosses that stress ball from palm to palm like he's seriously debating throwing it at my head. We're not talking smoke and minor damage here, Zion. This is a 5-alarm inferno burning through $100 million worth of clean image and corporate goodwill. I reach lazily for my coffee, black as sin and twice as bitter, and take a slow sip while his voice climbs another octave. Do you want me to read you the headlines? With all the ceremony of a man filing his own resignation, Carter whips a folder onto the counter. Big bold letters stare back at me. PR rehabilitation options. Urgent. I flip the folder open with one lazy finger. Let me guess. Adopt a puppy. Cry on live TV. Marry a kindergarten teacher? Carter stops mid-pace and pinches the bridge of his nose like he's seconds from a nervous breakdown. Or I let my lips curl into that aggravating press-perfect smirk. We skip the tears, skip the dog, and you let me handle this my way. Carter lets out this laugh, half hysterical. Half this man is going to be the death of me. Oh, you've handled it beautifully so far, he snaps, the stress ball now practically a weapon. And just so we're clear, if you go viral one more time in the next 24 hours, I'm retiring and moving somewhere they've never heard the word basketball. I push the folder aside like it personally offended me, and pop another red gummy bear. Don't worry, Carter. If we're burning this thing down, might as well enjoy the fireworks. The TV cuts suddenly to a live feed. That's when I see her. The headline scrolls across the bottom. Sports culture or sports crisis? Dr. Kamari Westbrook challenges the industry status quo. Carter keeps pacing, but the room fades. I lock in on the woman at the podium, not the usual academic type. No stiff suit or monotone lecture. She stands tall in this sapphire blue dress that hugs curves completely out of place among a sea of gray blazers. Her curls are pulled back, but nothing about her feels restrained. That voice, clear, commanding, sharpened to a blade, and we wonder why athletes crash and burn under the weight of impossible expectations. We glorify talent but vilify emotion. We celebrate dominance and dismiss vulnerability as weakness. And then, when our so-called heroes unravel publicly, we act surprised. We built the stage. Don't feign shock when the performance ends in flames. The room behind her goes dead quiet. Even through the screen, I feel it. That hum of absolute authority. I lean forward, elbows on the counter, narrowing my eyes. "Who is that?" I mutter, dragging my tongue across my teeth. Carter doesn't hear me. He's muttering about a villa in Spain and a full-time meditation guru. I don't need his answer anyway. I've already found mine. She tilts her chin like a challenge, eyes lit with defiance, and drops her final blow before stepping back from the podium. Don't ask why the empire is burning if you ignored every smoke signal along the way. I let out a low whistle and reach for another gummy bear. "Well, damn," I murmur, grinning slow. Looks like someone came loaded for war. My phone lights up again, and this time it's not Carter. A courtside critique has entered the chat. I grin wider, leaning into the chaos. Opening the app, I scroll through the latest thread, sharp as a scalpel, each post more brutal than the last. At courtside critique, nothing says emotional maturity like threatening a reporter after a loss. Love to see generational talent paired with frat boy behavior. Iconic, really. Thousands of likes. Memes already circulating. One has my face photoshopped onto a tantrum-throwing toddler in a grocery store. That one almost makes me laugh out loud. I should be pissed. But all I'm thinking is, this person is dangerous, brilliant, and clearly having way too much fun at my expense. There's a rhythm to the sarcasm. Precision. They don't just throw cheap shots, they land them like a sniper. Without hesitation, I log into at baseliner 23 and fire back at baseliner 23. Funny how you always have the loudest takes from the sidelines. Ever try playing the game before you built the podium? I hit send and wait. Doesn't take long. Courtside critique. I'm not here to play the game, you tool. I'm here to dismantle the rulebook you fellas like to hide behind. I whistle again, low and appreciative, rubbing my hand along my jaw as my lips twitch. "Oh, you're good," I mutter, already crafting my next response. Carter's voice slices back through the fog. "For God's sake, Zion, are you even listening to me? This is your career we're talking about." I don't even look up. My full attention is locked on the tiny war unfolding in my palm. I'm actually entertained. Maybe, just maybe, a little intrigued. Carter's frustration reaches critical mass. He slams his palms onto the counter so hard the crystal fruit bowl rattles. The whole kitchen goes still, like it's waiting to see who survives the standoff. "Enough!" he shouts, his voice cracking under the strain. His tie's a noose now, forehead shining with a level of stress that's probably a cardiovascular event waiting to happen. "You need to get serious, Zion. Do you even understand what's at stake here?" I finally glance up, slow and bored. "Let me guess," I say, sliding another red gummy bear between my teeth. $100 million and your last fragile nerve? Carter's left eye twitches. Just one precise, murderous little tick. "Cute. Real cute," he spits, reaching for that dreaded PR folder like it contains the nuclear codes. "But this isn't a joke, and it isn't optional anymore. You need a wholesome optics partnership, a steady, credible relationship with a woman who balances out your, shall we say, colorful public image." I arch a brow and roll the gummy bear around in my mouth like I'm tasting fine wine. A girlfriend, Carter? That's your master plan? Not a girlfriend, he corrects, wagging a finger at me like I'm a toddler about to stick a fork in a socket. A strategic companion, someone intelligent, respected. A woman who can survive 5 minutes with you without fantasizing about open windows and tall ledges. Think of it as visual damage control. I press my tongue to the inside of my cheek, fighting back a full-on laugh. Strategic companionship. That's a new one even for Carter. Pushing off the counter, I wander over to the massive windows overlooking the skyline. Hands tucked into the pockets of my joggers, I take in the glittering expanse of the city like it's already mine to burn down or rebuild at will. Fine, I say at last, my voice low, measured. I turn just enough so the lights of the city catch the edge of my smirk. But if I'm doing this, it's on my terms. Carter groans like his soul is trying to physically leave his body. Sweet mother of media control. What exactly do your terms look like? I pop another gummy bear, my eyes fixed on nothing in particular and everything at once. Simple, I say, letting the word roll out slow and dangerous. I pick her. The rest of Carter's rant fades into background static. I'm already pulling up that clip from the conference again, the one with the woman who managed to torch my entire career philosophy in under 5 minutes flat. Kamari Westbrook. I watched the footage again, this time without the irritation, without the defensive edge. Just her. The way she commands that stage like she owns it. Shoulders squared, chin lifted in quiet defiance. That voice, smooth, clear, and edged sharp like it's drawing blood. Don't ask why the Empire is burning if you ignored every smoke signal along the way. The words hit harder on the second listen like they were aimed straight at me and fired point blank. I exhale through my nose, slow and steady. Tension coils tight under my skin. And then I smile, not the lazy, camera-ready grin I toss to reporters. This one's real. The dangerous kind. My thumb hovers over the screen as I flip back to at baseliner 23's feed. The faint blue glow paints my smirk in a predatory light. Let's see how far you're willing to play this game, Dr. Westbrook, I murmur, my gaze flicking back to the skyline stretched out before me, like a kingdom just begging for a little fire. Game on.
Chapter 2. Kamari. I'm 2 seconds from faking a sudden, debilitating allergic reaction. Shellfish, peanuts, maybe whatever's in these studio-grade hair products. When Lila spins on me with that lethal, don't start glare. Her heels click like gunfire on the slick backstage floor, and she's pacing with purpose, chin high, ponytail swinging, a vision of controlled chaos wrapped in a leopard print power blazer. Exposure, Kamari? That's what you need. Not another night in sweatpants watching nature documentaries like a sad, overeducated spinster with commitment issues and a hot water bottle named Carl. I arch a brow. First of all, that documentary was award-winning, and Carl is a therapeutic device. Lila points at me like she's testifying in a courtroom drama. You are not about to self-sabotage this. Not today, Satan. Not while I have lashes glued to my face and 4 inches of heel lifting me toward Jesus. I cross my arms and shift my weight, letting the silence simmer just enough to annoy her. I don't need exposure, Lila. I need funding. Grown adults with 6-figure guilt complexes and checkbooks big enough to matter. Not another panel full of buzzwords and CEOs pretending to care while texting their assistants under the table. She waves me off like I've said something adorable and ridiculous. As if I've just confessed I still believe in Santa Claus. Semantics, Misha. You're brilliant. You're lethal. And you're about to go out there and remind this city why they're not worthy to even speak your name. I blink. That was dramatic, even for you. She shrugs. It's the lashes. They make everything sound like a monologue. A production assistant with a clipboard and a headset gives us the 2-minute warning, and disappears like smoke. Lila closes the space between us, adjusting the collar of my dress and smoothing an invisible wrinkle with a flick that's both nurturing and vaguely threatening. "I love you," she says, low and fierce. "But I swear, if you tank this for the sake of principle, I will drag your PhD out to brunch with media sponsors every Sunday until one of them proposes just to shut me up." I narrow my eyes. "You wouldn't." Lila grins, teeth white and wicked. "Try me." The moment my heels hit the stage, the lights blaze to life, hot and blinding, like I've stepped straight into the sun. The faint hum of the overworked AC rattles through the cavernous auditorium, doing nothing to cut the tension or the heat. Rows of gray suits stretch out before me, perfectly pressed and uniformly unimpressed. Stone-faced executives lined up like statues in a modern corporate temple, their expressions carved somewhere between boredom and barely restrained indifference. I can practically see their internal calculators running, figuring out how this little performance might earn them their next tax write-off. I adjust the mic clip to my collar, the static crackling loud in the silence. My pulse drums once, loud and defiant against the hush. I remind myself, I've survived worse. Family dinners? For starters. The kind where my father used to measure my worth in wins and GPAs, like love was just another scoreboard, and I was always playing from behind. Straightening my spine, I find the first face in the crowd and lock on. They don't get warmth from me. They get truth. Cold, clinical, and cut sharp enough to leave a mark. I take a breath and let the words fall clean and unflinching. We glorify control and dismiss vulnerability as weakness. Then we wonder why our heroes fall apart under the weight of their own mythology. A pause. Let it land. Let it sting. I scan the crowd again, slow and deliberate. Not a cough, not a single fidget. For a split second, I own them. And their stillness? That's my proof. Midway through what has been, up until this exact second, a perfectly controlled, meticulously managed panel. The auditorium doors at the back swing open with the kind of dramatic flourish normally reserved for bad rom-coms and even worse courtroom dramas. The air shifts, conversations stutter, and there he is, Zion freaking Carter, striding down the center aisle like he's late to accept his own damn Lifetime Achievement Award. Sunglasses perched high on his head, despite the complete and utter lack of sunlight in the building. Shoulders loose, hands shoved casually into the pockets of his designer jacket. Wearing a swagger so shameless, it should probably come with a legal disclaimer. I grip the armrest of my chair hard enough to cut off circulation, my fingernails biting into the faux leather. Lila, ever the picture of grace under pressure, or more accurately, chaos under sparkly lip gloss, is seated front and center. She turns, spots him, and immediately mouths something distinctly profane. Then she swivels back around to face me, her eyes wide as saucers, her perfectly sculpted brows damn near hitting her hairline. She shakes her head once, slowly, like she's delivering bad news from across enemy lines. "Oh no, girl. Not today." I pull in a breath through my nose, slow and measured, and tell myself I will not cause a scene. But then Zion smirks at me, and all bets are off. Before anyone can so much as breathe a word of protest, Zion Carter, walking, talking PR crisis in limited edition sneakers, takes the damn stage like he's just been invited to deliver the keynote. No introduction. No concern for the fact that this is a carefully curated mental health panel, not an impromptu press junket for his redemption tour. He moves like he just leased the room, like the cameras were always meant to catch this moment. And judging by the scent cloud of expensive cologne trailing behind him, some ridiculous blend of leather, smoke, and sin, he probably thinks he's doing us all a favor. The mic's in his hand before anyone can stop him, the deep bass of his voice rolling through the sound system with casual, practiced ease. Oh, then, He does the one thing that short circuits every logical neuron firing in my brain. He looks right at me, not at the audience or at the moderators. At me, like we're the only two people in this entire over-air-conditioned building. With that slow, devastatingly smug grin that's probably been declared a public health hazard in at least 3 countries, he says, "Since we're talking about emotional accountability, Dr. Westbrook, how about this? You and me, public, together, a little healthy demonstration of emotional growth." The auditorium erupts. A collective shudder ripples through the crowd like they've all been waiting their entire lives for this exact moment of live, unscheduled chaos. Camera flashes ignite like a lightning storm. Whispers turn to full-blown commentary. Me? I'm sitting here wondering if anyone would notice if I crawled under this chair and lived out the rest of my natural life hiding beneath it. Across the front row, Lila throws her hands in the air like she's watching a telenovela finale play out in real time, and just realize the main character is me. I blink. Once. Twice. My brain completely flatlines under the sheer, blinding audacity of this man. The words he just said hang in the air like smoke after a controlled burn, and all I can focus on is, this cannot be real life. Yet, here I am, standing on a national stage while Zion Carter, proposing a public relations romance, like it's a perfectly reasonable Thursday afternoon agenda item. I rise slowly, every movement deliberate, smoothing the front of my dress with a composure I'm barely hanging on to by a thread. My pulse is a war drum in my ears. But my voice is a polished blade. I meet his eyes, cool, steady, unaffected. "Mr. Carter?" I begin, injecting just enough ice into my tone to frost the room over. "If I wanted to be part of your redemption arc, I'd have signed up for acting classes and a crisis management certificate. Hard pass." The words land like a gavel drop. The crowd loses its collective mind. The media sharks practically start circling in the aisles, the deafening snap and pop of camera shutters firing in rapid succession. I hold my ground, spine straight, chin lifted, refusing to so much as glance away. Him? Zion Carter just stands there, smirking, like I've thrown down a gauntlet instead of a rejection, like I've accidentally made this his new favorite game. God help me, that smirk might be the single most dangerous thing in this room. Backstage again, and I'm practically vibrating with the effort it's taking not to march back out there and demand a do-over on my entire life. My heart is pounding somewhere between my ears and my throat, and my hands are clenched so tight my rings feel like tiny instruments of torture. Meanwhile, Lila is fanning me like I'm a delicate Victorian heroine about to swoon dead away. She's using her press pass like it's an official government-issued cooling device, full dramatic wrist flicks and everything. "Girl," she gasps, her eyes huge and sparkling like she just watched me throw a drink in a cheating lover's face during a live broadcast. "Do you even know what you just did? Do you even realize how many hashtags are being born this very moment? You broke the internet, Kamari. The internet is in shambles." My phone vibrates violently in my hand, then again, until it feels like I'm holding a live wire. I glance down and immediately regret it. The notifications are endless. Kamari plus Zion equals emotional accountability tour? Ice Queen. Rejects King. Zion found his match. Queen Kamari. My personal favorite. Somebody check Zion's pulse. I swipe at the screen, my breath coming short and sharp. This is an actual nightmare, I mutter, pacing in tight circles while Lila just watches me with open delight, like I've finally given her the reality. TV drama she's always known lives somewhere under all my self-control. She steps right into my path, planting herself there in those 4-inch heels like she's about to deliver the closing scene of a Broadway show. "Mija," her voice drops low and reverent, eyes glittering with mischief. You just became the most dangerous woman in this city, and I am living for it. The worst part? I think she truly is.
Chapter 3. Zion. Carter drags me into some private, members-only executive lounge tucked above the city, like it's too important to breathe the same air as the rest of Minneapolis. The place smells like old money and last-ditch negotiations. Leather furniture older than my career. Bourbon bottles lined up like a wall of regrets, and the faint, lingering scent of desperation clinging to the high-beam ceilings. It's the kind of place where legacies get traded like stocks and reputations either get cleaned up or quietly buried. Carter's already pacing when I stroll in, working himself into what I can only assume is an early stroke. His tie's barely hanging on at this point, and he's muttering under his breath like the first verse of a prayer or the final terms of his will. "This is it, Zion," he says, not even bothering to sit. "The big one. The deal that either cements you as a legacy or dumps you into the media landfill with every other cautionary tale." He's listing numbers, endorsement figures, playoff projections, the mythical future of my career. But I'm only catching every third word. 'Cause none of that matters. Right now, all I care about is whether she'll show. When the door opens, she does. Kamari Westbrook walks in like she owns this high-rise relic. Like the room itself is a game she's already mastered, and this meeting is just the final formality before she signs the win into record. No hesitation or nerves. Just cool, dangerous grace wrapped in a tailored navy dress that means business and heels sharp enough to kill a man's pride. She doesn't so much as glance in my direction before taking the seat across from me like it's a throne, and we're about to discuss the terms of my surrender. For a second, just one, I can't decide if I want to negotiate or lose on purpose. Carter clears his throat and starts into whatever painfully rehearsed opening he's cooked up for this moment. Something about optics, public sentiment, long-term brand rehabilitation. I can practically hear the PowerPoint slides flipping in his head. I let him drone on for exactly 3 sentences before I cut him off. "Let's skip the part where we pretend this isn't transactional," I say, leaning forward, elbows braced against the polished table like I'm settling in for a final play. My eyes lock on Kamari's, cool and direct. "Here's the offer, Dr. Westbrook. Full funding for your youth mental wellness program. No red tape, no corporate oversight. You run it exactly how you want." I let that hang there for a second, just long enough for her to wonder what the catch is before I deliver it. "In exchange," I add, slow and deliberate, "you agree to play my girlfriend. 6 months. Public. Clean. No scandal. Just you and me convincing the world I'm a reformed man." Silence cracks across the room like a live wire. Her expression doesn't flicker. Not right away. But then those eyes, sharp, brilliant, assessing. Narrow, just slightly. And for a heartbeat, I swear I feel the temperature in the room drop by 10 degrees. She looks at me like I've just suggested she auction off her soul on a primetime reality show. And damn if that fire in her eyes doesn't almost make me forget this is supposed to be strategic. Almost. She doesn't jump, doesn't blink, just leans back in that chair like she's about to conduct a hostile takeover and wants to savor every second of it. One perfectly sculpted brow lifts as she crosses those legs. Slow, deliberate, like she knows exactly how much power is in that single, dismissive move. And right there, in that moment, she stops being a reluctant participant and turns into the goddamn queen of the board. Her voice is smooth but edged sharp as a scalpel. "Full creative control over the program," she starts, her gaze never wavering from mine. "My name stays at the forefront. No corporate co-branding, no buried in partnership with Zion Carter's fine print, and any public appearances or photo ops happen on my schedule. Not yours, not your PR team's. Mine." I lean back, folding my arms across my chest just to see if she'll flinch. She doesn't. Of course she doesn't. Most people flounder under this kind of pressure, scrambling to adjust their demands to make nice. Kamari! She sharpens her demands and dares me to say no. Here's the thing. This is usually the part where I push back, apply pressure, remind people who holds the cards. But instead, I'm agreeing to every single thing. I don't even know why I'm doing it. Maybe it's the fact that she looks at me like she'd rather set me on fire than ever pretend to hold my hand in public. Maybe it's because, for the first time in a long time, I'm sitting across from someone who isn't playing by my rules. Hell, if that doesn't make me want to see exactly how far she's willing to take it. Somewhere between that cool, unreadable stare and the way she sits like she's carved from marble and pure conviction, it hits me. This isn't about the funding. It was never just about the funding. It's about control. Hers. And damned if that doesn't curl something low and dangerous in my chest. I'm used to people leaning in when I speak, looking for a tell, a weakness, a way to please me. But Kamari Westbrook? She leans back, puts distance between us like she's the one doing me the favor, like she's already figured out every play I'm going to make before I even take the shot. She's the first person in a decade who isn't the least bit impressed by me. Instead of frustrating me, it makes me lean forward, elbows on the table, eyes locked on hers. Because now, it's a game, and I do not lose games. You sure you're ready for this, Dr. Westbrook? I ask, low enough that it feels like a secret between us. My voice drops into that dangerous, familiar register. The one that's closed a lot of deals and undone more than a few carefully composed facades. This isn't a classroom debate, I add, holding her gaze like it's a challenge written in blood. This is my world. She doesn't blink or flinch. Damn if I don't feel like she's the one winning anyway. We sit there, locked in a standoff that feels less like a business meeting and more like two world leaders quietly deciding who gets to blink first. She doesn't. She just nods once, sharp, final, like she's signing the treaty to end a war she has every intention of winning eventually anyway. The conditions start rolling out, clean, precise, and delivered with the kind of no-nonsense authority that tells me she's done this negotiation in her head 100 times before I ever walked into the room. No physical contact without my consent. Her voice is cool, but there's an undeniable weight behind the word consent that feels like a live wire stretched between us. Public events require 2 weeks' notice, minimum. I don't do last-minute optics stunts. And absolutely no off-the-cuff interviews, she finishes, her tone sharpened to a point. If I'm going to be dragged into your media circus, I at least get to control my own narrative. My jaw ticks, not from frustration, but because every word out of her mouth sounds less like a boundary and more like a dare. She's daring me to cross them, to prove her right. I agree to all of it. No hesitation, and judging by the glint in her eye. The one that says she doesn't believe I'll last 2 months without breaking at least one of her sacred little rules. I know exactly what she thinks of me. I pop a red gummy bear into my mouth and smile slow. Let her think that. This game's just getting started. Her heels click across the marble like a countdown clock to my inevitable destruction, each sharp step fading further down the hall until the door swings shut behind her with a quiet, decisive thud. Carter slumps into the nearest chair like his bones have officially given up the will to stand. He drags both hands down his face and lets out a groan so long and tortured, you'd think he just signed up for this arrangement. Not me. This, he mutters through his hands, voice muffled and already halfway to resignation, is the dumbest, most brilliant PR stunt I've ever witnessed. And you, my friend, have officially signed up for 6 months of pure, media-fueled torture. I lean back, chair creaking beneath me, and pop a red gummy bear between my teeth. It tastes sweeter than usual. My eyes stay locked on the door she just walked through like I can still feel the storm she left in her wake. I smile slow, every inch of it deliberate. Nah, I say, voice low and sure, that familiar surge of competition humming under my skin. This is gonna be fun. Now I actually mean it.
Chapter 4. Kamari. Lila gives me one last spine-cracking shove between the shoulder blades before I have the good sense to stage a full-blown retreat. "Head up, mija. Own it," she hisses, her voice a whip crack against the back of my neck as I stumble straight into the lion's den. The room suddenly falls silent. It's not obvious. Not some dramatic movie-style record scratch. No, this is more dangerous. A collective pause. Like the entire ballroom just forgot how to exhale. I feel it before I even see it. The weight of 100 stares pressing against my bare shoulders, crawling over the sharp lines of this dress like judgment wrapped in silk. My lungs rebel, but I keep my chin high. If I'm going down tonight, it'll be with my dignity strapped on tighter than these heels. This dress, God help me, this dress is a crime scene waiting to happen. Fiery red, cut to expose just enough to spark headlines, but not enough to be completely scandalous. Though I'm fairly certain Lila's definition of scandal and mine parted ways somewhere between the dressing room and this disaster of a night. It doesn't feel like fabric. It feels like I'm wearing someone else's confidence. Like I zipped myself into an entirely different woman and forgot to ask for the instruction manual. Because of course this night isn't finished wrecking me, I find him. Zion Carter, standing at the center of this glittering circus like it was built just for him. Like he's already written the ending to whatever story he thinks we're about to tell. His eyes lock on me from across the ballroom, dark, unreadable, and far too amused for a man who's supposed to be taking this as seriously as his net worth depends on it. In that moment, I can feel it happening. The narrative slipping out of my hands. Worst of all, I think he knows it. Each step feels heavier than it should, like my heels have turned to anchors and the polished marble beneath me is some kind of battlefield. But I keep walking, shoulders back, chin lifted, smile sharp enough to slice through the suffocating cloud of cologne and unchecked ego hanging in this ballroom. If I'm going down looking like a queen, crowned straight, head high, and no one here will ever know that under this dress, my ribs are locked in a vice grip and my lungs are barely cooperating. My gaze flicks toward him, against my better judgment and every internal lecture I've given myself since agreeing to this circus. Zion Carter stands dead center in this sea of wealth and pretense like he owns the air they're breathing. His eyes track me with lazy precision, like I'm just another stat in a game he's already winning. There's something in his expression that makes me want to turn around and walk right back out of this disaster. That infuriating, amused look, like this is all entertainment, and I'm the headlining act he didn't even have to pay for. I grit my teeth and keep moving. This isn't real. It's performance. Controlled optics. I remind myself of that with every step closer to the man who thinks he can control the narrative with a smirk and a flash of those entirely too perfect teeth. But the way he's looking at me, that doesn't feel controlled at all. And the worst part, neither do I. His arm is there before I have time to second guess it. Instinct, or pride, maybe both, takes over. And I slide my arm through his, like this is some perfectly choreographed fairy tale, instead of the most ridiculous professional scandal I've ever willingly walked into. I can feel the cameras snapping around us, hungry for every headline-making second. Smile, Westbrook. Play the part. Sell the lie. His fingers flex against my side, subtle but deliberate. Just a hint of pressure, a silent message I'm supposed to read between the lines, a warning. Or worse, a test. I don't look at him, don't give him the satisfaction of seeing how my pulse stutters beneath the surface. But then his breath ghosts across my ear, low and warm, and entirely too dangerous for the cameras trained on us. "You look like a damn warning label in that dress," he murmurs, voice pitched just for me, smooth as sin and twice as intoxicating. I smile wider, the edges of it sharp. I tilt my head ever so slightly toward him, letting the flashbulbs capture the perfect angle. Two can play this game, and I didn't come here to lose. Good, I whisper, my voice cool and precise. Consider yourself warned. For just one dangerous, electric second, it almost feels like the lie we're selling is starting to believe itself. Every camera in the room is aimed straight at us, hungry for the perfect shot. The one they'll slap under a clickbait headline and run into viral infamy before we've even reached the end of this marble runway they're calling a ballroom. I can already see it splashed across my feed by morning. Power couple or PR train wreck? Ice Queen melts for basketball's favorite bad boy. God, I need a drink. Zion leans in again, his face turned toward mine, like this is some intimate whispered confession. His breath is warm against my skin, and I swear he's doing it on purpose. Carefully calculated to fray what little composure I'm clinging to. Relax, Westbrook, he murmurs, that deep, dangerous tone curling around my spine like smoke. You're doing great. My smile freezes at the edges, my entire body tightening under the pretense of casual poise. I don't turn my head. Don't let the cameras catch even a flicker of what I'm really thinking. I don't need coaching. I breathe through clenched teeth, my lips barely moving. I need you to stop breathing on me like you're about to turn this into a scandal. His laugh is low and dark, just a rumble of sound barely audible over the snap of camera shutters. But it slides over my skin like silk and leaves goosebumps in its wake. That's the part that really burns, the fact that my body reacts to him at all. I curse myself silently, my spine straightening, my chin lifting a fraction higher. I will not lose control of this narrative, not to him, not to anyone, for just a moment. It isn't a performance, it isn't optics or crisis management or a perfectly negotiated contract with strict emotional boundaries. It's something else. His hand tightens at my waist, just a fraction, but it's too much, too familiar, too steadying for a man who's supposed to be nothing more than a headline I'm surviving. My breath catches before I can help it. Just a sharp intake, small and barely audible, but loud enough in my own head to feel like I've shouted it across the ballroom. The air thickens. The sounds of the cameras fade to a dull, distant thrum, like we've both stepped out of reality and into something far more dangerous. His fingertips press just a little firmer against my side, and suddenly I'm acutely aware of everything. His warmth, his scent, the barely restrained tension in his shoulders. For one terrifying electric second, I wonder, what would it feel like to stop pretending? To let this slip out of the tight, professional grip I've kept on it since the moment we signed our names to this farce? To just fall. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's pounding out a warning, but for the life of me, I can't remember which direction I'm supposed to run. The second we're out of sight, I finally remember how to breathe. The ballroom fades behind me. A glittering nightmare swallowed by heavy doors and blissful silence. My heels click out a frantic rhythm down the corridor as I make my escape, each step carrying me further from the cameras. The stage smiles. Him. But before I even reach the car, my phone lights up like it's combusting in my clutch. One notification, then 3, then 20. Ice and Fire, Zion and Kamari. Unlikeliest power couple. I swipe the screen once and regret it instantly. My face is everywhere. His arm at my waist. That perfectly timed lean in like he's whispering every forbidden thing a woman wants to hear. It's a masterclass in public performance. Yet, all I think about is how real his voice felt at my ear. I pause at the curb, dragging in one long, shaky breath. Lila is somewhere behind me, probably still reveling in the headlines she's undoubtedly planning to read aloud over brunch tomorrow. She'll have a highlight reel ready before I can finish my first mimosa. But me? I'm just standing here in the cold night air, wondering why the memory of his voice, low, smooth, dangerous, lingers longer than the flash of 100 cameras, and why, Despite every logical bone in my body screaming at me to shut it down, I'm not entirely sure I want it to stop.
Chapter 5. Zion. Somewhere between the last forced smile and whatever fresh PR nightmare Carter is cooking up for tomorrow, we find a pocket of calm, tucked into the far corner of a rooftop lounge high above the city. The skyline stretches out in front of us, glittering and quiet, a reminder that even chaos looks beautiful from a distance. Kamari slumps back against the cushioned bench with a sigh so deep, it feels like she just exhaled the weight of the entire night. Her shoes are already off, heels abandoned at her feet like tiny monuments to the battles she's fought just to survive this evening. After all damn week, she doesn't look like she's performing. She looks real. And that's somehow more dangerous than anything she's done in front of a camera. I'm halfway through wondering if I should say something halfway decent when she drops her head back, closes her eyes, and starts in, sharp, frustrated, and ridiculously adorable about it. "There's this troll," she groans, one hand waving in the air like she's physically batting the thought away. "Online, constantly arguing with me. Lives to contradict everything I say. I swear the man couldn't form an original opinion if it came gift-wrapped with a bow and a personalized instruction manual." My lips twitch, hard. I lean back and take a slow sip of my drink, fighting the grin crawling up my face like it's got something to prove. Because I know exactly who she's talking about. Me. Damn if this isn't the best conversation I've had all night. She doesn't drop a name, no handle, nothing concrete to connect the dots. But she doesn't have to. The second she huffs out a breath and mutters, "This insufferable troll even quotes my stats back at me like he's doing me a favor. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know." I fight hard, really hard, not to laugh right in her face. That would probably land me a broken glass stem to the throat, and as tempting as it is to see how far I can push her, I'm not quite ready to bleed for it. Yet. Instead, I tilt my glass toward her with practiced nonchalance, sip slow, and deliver my best deadpan, smooth, bored, and just this side of smug. "Sounds like someone with way too much free time," I say, letting the words draw out easy. Then I add low and just a touch suggestive, probably compensating for something. Her head snaps in my direction, eyes narrowed, that unimpressed academic glare she's perfected over a lifetime aimed straight at my face. And it almost does me in. One more second of that look and I'm going to choke on this whiskey and die the happiest man in the Twin Cities. Can't help myself. It's reckless, stupid even. But watching her work herself up like this, hands flying, eyes flashing, all righteous fury and razor-sharp intellect, it's the most fun I've had all damn week. Every time she winds up for another verbal swing at this poor, helpless mystery opponent, I casually toss in just enough fuel to keep the fire burning. "Maybe this guy just likes a challenge," I say, pitching my voice low and easy, like we're discussing the weather and not the fact that she's unknowingly describing me down to the last calculated keystroke. I swirl the glass between my fingers and glance sideways at her. "You ever think he argues with you because he knows you're the only one smart enough to fight back?" That does it. She freezes, just for a beat, like her brain stutters on the connection she almost makes but can't quite land. And then she snaps. "God, you sound just like him!" She huffs, exasperated and utterly done with the entire male population. I damn near choke on my drink. It takes everything in me not to lose it right there, because she has no idea how dangerously close she is to the truth. And somehow, that just makes the game that much better. Hours later, the city hums quiet below me, the chaos of the night fading into the type of stillness that should be peaceful. It isn't. Not when my thoughts are still circling that rooftop conversation. Not when the memory of Kamari's exasperated sigh and the fire in her eyes keeps playing on a loop like some highlight reel I didn't ask for but can't seem to shut off. So, like clockwork, I do the one thing guaranteed to keep the night interesting. I log into at baseliner 23. There she is, at courtside critique. already in the middle of dismantling some lazy sports headline with the kind of precision that should probably have a government warning attached to it. I scroll through her latest posts, each one sharper than the last. Statistical slaps and rhetorical takedowns, dressed up in just the right amount of sarcasm. God, she's good. I should absolutely, under no circumstances, engage. But my fingers are already flying across the screen, the comeback forming too fast. Too easy. One more round won't kill me. Probably. I hit send as I try not to overthink it. Lean back against the cold glass of the window and watch the city lights flicker like they're waiting to see how badly I'm about to lose this one. I'm smiling for real. Somewhere between my last sarcastic jab and her lightning-fast comeback, something shifts. It's subtle, like a current changing under the surface before you feel the pull. The tone's still sharp, still blistering, but there's a new edge beneath it. A little too clever, a little too personal. And I'm sitting here, in the dark with the city at my back, grinning like a man who knows he's playing with fire and can't help leaning closer to the flame. I scroll back through the thread, reading her last message again, even though I've already committed it to memory. Careful. You might start sounding like a fan instead of a critic. I stare at that for a beat too long, thumb hovering over the keyboard like there's still time to walk away from this. If there isn't, I can't help it. My fingers move on their own. Maybe I'm both. I hit send. And suddenly, I'm in dangerous territory. Not just online. Not just with this conversation. With her. I close out of the app eventually. Toss my phone onto the nearest chair like putting distance between us will make a damn bit of difference. But the conversation, it lingers. Long after the screen goes dark, long after the city noise fades into background static, it's still there. That sharp voice in my head, that relentless wit I can't seem to outmaneuver. Whether she's standing 3 feet in front of me or hiding behind a faceless handle online, I tell myself it's just adrenaline. The rush of a good fight. A battle of wits with a worthy opponent. But as I stand at the window, the city stretched out below me, lights flickering like 1,000 unsaid things. I know that's a lie I'm barely hanging on to. Because this isn't just some sparring match. I am tangled up in this woman on every level, in every conversation, every glance, every godforsaken argument. The shocking part? I'm starting to enjoy it, like some idiot smiling through his own slow-motion fall, knowing exactly how hard the landing's going to hurt, leaning in anyway.
Chapter 6. Kamari. The Titans fan event is chaos wrapped in designer banners and stadium lights, a glittering circus where every person in attendance seems to have traded their dignity for a camera phone and a front row seat to my personal unraveling. It's louder than I imagined. Cheers crashing like tidal waves against the high walls of the arena's VIP pavilion. Over-enthusiastic fans press against barricades, chanting Zion's name like he's descended from basketball royalty instead of walking PR disaster. Cameras flash in rhythmic bursts, turning the entire space into a strobe-lit interrogation chamber. And everywhere I look, someone from the Titans PR team is circling like a starving wolf, hungry for their next authentic moment to plaster across social feeds. Me? I'm the perfectly positioned lamb they've thrown into the lion's den. Dressed in a dangerously tailored, PR-approved outfit that feels just a shade too tight and a mile outside my comfort zone. Carter stalks through the crowd like a man one bad headline away from a full public meltdown, his designer shoes clicking sharp and fast against the concrete as he circles back to me. His face is a mask of professional calm, but his eyes scream that he's barely holding it together. He leans in close enough that I can smell the faint whiff of desperation under his overpriced cologne. "We're losing momentum, Westbrook," he mutters, his voice a low, urgent rasp as his gaze flicks toward the photographers circling us like vultures. The internet's already questioning if this little fairy tale is real. We need something authentic, at least close enough to fool a wide-angle lens. My mouth opens, a dozen objections locked and loaded, But before a single syllable escapes, I feel the shift in the air. Zion. He appears at my side like he was conjured straight out of the PR playbook. Shoulders loose, smile practiced to absolute perfection, every inch of him radiating the kind of ease that makes people trust him right before he absolutely ruins their lives. He's close. Too close. And the worst part? That cocky, knowing smirk tells me he likes how much it unsettles me. It starts as a low rumble, barely audible over the thunder of camera shutters and the PR team's carefully orchestrated chaos. It then builds. A chant, rhythmic and relentless. Kiss, kiss, kiss. At first, I think I'm hearing things, some kind of stress-induced auditory hallucination. But no, it's real. And it's growing louder, feeding on the collective thrill of a crowd that didn't come here for subtlety or decorum. They came for a spectacle, a headline, and apparently, my complete emotional breakdown served on a silver platter. My gaze snaps to Carter, who's positioned himself just out of frame like the calculating puppet master he is. He gives Zion the subtlest of nods. Just a tiny flick of his head that feels more like a death sentence than professional guidance. Before I can so much as form the word no, Zion moves. One smooth, confident step forward, closing the already dangerous distance between us like this is exactly the moment he's been waiting for. His eyes find mine, and whatever breath I had left abandoned ship completely. Because it's all there, that infuriating, arrogant calm, that perfectly controlled smile, but beneath it, something else, a silent dare that hums between us louder than the chant, vibrating through the concrete beneath my feet. My brain knows better. My career knows better. But the rest of me? I can't hear a damn thing over the sound of my own traitorous heartbeat pounding in my ears. For one suspended, terrifying second, I stand perfectly still and wonder, what if I didn't stop him? He leans in, slow, deliberate, a man entirely too comfortable with the idea of ruining my life, one perfectly executed moment at a time. His palm finds the curve of my jaw, fingers settling against my skin like they've been there before. Like this is familiar territory he's simply reclaiming. That's when my brain officially short-circuits. Every carefully rehearsed line, every internal lecture about boundaries and professionalism, and this is fake, remember? They all pack their bags, tip their hats, and abandon me right here on this glossy event floor. Because in this moment, none of that seems to matter. The cameras, the headlines, the career I've spent years building brick by painstaking brick. All I can feel is the warmth of his hand, the unbearable closeness of his body, and the terrifying realization that his lips are hovering a breath away from mine. Just 1 inch, one impulsive, reckless, career-ending inch, and for that single, suspended, terrifying second, I forget to resist. I want to see what happens if I don't. At the very last possible second, right as his breath ghosts over my lips and every rational cell in my body screams abort mission, survival instinct slams the brakes. Hard. I turn my head. It's not graceful, not calculated, just a sharp, desperate tilt that saves me from complete PR annihilation by the thinnest margin possible. But it's already too late. I can practically feel the moment freezing into digital infamy. The flashbulbs don't miss a beat. And somewhere, on some oversized screen, I know our almost kiss is already playing in slow motion with some over-the-top soundtrack layered underneath it. I squeeze my eyes shut for half a second, just long enough to register the deafening groan of collective disappointment rising from the crowd. The sound is so loud, so visceral, it feels like I just broke 1,000 hearts and signed my own resignation letter in one horribly timed breath. I don't need to look at Carter to know he's on the verge of a coronary. I feel his panic radiating across the floor like a shockwave. I chance a glance anyway. He's pale, his hands flailing uselessly at his sides like he's trying to manually wave the cameras out of existence. I swallow hard, my pulse still hammering in my throat, and try to remember how to stand on legs that feel like they just turned to water. This isn't just a near miss. This is a disaster. The worst part, every nerve in my body is still lit up like I actually wanted him to finish what he started. Before I can even wrestle my pulse back under control, before I can find the nearest exit, or better yet, a hole to crawl into and live out the rest of my mortified existence, my phone lights up like it's breaking the sound barrier. Notification after notification floods the screen. Each buzz a fresh nail in the coffin of my professional reputation. She almost did it. Ice Queen meltdown. Zion and Kamari unscripted. The hashtags multiply faster than my ability to process them. My social feeds are a dumpster fire I don't have the emotional bandwidth to wade into, but morbid curiosity. And the slow death of my sanity wins out. I see it. The crown jewel of my humiliation. Handle. That chaotic, unhinged fandom account I've spent the better part of the last year mentally filing lawsuits against. They've already posted a slow-motion video loop of the almost kiss. Dramatic violin music layered under it like we're the tragic lovers of some doomed epic. My hand-to-chin gasp at the exact moment I dodged Zion's lips has apparently become the new gif of the moment. I stare at the screen in abject horror. Oh my God, I whisper under my breath. This cannot be my life. Next to me, Zion chuckles low and deep like he's just been handed front row seats to the most entertaining train wreck he's ever witnessed. I don't even need to see him to feel the smug satisfaction radiating off his body like heat from the sun. I can still feel the ghost of his almost kiss lingering against my skin, like it has every intention of haunting me for the rest of my natural life. I'm already mentally drafting my resignation letter. Not from the foundation, not from my career, from this absolute farce of a relationship. From Zion Carter and his walking, smirking brand of televised chaos. From the cameras, the hashtags, the curated disasters dressed up as PR success stories. Most importantly, from whatever unhinged part of my brain seriously considered letting him kiss me. While I spiral into a full-blown existential crisis, Zion, because of course he does, leans back against the railing like he's the undisputed king of emotional terrorism. He pops a piece of gum into his mouth with lazy precision, his jaw working slow, like he's savoring not just the mint, but the absolute destruction he just caused. That damn expression stretches across his face, lazy and lethal, and I already know what's coming before the words even leave his mouth. "Relax, Kamari," he says. His voice is smooth and dangerous as a bad decision at midnight. "You're starting to make this look real." It hits harder than I'm willing to admit, because despite every internal alarm bell blaring at full volume, despite every carefully stacked wall I've built between us, for one traitorous, heart-stopping second, it felt real. I have absolutely no idea what terrifies me more, how easy it was to fall into that moment, or how badly some part of me wants to fall right back into it again.
Chapter 7. Zion. Post-practice, I hit the weight room like I'm training for something other than my next media disaster, pushing through sets with heavier weight than usual, counting reps like they're going to pound her out of my head up, but it's pointless. She's there, in every stubborn, looping thought, every flash of that damn near-miss kiss playing behind my eyes, like it's the most watched highlight reel of the season. I bench another round harder than I should, muscles burning, but all I can focus on is how close she got. How close I got, and the look on her face when she pulled back. A wild mix of panic and something that looked like regret. The door creaks open behind me, and I don't have to glance up to know who it is. Trey Langston strolls in like he's got a lifetime contract with confidence. Towel slung over his shoulder, Titan's gear hanging loose, like this whole place is just an extension of his personal kingdom. He takes one look at me. Mid-set, jaw clenched, burning through the reps like I'm fighting off personal demons. Then grins like he stumbled onto premium entertainment. Damn, man. You in here working through your sins or just trying to erase the memory of that almost kiss? I rack the weights harder than necessary, sit up, and rub a hand over my face, the frustration bleeding out of me in waves. She's the only woman I've ever met who looks at me like I'm a walking cautionary tale, not a fantasy fulfilled, I mutter, grabbing my water bottle and swallowing half of it in one go like hydration's going to fix what's wrong with me. Trey's already laughing, full-on shoulders shaking, head thrown back laughing like he's watching the season finale of his favorite sitcom, and I'm the tragic lead who doesn't know he's the punchline. Maybe that's because you're not used to women with actual standards, bro, he fires back, dropping onto the bench across from me like he's settling in for a long, satisfying roast. I scowl, toss my towel across my shoulders, and lean back against the bench, the weight of his words settling right alongside the other thing I can't seem to shake. She doesn't just resist me. She makes me want to figure out why, and that's the part that's starting to mess me up more than anything else. I wave him off, grabbing my towel and dragging it over the back of my neck, like that's enough to wipe away the heat building under my skin. But Trey's not going anywhere. He leans against the locker, arms crossed, that irritatingly knowing look painted across his face like he's settling in for the kind of deep, psychological breakdown usually reserved for late-night talk shows and bad whiskey. Man, you sure this is just about the PR contract? He asks, one brow raised like he already knows the answer and just wants to watch me squirm trying to deny it. 'Cause you're pacing around here like a dude who just got benched during the playoffs. First time. Public meltdown level. I bark out a laugh, loud and a little too sharp because if there's one thing I'm not doing, it's catching feelings over a woman who thinks I'm a walking case study in male fragility. Relax, Trey, I say, slinging my gym bag over my shoulder like I'm physically ready to leave this conversation behind. I'm not losing sleep over Kamari Westbrook. But the second the words leave my mouth, they hang there, too hollow, too loud in the empty space between us. Trey doesn't even bother hiding the smug grin that spreads across his face, like a man watching his prediction unfold in real time. Me? I know it's a lie. Hell, he knows it's a lie. I'm not just losing sleep over her, I'm losing control. And no amount of heavy lifting or fake laughing is going to put that fire out anytime soon. Night settles over the city like a lullaby meant for people who know how to let things go. Clearly, I'm not one of them. I'm sprawled out on my couch, lights low, the skyline flickering beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows like a living thing, the kind of view most people would kill to enjoy in peace. And yet, here I am, sitting in the middle of all this luxury with a head full of one woman who refuses to be impressed by any of it. Kamari Westbrook, sharp tongue, colder shoulders. In that infuriating way, she looks straight through me like she's dissecting a case study, not standing in front of a man who could have his pick of anyone in this city, except her. I tell myself not to check the account. I've got better things to do. I could be out right now, neck deep in distractions that don't come with complicated contracts and an emotional body count. But 5 minutes later, I'm sitting right here, phone in hand, thumb already moving on instinct. By the time I realize what I'm doing, I'm logged into at Baseliner 23, scanning for her latest post like some lovesick idiot waiting for a hit of the only drug potent enough to get under my skin. There she is, at courtside critique, locked, loaded, already out here stirring up trouble like it's her full-time job. Apparently I'm the fool lining up to volunteer for the next round. She's right on schedule, already mid-dismantle of some lazy sports headline, wielding her sarcasm like a scalpel and cutting through bloated takes with clinical precision. I scroll through her latest posts, and like clockwork, that familiar spark lights up my chest. God, she's relentless. Her logic is airtight, her comeback sharper than most of the analysts paid 6 figures to talk circles around basic plays. But tonight, there's something different humming just under the surface. The barbs still bite, but the edges have a teasing curl, almost flirtatious. Or maybe that's just me projecting my own mess onto words typed through a faceless account. Still, before I can calm myself down or remember this is a terrible idea for a man in the middle of a very public fake relationship, I'm already typing. You ever get sick of being right all the time? I send it. Lean back against the couch like I'm not sitting here waiting on the fastest response of my life. Sure enough, the reply pings back so quick, it's like she's been sitting there waiting on me too. You ever tire of being wrong so confidently? I rub a hand across my jaw, that low, dangerous laugh rumbling up despite my attempts to stop it. Damn, she's good. And I'm already reaching for my phone again, knowing full well I'm about to lose another round, liking the odds anyway. Somewhere between her last 3 posts, each one sharper, more precise, like she's dialing into my exact frequency. My own increasingly reckless replies, the whole thing shifts. The jabs still land, the sarcasm still hits, but it's not just about the argument anymore. It's about this impossible push and pull. This tension neither of us is admitting to, but keeps bleeding through between the lines. I scroll up through the thread, rereading it like an addict chasing the first high, and then her latest message pops onto the screen, the words hitting harder than they should. Careful, you're starting to sound like you enjoy this. I stare at that line too long, like there's a hidden meaning tucked between every perfectly chosen word. And maybe there is. Or maybe I just want there to be. My fingers hover over the keyboard, the smart play right there in front of me. Leave it alone. Log off. Don't take it further. But when have I ever been known for playing it safe? I type before I can help myself. Who says I don't? I send it. The air suddenly feels different. Thicker. The tension between us stretching tight like we're standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down, knowing damn well we're about to jump. For the life of me, I can't seem to take a single step back. Log off eventually, fingers still twitching like they haven't gotten the memo that the conversation's over. But the tension doesn't go anywhere. It stays, thrumming just beneath my skin like a low-grade current I can't shut off, humming through my veins with every unfinished thought I shouldn't be having. I tell myself out loud like it might stick if I hear it enough times, that this is just a distraction, harmless and temporary. But even as the words echo in the quiet of my penthouse, they taste like a lie I've already swallowed too many times. I push up from the couch, cross the room like distance might fix the problem, and plant myself in front of the massive window overlooking the city. Minneapolis stretches out before me, all cold lights and quiet streets, a view most people would kill for, and I'm thinking about a woman who refuses to be impressed by any of it. The fact that I can't seem to go a single hour without wondering what it would take to make her crack. The truth settles heavy in my chest, a weight that feels too solid to ignore now. I am losing this game, losing control, losing every inch of ground I thought I had. And the worst part, I'm starting to like the feeling of falling, like maybe... I don't want to catch myself.
Chapter 8. Kamari. I'm not even sure how I ended up here. Trapped between 2 corporate suits who smell like desperation and expensive bourbon at 10 in the morning. Wedged so tightly against the front row of sports media elites that I'm fairly certain I can recite every brand of overpriced cologne in the room by scent alone. The Titans press conference is a full-blown spectacle. All gleaming microphones and carefully engineered backdrops designed to scream professionalism while distracting from the fact that no one here is actually saying anything meaningful. Carter, in all his PR brilliance, promised me this would be nothing more than a harmless optics exercise. You sit there, Kamari, look brilliant, say nothing. You're a human chess piece, not a player today. Yet here I am, playing the part of polished silence, ankles crossed, hands folded neatly in my lap, like that's going to stop my mind from cataloging every way this is about to implode. After a while, he walks in. Late, of course. Loose and unbothered, like he's just strolled off the cover of a lifestyle magazine and can't remember if he's here for a press conference or a private yacht party. Zion Carter. Damn him. The human equivalent of a caution tape-wrapped red flag, leaning into his arrogance so casually, it might as well be a designer accessory. His shirt sleeves are rolled just enough to show the edge of that tattoo he knows full well makes half the internet forget how to breathe. And when his gaze sweeps the room, lazy and predatory, I make the tactical mistake of meeting it head on. 1 second. That's all it takes. 1 second of his eyes locking on mine. Dark, knowing, entirely too entertained by the fact that I'm sitting here trying to look unimpressed, while my pulse skips double time like it's auditioning for a halftime show. In that exact moment, I know. Staying quiet isn't going to happen. Not today. Not when he's looking at me like that. The press conference drags on, every question as hollow and rehearsed as the polished smiles lining this stage. I remind myself for the 100th time that I'm here to observe, not engage. Sit still. Stay quiet. Smile politely and let the circus perform itself into exhaustion. But then, the question hits the air like a lit match dropped onto dry kindling. Mr. Carter, care to comment on the growing concern over player accountability and leadership in the locker room? The words barely finish echoing through the room before I hear him. That voice, smooth and practiced, every syllable dipped in charm and carefully calculated indifference. It cuts across the murmur of shifting bodies and scribbling pens like the sharp buzz of a shot clock counting down. I don't look at him. Not right away. I know better. But then I feel it, that familiar weight. His gaze slides my way and the temperature in the room spikes 10 degrees. When I finally turn my head, he's already looking straight at me. The corner of his mouth tilted in that devastatingly smug way that says, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he lives for this moment. His words are still rolling out, smooth, perfectly PR approved, the kind of response that keeps endorsement deals safe and headlines relatively clean. But that look in his eyes, that isn't neutral. That's a challenge, a dare wrapped in silk and arrogance. Suddenly the game changes. My spine straightens, my tongue sharpens. And whatever Carter's carefully curated strategy for this event was, I'm about to blow it to hell. I don't remember standing. Don't remember deciding that today, right here, right now, is the moment I abandon every self-preserving instinct I've ever had. But somehow, I'm on my feet. My heels click against the floor with deliberate precision as I move toward the podium, like it's the center court of some unwritten game. And I've just been called into play. My voice slides through the tension-heavy air, calm and measured, each word a perfectly calibrated shot fired straight across the room. Fascinating how some people confuse charisma with accountability. I toss out, my smile razor-edged, my eyes locked squarely on his. One's a performance. The other requires actual substance. It lands. Hard. I see it with his shift in posture, just slightly straighter. His lips press together for a half second before they curl back into that maddening, infuriating smirk that somehow makes every nerve in my body light up like I'm standing under a spotlight instead of stage lighting. He leans casually against the table, the very picture of practiced nonchalance, but his voice drops low. Dangerous and dark enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. "Careful, Dr. Westbrook," he murmurs, his words curling through the air like smoke. "Say that too loud, and someone might accuse you of enjoying this circus you claim to hate." A slow, appreciative ripple moves through the press corps like we're hosting the intellectual Super Bowl, and no one wants to miss the winning play. The cameras snap faster. The reporters lean in. The entire room is eating out of the palm of our hands. I'm not sure who's leading this game anymore, him or me. But I'm certain of one thing. I don't want it to end. The air feels heavier now, the kind of weight you can't see but can feel pressing against your chest, thick and charged like a storm rolling in just out of sight. The back and forth should have ended 3 volleys ago. That's how these things work. Sharp sound bites, a few clever headlines, and then everyone walks away, feeling like they witnessed something important without actually understanding it. But we're still here. Neither of us willing to concede the floor. Neither of us ready to back down. And somewhere between my last pointed remark and that maddening, knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, I feel it. The shift. This isn't a debate anymore. It's something else. Something heavier. Hotter. I see his jaw clench just a beat too long when my words slice closer to the truth than he's comfortable admitting. I feel it in the way his gaze doesn't just land on me. It lingers. Slow, deliberate, tracking every breath, every carefully veiled reaction like he's cataloging weaknesses in real time. For one terrifying, exhilarating moment, I realize I'm not just winning this argument. I'm daring him to lose control. I'm standing here perfectly composed, voice smooth as silk, every barb delivered with clinical precision, challenging him to cross a line we both know isn't entirely professional. The scariest part? I'm not sure which one of us wants it more. The crack of Coach Don Mather's clipboard slamming against the table is so sharp, it might as well be a gunshot. The sound slices through the tension like a referee's whistle at the final second of overtime, undeniable, and carrying the full weight of impending consequences. Every head in the room snaps toward him, mine included. His glare is the stuff of legend, etched deep into a face weathered by years of brutal playoff losses and even rougher personalities. That stare could break a rookie in half without a single word, and right now it's aimed squarely at Zion. I see it. Cracks in that polished armor. Just beneath the easy posture, under that infuriatingly smooth smirk, something flickers across Zion's face. Tension, frustration. A man who just realized he's towing a line he swore he'd never cross. Get your head in the game, Carter, Mathers snaps, his voice low and lethal, carrying the authority of a man who will bench a superstar if he thinks it'll save the season. These distractions, they're starting to cost us. The word distractions feels heavier than it should, like it's not just about the press or the public spectacle, but about me, about this. Zion doesn't flinch. His smirk slides back into place like it's been there all along, practiced and perfectly indifferent. But I see it. That slight shift in his jaw, the tension in his shoulders. Underneath all that bravado, Zion Carter is rattled, and I can't tell if that makes me want to win this battle or lose it entirely. The room clears in a rush of designer shoes and whispered headlines, a parade of polished exits, and eager speculation already rippling through the corridors like smoke after a fire. I stay where I am, rooted to the spot, my hands clasped too tightly in my lap to pass for calm. My heart is still hammering out a rhythm I can't quite slow, and somewhere deep in my chest, that sharp, unrelenting ache settles in like it's found permanent residence. How the hell do we keep ending up here? Public stage. Private war. Each encounter more dangerous than the last, every word we throw like a match struck too close to the kindling. Somehow, despite all my carefully constructed defenses, despite the professional distance I swore I'd maintain, I'm always the one walking away, feeling like I've given up too much of something I can't afford to lose, a piece of my control, a piece of me. And the worst part, the part that tightens my throat and settles cold and undeniable in the pit of my stomach, is the question I can't keep pushing aside. Am I doing this on purpose? Throwing matches into the fire, just to see what happens when everything finally burns.
Chapter 9. Zion. The silence in the car isn't peaceful. It's loud, deafening in the way only unspoken words and unresolved tension can be. Kamari sits beside me like she's carved out of stone, arms folded tight across her chest, shoulders locked back with military precision, her chin tilted just high enough to say, "Don't even think about it." The window catches her reflection as we glide through the city, and even in the blur of passing lights, she looks like she's holding herself together through sheer force of will. I grip the steering wheel tighter than I should, the leather groaning beneath my palms. My jaw aches from how hard I'm clenching it, every muscle wired tight, like I'm one breath away from saying something I won't be able to take back. The city slips by in a smear of neon and shadow, but none of it registers. Not the rows of glass towers gleaming under the streetlights or the soft pulse of traffic humming beneath us. All I can feel is the echo of what just happened. The burn of her words still sharp against my skin. The way her eyes pinned me like she could see every flaw I've spent years hiding beneath a perfectly manufactured persona. We didn't just argue back there. We tore through every safe line Carter ever drew for us. The worst part? I don't regret a damn second of it. My fingers tighten again, the wheel creaking in protest as I glance sideways at her. She hasn't moved, hasn't relaxed even a fraction. Every inch of her posture screams distance, but her breathing's just a little too quick. Her lips pressed together in a way that tells me she's replaying every second of that public showdown just as much as I am. For reasons I'm not ready to unpack, the thought of her sitting there quietly stewing over me settles hot and low in my chest. I exhale slowly through my nose, my knuckles bone white against the wheel. God help me. If she doesn't say something soon, I might. Somewhere between the last red light and the next, in that fragile stretch of time where the world feels like it's pausing, she says it. Quiet. Barely more than a whisper. Does it ever get easier? The words hang in the air between us, soft but heavy. The kind of question that feels like it slipped out before she could lock it down. A breach in her fortress. A moment of humanity she probably regrets the second it crosses her lips. She doesn't clarify what she means, because I know it's everything. The endless pressure, the expectation, the weight of being on a pedestal you didn't ask for, you can't climb down from without 100 cameras documenting your fall. The part no one talks about. The part that comes after the big wins and highlight reels. The crushing silence when the crowd goes home and the lights fade, and you're left standing there wondering if any of it actually meant something. My grip loosens on the wheel like my body's finally too damn tired to keep holding it all in. Something inside me just slips. Right there in that fragile quiet where even the city noise feels like it's giving me space to fall apart. I let my guard drop. Just a little. Just enough for her to see the cracks. My voice feels rough when it finally comes out, like it's been buried under years of interviews and canned answers and all the noise I've learned to live behind. It doesn't, I say, the words flat and final. I keep my eyes locked on the road, every muscle in my jaw wound tight enough to snap. If I turn toward her, if I see whatever's written on her face right now, I won't be able to finish this. And for once, I need to finish it. My mom. I inhale sharp enough to cut. When she passed, they didn't just let me grieve. They turned it into a headline. A feel-good redemption arc. How Zion Carter overcame tragedy. Like my grief was some kind of inspiring halftime show they could package and sell between commercials. The words taste bitter as they hit the air, like poison I've been swallowing for years, and only now worked up the nerve to spit out. My fingers tighten around the wheel until my knuckles go white, the leather creaking under the strain. You don't get to be a person, I grind out, voice low and dangerous. When the world decides you're a marketable tragedy, you're not allowed to break down, or rage, or just be wrecked for a while. They slap a label on you, sell the hell out of it, and move on to the next headline while you're still bleeding out behind the scenes. The weight of it settles between us, heavy and final. I don't try to spin it. I don't laugh it off or drown it in some smooth, carefully crafted soundbite. I just let it sit there, ugly and real, because that's the only truth I have left to give her. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch it. That tiny shift. Her arms uncross, her posture loosens by degrees, and since she climbed into this car, Kamari Westbrook isn't sitting like she's under attack. She doesn't fill the silence with empty words, doesn't reach for some clinical phrase or a neat little packaged version of empathy. God knows she could. She's trained for this, for comforting people while staying 10 miles removed from their grief. But she doesn't. She just sits with it, with me. Somehow that undoes me more than anything she could have possibly said. Because for one quiet, fragile moment, I'm not Zion Carter, the headline, the brand, the PR problem everyone's scrambling to fix. I'm just me, a son who lost his mother and never got the space to figure out how to live with that. And in that stretch of silence, where the road hums beneath us and the city lights smear across the windshield like a watercolor I don't have the energy to appreciate, she doesn't try to fix it. She just lets me be broken, and that's a mercy I don't think I've ever been given before. The moment hangs there between us, stretched tight and fragile like a thread pulled to its breaking point. For one reckless, foolish breath, I let myself believe something shifted. That maybe this wasn't just some forced proximity PR stunt. That whatever cracked open between us back there wasn't a mistake, but a door left just slightly ajar. But then, she straightens her spine, that perfect composure sliding back into place with terrifying efficiency. Her shoulders square, her chin lifts, and she tugs her coat tighter around herself like she's buttoning up her defenses one layer at a time. The softness is gone, walled off, locked down. Her voice, when she finally speaks, is smooth and cool, every syllable polished until there's nothing left but professional detachment. Thank you for the ride, Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, like I'm just a business transaction again. A name on a contract and nothing more. Just like that, she draws the lines back in the thick black ink, clear, uncrossable. She's out of the car and moving toward her building before I can even think of a response, every step precise, every ounce of that impossible control wrapped tight around her like armor. I'm left sitting in the driver's seat, hands still on the wheel, wondering how the hell she makes shutting me out look so effortless, and why it makes me want to break through those walls even more. I watch her go. Every step she takes is measured, deliberate, like she's not just walking away from me, but reinforcing every boundary I crossed tonight. One click of her heels after another, a perfect icy rhythm that says, you stay over there, and I'll stay over here. Her shoulders never drop, not even when she disappears behind the glass doors of her building. That spine stays straight. That chin stays lifted. I know those walls around her aren't just for show. They're real, built stone by stone, reinforced by every hard thing life's thrown at her. For the first time in years, I want to climb them. I want to see what's on the other side of all that control and perfectly curated distance. That right there? That's the problem I don't have a playbook for. Because wanting something is easy. But wanting her? That feels like a fight I'm not sure I know how to win. And worse, I'm not even sure I should.
Chapter 10. Kamari. I'm perched courtside, surrounded by a sea of over-polished smiles and artificially tanned wrists, weighed down with watches that cost more than my entire student loan debt. The designer coat draped over my shoulders is borrowed. Lila's latest attempt to convince me I can't just exist in this world, I have to dress for it. But wrapped in all this silk and understated wealth, I feel more like a prop than a person. Some beautifully curated accessory, meant to hang off Zion Carter's public image like a final flawless detail. I tug the sleeves lower, trying to ignore the thin, sick twist in my stomach as the stadium lights pan across the VIP section. The cameras linger just long enough to remind me I'm part of the show. And isn't that the point? To look supportive. To look like the woman every man wishes was cheering him on and every woman wishes she could be. Across the court, the crowd erupts. Zion's on a streak tonight. Sharp, fast, electric enough to make it hard to look anywhere else, even if I wanted to. Every time he sinks a shot, the air shifts. The roar of the fans surges through me like a physical force. And right on cue, I'm supposed to smile, clap, and radiate a soft, polished kind of adoration for a man who's become entirely too good at slipping under my defenses without even trying. The worst part, the part I hate admitting even to myself, is that I don't know where the performance ends anymore. Somewhere between the perfectly staged moments and the real ones, between the look he threw me before tip-off and the fact that my heart is still hammering in my chest like it's waiting for a different kind of game to begin. Something shifted, and I'm terrified to figure out what happens if I let it go any further. The game ends in a fever pitch of roaring fans and glittering confetti, the kind of excessive spectacle this world thrives on. I'm already gathering my things, ready to retreat into the cool, controlled safety of my apartment, when his voice cuts through the noise, low, rich, and far too close. "Get a drink with me, Westbrook." My head snaps up before I can remind myself that responding is a mistake. He's standing there, damp curls pushed back, jersey slung over his shoulder like he doesn't even feel the weight of it. That familiar smirk is nowhere in sight. Instead, his expression is open, quiet. "No cameras," he adds, voice pitched just for me, low enough that it vibrates against something I don't want to acknowledge beneath my ribs. Just some privacy. It's a simple ask, simple enough to sound harmless. But nothing about Zion Carter is harmless, and I know better. God, I know better. I've spent the last few weeks building walls out of sharp words and colder glances, stacking them high enough to keep him on the other side of everything that matters. But tonight, I'm tired. Tired of constantly saying no, performing like my life depends on it, and tired of pretending that the tension between us isn't a living, breathing thing, just waiting for one weak moment to unravel everything. Before I can summon the usual refusal, before I can wrap myself back in logic and self-preservation, I hear my own voice betray me. "Fine," I murmur, the word tasting dangerous on my tongue. Just like that, I step one breath closer to the edge I've spent every day trying to avoid. Dinner is supposed to be a safe compromise, neutral territory. But somewhere between the second glass of wine and the way his voice softens when he talks about nights spent alone in hotel rooms that feel more like mausoleums than home, the conversation shifts. It stops being casual. It becomes a slow, unraveling thread by thread, tension bleeding out between sips of dark red and the low hum of a city that feels quieter than it should at this hour. His words aren't rehearsed tonight. There's no PR polish, no carefully constructed charm. Just raw honesty, heavy and unexpected, settling between us like a fragile truce neither of us dares to name. Just as quickly as it started, it ends. We step outside into a wall of sound and water. The sky splits open without warning, the storm breaking loose in a violent curtain of rain that blurs the city lights into smeared streaks of silver and gold. The cold hits first, sharp against my bare skin, soaking through my thin coat before I can even process what's happening. My breath catches, the sudden chills sinking all the way to my bones, and instinct has me turning back toward the restaurant's shelter before the storm completely swallows me whole. But before I take a single step, he's already there, moving toward me through the downpour like he's completely untouched by it, like the chaos around us doesn't even register. Every carefully drawn line I've spent weeks defending feels hopelessly, irreversibly blurred. He doesn't speak, doesn't try to fill the space with some perfectly timed line or the kind of charming nonsense that usually rolls off his tongue like it costs him nothing. Instead, with the rain pouring down in relentless sheets, he simply shrugs off that ridiculous, stupidly expensive designer jacket. One of those things that probably costs more than my entire wardrobe combined. He settles it over my shoulders like it's the most natural, inevitable thing in the world. The weight of it is immediate. Warmth bleeds through the damp fabric, seeping into my skin before I can even think to protest. His scent clings to the collar, fresh and clean, with the faintest edge of something darker, dangerous. in a way that feels less like a warning and more like a promise. It's intoxicating. I have nothing sharp or clever waiting on the tip of my tongue. No witty retort, no perfectly measured line to put him back in his place. Because this moment feels too real, too raw. I know deep down, in the part of me I keep locked up behind reinforced steel and academic detachment, that if I try to speak, the truth will spill out instead. That's a risk I can't afford to take. Not with him. Not when the rain feels like it's trying to wash away every last defense I have left. His hand lingers at my shoulder, the weight of it warm and solid through the rain-slicked fabric, his fingers curving just slightly like he doesn't want to let go. Maybe like he's waiting to see if I'll lean in first. The air between us hums with a tension so thick it feels like the storm itself is holding its breath. The rain falling harder, but fading to nothing in my ears. It's just him. The unbearable closeness of him. His eyes find mine through the blurred edges of the downpour, and for one terrifying, paralyzing heartbeat, I forget why I ever built walls in the first place. My heart kicks against my ribs like it's trying to escape, each beat stumbling over the next, loud and frantic in my chest. My breath catches, caught on the precipice of something I don't dare name. One step. That's all it would take. One impossible, irreversible choice, and this, whatever this is, would become something I can't neatly pack away and pretend didn't happen. A memory I wouldn't be able to outrun no matter how hard I tried. God help me. For one reckless, breathless moment, I almost take that step. I step back. It's just a breath of space, a sliver of air between us, but it feels like a chasm opening beneath my feet, just enough to break the current before it pulls me under. The jacket slips against my shoulders with the movement, the warmth of him already fading, but I hold it there like a shield, a barrier I desperately need to rebuild before this moment becomes something I can't untangle or excuse later. My voice doesn't cooperate the way I want it to. It comes out softer, thinner than I mean for it to, fragile in a way that feels dangerously close to honest. Thank you for the jacket. Formal, distant, like I'm accepting nothing more than a polite gesture from a man I barely know. Like my heart isn't still tripping over itself, trying to remember why it's supposed to be protected from this exact kind of danger. He doesn't say anything, doesn't push, just watches me with that maddening, unreadable expression as the storm continues to fall around us. The rain loud enough to drown out the silence stretching between every unspoken word. We walk to the car in that same silence, the space between us growing wider with every step, even as something inside me coils tighter, desperate and aching for what I just walked away from. As I slide into the passenger seat and fold my arms tightly around myself, I tell myself the lie I've perfected down to a science. It was just the rain, just the cold, not him, never him. I almost believe it. Almost.
Chapter 11. Zion. It starts the way it always does, with my name screaming from every sports headline like a warning label slapped on a bottle of something toxic. Zion Carter dodges. Accountability again. Is this leadership or just another PR illusion? The video clips everywhere. Me leaning back in my chair during the post-game press conference, arms crossed, voice clipped and detached as I volley back some non-answer about focusing on what we can control. It's a masterclass in saying nothing, and we all know it. But apparently no one knows it better, or more eager to broadcast it than a courtside critique. Her comment sits right there at the top of the thread like a perfectly aimed dagger. If deflection were a championship sport, Zion Carter would have his dynasty by now. My jaw ticks. It's not even the worst thing she said about me this month, but something about the way she just knows where to land the punch makes my skin heat under the collar of my sweatshirt. Carter would tell me to let it go. Trey would tell me to get a hobby. But my fingers are already moving before logic can catch up. logging into at baseliner 23, like muscle memory's got a mind of its own. Public sparring isn't enough tonight. No, tonight I'm headed straight for her DMs, and God help me, I'm not sure whether I'm looking for a fight or something a hell of a lot more dangerous. My thumbs hover over the screen for a solid 10 seconds before I type the message. Short. Sharp. The exact kind of thing that would get me dragged to hell and back if anyone knew it was me. You ever get tired of being this predictably critical? Or is this your version of cardio? I stare at the words for half a heartbeat, smirk twisting up before I hit send. There's a 99% chance she ignores it. Another 1% chance she blocks me entirely. But less than 30 seconds later, the notification lights up my screen. If you boys ever took constructive criticism like adults, I wouldn't have to work this hard to stay fit. My head tips back against the couch, a low laugh slipping past my lips before I can help it. God, she's fast. Sharp as hell and twice as dangerous. And suddenly we're off. Trading blows in private away from the screaming headlines and the vultures circling for sound bites. Every response from her lands like a perfectly placed jab, and I'm hitting back just as hard. There's something different this time. The snark's still there, razor-edged and gleaming. But under it, something sharper, more personal. Like neither of us knows whether we're still playing the game, or starting something neither of us is ready to finish. Somewhere between my fourth perfectly crafted insult and my fifth attempt to get under her skin, the rhythm changes. Her response is slow, the razor-sharp edges softening into something less precise and somehow more dangerous. Sometimes, she types, I think this entire industry would collapse if we all stopped pretending we had something meaningful to say. It's not a jab. It reads like an admission. One she probably didn't mean to send but didn't have the strength to delete either. My fingers hover over the keys longer than I should. Because if she's going to give me something real, hell, I'll give her something back. I hate it too, I type. The grind, the show, the constant need to perform like I'm never allowed to be anything less than perfect. Sometimes I wish I could just disappear for a while, be nobody, just exist. The message sits there, glowing back at me like a live wire. It's reckless honesty. A crack in the armor I never let anyone see. But behind the safety of it baseliner 23, it feels safe. This lady, with words sharp as a knife, might actually be the one person in the world who'd understand what it feels like to drown while the whole world watches and calls it entertainment. For reasons I don't even want to unpack right now, that freaks me more than any scandal ever could. I don't even realize how far I've gone until I'm already standing at the edge of the cliff, looking down. One message turns into two. Two into five. And suddenly I'm spilling things I haven't said out loud in years. Hell, things I'm not sure I've ever said. How grief doesn't just hollow you out. It turns you into a brand. A commodity people slap on inspirational billboards and halftime specials. How every second of my life is owned by someone else's agenda. The media, the league, sponsors lining up with million-dollar checks and a script already written for how I'm supposed to play the grieving son, the comeback king, the role model who never asked to be anyone's hero. I type the words out like they're nothing. But when I hit send, they sit there on the screen like a confession I'll never be able to take back. The response doesn't come right away this time. When it finally pings through, it's a single line that knocks the breath clean out of my lungs. Sounds like you're more trapped by the game than playing it. I have to physically set the phone down. My hands suddenly too damn shaky to hold it steady. The words land hard. Too hard. Because she's not wrong. The worst part? It's starting to feel like she's the only person who's ever actually seen me through all the noise. I know I shouldn't. But the second my hands stop shaking enough to pick the phone back up, I start scrolling through the thread. Back over every sharp-edged retort, every perfectly balanced insult, every moment where the conversation tipped just close enough to personal before snapping back to safety. It hits me. That phrasing. Those surgical turns of language. clipped and precise like a weapon honed on years of debate and unapologetic truth-telling. I've heard this before, not online, not through a screen. In real life, her words start playing back in my head like a greatest hits album I didn't know I'd memorized. We glorify dominance and dismiss vulnerability as weakness. Don't ask why the Empire's burning if you ignored every damn smoke alarm along the way. My jaw tightens, a slow throb building at my temple as the pieces slide into place faster than I'm ready for. Kamari. God help me. I'm in deeper trouble than I ever imagined. I log off, but it's pointless. The conversation hums under my skin like a pulse I can't slow down. Every word she typed lingering in my head long after the screen goes dark. I'm stretched out across my bed, one arm thrown over my eyes, the other still gripping my phone like I'm waiting for a notification that won't come. The city outside my window is quiet, but my head's loud with every near confession, every razor-sharp line that hit just a little too deep. This used to be a game, a distraction. Trading blows with at courtside critique was my favorite way to kill time between obligations I couldn't care less about. But now it feels different. Every exchange cuts closer, sinks deeper, curls tighter around my ribs like a wire pulled taut. Arguing with her doesn't feel like sport anymore. It feels a lot like foreplay. Lying here in the dark, my chest tight and my thoughts circling the inevitable. I know exactly how much trouble I'm in. Worse, how much I'm starting to like it.
Chapter 12. Kamari. Carter corners me like a man who's already planned my funeral and just needs me to sign off on the headstone. He leans against his office door with that knowing look, arms crossed, tie loosened, just enough to signal you're not leaving until I win this. Kamari, he starts, his voice all smooth manipulation wrapped in corporate concern. We've got a golden opportunity for you to elevate your platform. My eyes narrow. Carter, if you say strategic optics or brand positioning one more time, I'm walking out of here and filing an HR complaint under emotional distress. He smiles like I'm his favorite, most difficult child. Come on, Westbrook. It's a weekend away. Low pressure, casual networking. You sit by the lake, drink something expensive, and smile like you're happy to be alive. No one's asking you to solve world peace. I shoot him a look that promises violence, but by the time I open my mouth to argue, he's already sliding a branded Titan's itinerary across his desk, like he's dealing cards at a poker table he knows I'm about to lose. Somehow, God help me, I'm standing in the grand lobby of the Whitmore Lakeside Resort less than 24 hours later, regretting every life choice that brought me to this moment. The place is exactly what I hate. Pretentious and sprawling, all glass and stone with curated natural aesthetics, probably cost more than my entire mental wellness program budget. Titan's logos are slapped across every available surface, like this is some overproduced reality show where personal growth is a competitive sport. There's him. I feel that weight, the impossible gravity that follows him into every room. I sense he's here before I see him. And sure enough, as I cross the lobby, head high and carefully indifferent, I feel the full heat of Zion Carter's gaze tracking me like a lit match, tracing the edge of something highly combustible. This weekend is already a disaster, and I haven't even unpacked my damn suitcase. Zion Carter has apparently made it his life's mission to haunt every square inch of this resort. Every time I turn a corner, he's there, casually draped against a door frame, like he's been personally commissioned by the gods of temptation. The man has the audacity to look like a goddamn vacation brochure in human form. Casual linen shirt undone, just enough to suggest he's above the constraints of buttons, low-slung athletic shorts, resting in that dangerous space between tasteful and I should absolutely look away. Spoiler, I don't. At every group activity, he materializes at my side, like some arrogant 6'8" reminder that my self-control is a frayed wire stretched way too tight. During the afternoon casual mingling session, Carter's words, not mine. His fingers graze my lower back as we're herded toward the lakeside dinner. A touch so light it could be accidental, if not for the way his thumb lingers for half a heartbeat too long. Later, at the refreshment table, our hands collide when we both reach for the same pitcher of water. His palm brushes against mine, warm, calloused, and entirely too familiar for two people contractually obligated to fake this dynamic. I yank my hand back like I've been electrocuted, but his smile says it all. He knows exactly what he's doing. Every casual touch, every loaded glance doesn't feel like a tease. It feels like a promise, the kind that whispers, just wait, we're not done yet. And I'm starting to realize that no matter how many lines I draw, he's already living on the wrong side of everyone. Just when I think this night can't wring one more ounce of patience out of me, she appears like a hurricane in designer heels and tinted sunglasses the size of satellite dishes. Lila Hernandez strolls onto the scene like she owns the entire damn lakeside and is graciously allowing the rest of us to exist in it. She's already halfway through a neon pink cocktail, served in something that looks suspiciously like a fishbowl, her straw twisted into a loop-the-loop that perfectly matches the chaos she's about to unleash. I blink at her from across the deck. Lila, what are you even doing here? She slides her glasses down her nose, flashing me a grin that's nothing but trouble and tequila. Networking, mija? You know that thing you do with a scowl and a notebook? I just happen to do it better with sangria and a perfectly applied bold lip. Before I can respond, Trey Langston, never one to miss an entrance, apparently steps right into her orbit. He rakes his eyes over her from head to toe, eyebrows hitting dangerous altitudes. Well, damn, he mutters loud enough for the entire lakeside bar to hear. Who let the spicy one off the leash? Lila doesn't even flinch. She angles her head, takes a slow, dramatic sip from her ridiculous drink, and fires back with surgical precision. Careful, pretty boy. You keep flapping those perfectly symmetrical lips, and I'll drown your phone in sangria before you finish that smug little sentence. A collective oh ripples through the nearby guests, like we've all just been treated to the opening scene of a reality TV show none of us knew we signed up for. I press 2 fingers to my temple and try to figure out if I'm horrified by the spectacle or deeply, deeply impressed. Honestly, it's probably both. The bonfire starts the way all bad decisions do, with a few bad ideas and just enough alcohol to convince everyone it's harmless. Someone strings lights between the trees, soft and golden against the dark sweep of the lake. Speakers hum low with smooth R&B, the kind that drifts over the water like a sigh you're not ready to let go of. Half the Titans roster is already barefoot in the sand, pretending this is a casual night and not a PR nightmare waiting to trend by morning. Somewhere, Carter James is probably pacing his hotel room, chewing through an entire pack of antacids and wondering which poor intern is about to lose their job over this. I keep my distance at first, stick to the edges, sip my wine too fast, and pretend the view is why I'm standing apart from everyone else. But the night is warm, the air thick with the scent of salt and smoke, and before I know it, I'm at the edge of the water. Barefoot in the cool sand, the hem of my dress brushing against my ankles. Of course, he's there. Zion. Standing just far enough from the others that it could almost pass as coincidence. Almost. He doesn't speak right away, and somehow that's worse than any of his usual easy charm. The flames cast flickering shadows across his face, cutting sharp lines along his jaw. His eyes track the horizon like he's reading a story only he can see. And then, in a voice low and rough, like the words cost him more than he's willing to admit, he says, "You ever just want to stop running from everything?" The question hits me harder than the wine, because for one raw, unguarded moment, I don't have a single defense left. The air settles heavy between us, a stillness that feels deliberate. like the world knows it's standing witness to something reckless about to unfold. The fire crackles somewhere behind me, but all I can hear is the rush of my own pulse thudding against my ribs, too loud, too fast, like my body's trying to warn me, don't you dare. Zion takes a half step closer. It's nothing really, just a subtle shift, but somehow it's everything. Close enough that the heat of him cuts through the cool breeze rolling off the lake. Close enough that I can feel the weight of his attention settle over me, like gravity's gone personal. His gaze drops to my mouth. Just for a second, but it's long enough to hollow out my lungs and set every nerve in my body on high alert. My lips part before I can stop them. Like my own traitorous instincts are already reaching for what my mind is screaming to avoid. For one dangerous, shattering second, I want it. I want him. Not the public version, not the PR contract, or the man who looks so perfectly at home in front of a flashing camera. I want the version standing in front of me right now, the quiet, the unguarded, the broken pieces he hides behind that effortless swagger. God help me. That incites more terror than every headline, every scandal, every carefully negotiated contract Carter's ever thrown in my face. Because this feels terrifyingly real. And I don't survive real. I step back first. Every inch of distance is a deliberate act of self-preservation, like I'm physically hauling myself back from the edge of something I'll never recover from if I fall. My voice comes out smooth, sharp as glass, even while my fists curl tight at my sides to stop the shaking. Don't read into this, Carter. I force the words through a throat that feels too tight. Not everything's a game you get to win. He doesn't take that final step forward, or chase me with more smooth words, or the kind of dangerous promises he has no business making. He just stands there in the dark, hands tucked in his pockets, that signature smirk curving his mouth. But it's not the usual cocky grin. It's something quieter, heavier, like he knows I'm already lying to him, to myself, and he's just patient enough to wait me out. I turn before he can say whatever truth is sitting behind that look. My steps are fast, head high, every movement pulled straight from the carefully rehearsed playbook of a woman who has no intention of breaking under pressure. But inside it feels like something already cracked wide open. As I disappear back into the noise, the safety of the crowd wrapping around me like armor, I tell myself the same lie I always do. It was just the wine. Just the night. Not him. Never him. If I say it enough, maybe, just maybe, it'll start to feel true.
Chapter 13. Zion. By the time I step through the glass doors of the gala, my patience is already hanging on by a frayed thread. It's been a week of nonstop PR babysitting, endless practices, and Carter's voice in my ear like some malfunctioning conscience on repeat. Smile more. Talk less. And for God's sake, try not to look like you're plotting the downfall of organized sports every time someone points a camera at you. Too late for all that. Before I even make it halfway to the bar, my only real salvation in this overproduced nightmare of a charity event, I'm swarmed. The press moves in like vultures smelling fresh blood. Microphones angled like spears. Phones raised. Eyes bright with that rabid kind of curiosity that doesn't care how close it gets to the line as long as it draws blood. Is the relationship serious, Zion? Is Kamari here tonight? Are we getting a photo op or something more intimate? Come on, man, is this the real deal or just a well-produced PR headline? I flash the practice smile, the one that's been plastered across billboards and highlight reels since I was 19, and too stupid to realize how fast the world would try to own me. It's the smile that says cool, controlled, perfectly unbothered. Inside, I'm about one dumb question away from telling every single one of them where they can shove their mics and exactly how hard they can twist. But this isn't about me. Not tonight. This is about optics, control, and the fine art of pretending the weight of the entire goddamn world isn't currently balanced on my shoulders. So, I take the hit. Stand there and swallow the irritation like it's my job, because at this point, it is. The universe decides I'm not suffering enough. She steps through the entrance and time stops. Kamari Westbrook, looking every bit like she was handcrafted by a higher power who specializes in turning men into cautionary tales. The conversation around me stalls. Reporters falter mid-question. Every head turns. Every camera lens swings. And for good reason. That dress, deep emerald, hugging every dangerous curve like it was sewn onto her in secret, is pure destruction disguised as elegance. Slit high enough to make a man forget his own name, neckline low enough to spark an international incident, and somehow still classy enough to make every woman in the room resent her, and every man forget why they came here in the first place. She doesn't even blink under the weight of the attention, just moves through the chaos like it's background noise, her chin lifted, her stride liquid and unapologetic, effortless. Me? I forget how to breathe. Before I can gather the shreds of my self-control, she's standing close enough for me to catch the faintest trace of her perfume. Bright citrus layered under something warm and heady that should probably come with a goddamn warning label. She steps between me and the circling reporters like she's cutting through a battlefield, her voice smooth as silk and just as dangerous. "Gentlemen," she says, smiling like she's indulging small children. I'm sure Mr. Carter would be happy to answer any questions that aren't centered entirely around speculation and poor boundaries. The reporters laugh like she didn't just verbally pat them on the head and send them to the corner. I watch her work the room, smooth and lethal, eyes calm but cutting straight through me like she knows exactly how close I am to snapping. That's when it happens. Something in me, whatever thin thread of control I've been hanging onto, snaps. Because right here, right now, pretending I don't want her is a lie. I'm not interested in telling anymore. 1 second, I'm standing there, fighting the war in my own head. The next, I'm moving. No plan. Just raw, reckless instinct tearing through every line I swore I wouldn't cross. The distance between us disappears in a heartbeat. My arm slips around her waist, fingers settling at the small of her back, drawing her in like she's always belonged right there. Her breath hitches soft, sharp. That sound alone nearly undoes me. My other hand lifts, fingers curling gently beneath her chin. Her skin is soft and possibly warm, and when I tilt her face toward mine, her eyes widen just enough for me to see the exact moment she realizes what's about to happen. For once. She doesn't pull away. So I kiss her. Slow, deliberate. The kind of kiss that doesn't care about cameras or contracts or the headlines waiting to feed on this moment. This one's for me. For the weeks of restraint. The sleepless nights spent wondering how the hell a woman I was supposed to fake date ended up in every corner of my mind. For the look in her eyes every time she pretends she isn't feeling this too. My lips move against hers like I've got all the time in the world to memorize the taste of her. Soft and sweet and just a little defiant. 'Cause even now she's still trying to keep control. But she melts. God help me, she melts just for a second. And that's all it takes to ruin me completely. The world explodes. A wall of flashbulbs ignites around us, the sharp crack of camera shutters cutting through the air like thunder. Reporters shouting our names as if they've just caught sight of a miracle, or a scandal big enough to keep them fed for a year. I barely register any of it, because right now, the only thing that matters is her. Kamari's lips are soft against mine, still hesitant, still holding the last thread of control, like she can wrestle this moment back into something manageable. But then, just for a heartbeat, she lets go. Her body relaxes, just barely, her lips parting with a softness that sends a slow, burning ache through my chest. It's the kind of surrender that doesn't need words, doesn't need promises. It's just there, undeniable and dangerous and so goddamn real I forget how to breathe. Like someone flipped a switch. She pulls back. Fast. Her eyes are wide, wild with something she can't control. Her breath comes shallow, her chest rising and falling in quick, uneven waves. Every inch of her is vibrating like she's still standing on the edge of that moment, unsure if she's about to fall back into it or run for her life. I'm standing there, completely wrecked, the memory of her mouth still burning on mine, my hands clenched at my sides like that's going to stop me from reaching for her again. Neither of us speaks. Neither of us can. Because whatever that was, it scorched itself into me before either of us had the sense to figure out what the hell we just done. By the time I make it back to my suite, the entire damn internet is on fire. My phone's lit up like a 5-alarm emergency. Messages, missed calls, notifications stacked so high, the screen looks like it's about to crack under the weight. #endgame ship. #Zion and Kamari forever. #viral kiss. I scroll through the chaos, thumbing past memes and fan edits that are already more dramatic than the moment itself. I see it. Handle, the chaos merchant of fandom accounts, has done what Handle always does. Turned a fleeting private moment into cinematic legend. A slow-motion, violin-backed masterpiece of me kissing Kamari like I've waited my entire life to do it. They even added a damn lens flare. Carter's voicemail is a full-on panic attack recorded for posterity, strategic instructions, PR damage control, some truly impressive cursing. I don't listen to any of it. Because none of this, the hashtags, the edits, the headlines screaming across every social feed, matters. I didn't kiss her for them. Didn't do it for the cameras or the contract or the goddamn storyline Carter keeps trying to stitch into my life like it's some redemption arc people can sell. I kissed her because for that one impossible, unstoppable moment, I couldn't imagine not kissing her. And that's the one thing I can't admit. Not to Carter or Kamari. Hell, not even to myself. Because if I say it out loud, this stops being a game. I'm not sure either of us walks away from that. The night air's sharp against my skin, but it does nothing to cool the fire still burning low and dangerous under my ribs. I've been standing on this balcony for an hour, eyes locked on the black stretch of water and the faint shimmer of stars above it, trying to make sense of the one thing that refuses to be reasoned away. Her. I then hear it. The soft scuff of her heels against the stone. She doesn't knock. Just steps into the space like she's got every right to confront the storm she knows she's about to walk into. Her voice cuts through the dark, sharp and low, the edges honed to a blade. What the hell was that, Carter? I don't turn. Not yet. If you have to ask, Westbrook, I murmur, voice rough. Maybe you weren't paying as much attention as I thought. She's in front of me before I even realize she's crossed the distance, standing close enough that the heat of her anger rolls off her in waves. Oh, I was paying attention, she snaps. To the cameras. To the headlines you just handed them on a silver platter. You don't get to drag me into the circus without warning. Now I turn, and she's right there. Too close. Close enough that the faintest tilt of my head would have my mouth brushing against hers again. You think that was for them? I ask, my voice low, dangerous. That wasn't for the cameras, Kamari. Her breath hitches, and for one heartbeat, her eyes drop to my mouth. I swear to God, the universe tilts on its axis. She's right there, one step closer, and there's no coming back from it. The time has finally come to make a choice I have no idea how to live with either way. I could reach for her, end this push and pull, take what we've both been circling for far too long. But before I can move, before I can fall, she steps back. That's it. The moment's gone, ripped away like it was never real to begin with. Without another word, she turns and disappears into the night, her shoulders stiff, her retreat as calculated as every wall she's ever built between us. I'm left standing there, fists clenched at my sides, trying like hell not to go after her. Because if I do, if I take that step now, we both know exactly how that ends.
Chapter 14. Kamari. I don't knock. My heels hit the polished tile like warning shots, sharp and deliberate, echoing down the hall as I march straight into Carter's office, like a woman about to start a fire and dare anyone to put it out. He doesn't even have the decency to look surprised. Barely glances up from his sleek little tablet, already wearing that smug, preemptive damage control expression that makes me want to knock every perfectly aligned object off his spotless desk. Kamari, his voice is calm, too calm, like I'm a toddler mid-tantrum and he's just waiting me out. Think of the bigger picture. The Titans' playoff run is a national spotlight. The new shoe deal alone is worth 7 figures in exposure. We'd be fools not to capitalize on this. I plant my hands on his desk and lean in, my voice low and lethal. You already did, Carter. You extended the contract without my consent, without even the courtesy of a conversation. He sets the tablet down with the slow precision of a man who knows he's holding all the cards and doesn't mind flaunting it. Kamari, he sighs, like I'm the one being unreasonable. This is how the game works. You want to fund your program? You want to stay visible? Keep those corporate checks flowing? This is the price. Temporary discomfort for long-term gain. Temporary discomfort. Right? Like being paraded in front of cameras, packaged and sold as the intellectual accessory to a man whose world eats women like me alive is just a minor inconvenience. All I hear is trapped. Again. Another set of invisible chains tightening around my wrists, cinching closer every time I try to breathe. This time, I'm not sure I can survive it with my dignity intact. I want to scream. The kind of raw, throat-tearing scream that doesn't solve a damn thing, but feels good just for the release of it. I want to stand in the middle of this sleek, glass-walled office with its perfectly curated motivational posters and throw every last one of Carter's shiny, soul-sucking contracts right through them. But I don't, because Carter James knows me too damn well, knows exactly how to aim for the one soft spot I can never harden, no matter how high I build my walls. He leans back in his chair like he's already won, lacing his fingers over his stomach, tilting his head with that maddeningly reasonable expression. Come on, Kamari, he says, his voice low and coaxing like he's explaining gravity to a particularly stubborn child. You know how this works. You keep the cameras happy, we keep the funding flowing. Your program gets everything it needs. Everybody wins. I grit my teeth so hard my jaw aches, my nails digging crescent moons into my palms as I fight the urge to break something. Or worse, to cry. Because he's right. He's always right about this. And that's the worst part. I can't afford to walk away. Not when I know the faces of every kid who walks through the doors of my program, counting on me to show up for them, to keep the lights on, to make sure their futures aren't written by the same broken systems that nearly swallowed me whole. I can't leave them stranded, and Carter knows it. That's the trap, the pretty little cage dressed up as opportunity, the golden handcuffs clicking tight, locking me into a life that looks like freedom from the outside, but feels like slow suffocation from the inside. I straighten, smoothing my dress with hands that won't stop shaking, and walk out before he can say anything else. Because if I stay, I'm not sure whether I'll break down or break him. Either way, I'm the one who loses. I stalk through the halls like a woman possessed, my heels striking the marble hard enough to leave a permanent record of my mood in the damn flooring. Every step winds me tighter, every breath fans the flames higher. I'm ready to burn this whole arrangement down, starting with him. Zion Carter, arrogant, infuriating, and probably somewhere with that smug, camera-ready grin plastered across his face like none of this touches him. I'm already crafting the opening line of my verbal assault. Sharp, devastating, a clean kill shot. How does it feel knowing you're the human equivalent of a velvet-lined trap, Carter? I round the corner, find him exactly where Carter's assistant said he'd be, alone, leaning against the railing overlooking the practice courts. The skyline glows behind him, all glittering wealth and empty promises. And for a moment, I brace myself for the usual. How his eyes lit up with that infuriating charm, mouth curved like he's permanently 2 steps ahead of me in a game I never agreed to play. But that's not what I see. He's not smiling, just standing there. Hands braced on the railing, shoulders bowed under a weight I've never seen him wear in public. His head's tipped forward, eyes locked on something distant, like he's not really here at all. Before I can get my first accusation past my lips, something inside me falters. Since this whole performance started, Zion Carter doesn't look untouchable. He just looks tired. I don't know why, but that throws me harder than any cutting line he's ever tossed my way. I open my mouth, the first perfectly sharpened line loaded and ready to fire something about how he's made a career out of turning people into stepping stones and contracts into cages. But then he speaks. Low. No trace of that smooth, performative charm I've spent weeks building defenses against. I'm sorry, Westbrook. My words stall out somewhere between my tongue and my pride. He doesn't look at me when he says it, like the words cost him something to drag out. His hands flex on the railing, knuckles pale against the dark metal. I know what it feels like. He exhales slow, shoulders rising and falling like the weight sitting on them might finally break through. To have the whole damn world writing your story for you while you're still living it. That hits harder than it should, because I felt it, that suffocating pressure. The relentless narrative being built around you by people who've never survived a single day of your reality. I finally see it in him. Fame doesn't sit on his shoulders like a crown. It sits there like a weight, heavy, crushing. Each carefully rehearsed comeback, every biting remark I armed myself with, crumbles into dust. I hate how much that unsettles me. Hate how, standing here in the low light, with his voice still hanging in the air between us, I feel the walls around me shift. Because this isn't the Zion Carter the world worships or criticizes in equal measure. This is a man who knows exactly what it means to be trapped. I can't figure out if that makes him my enemy, or the only person in this circus who might actually understand me. My anger stumbles, but it's enough. Enough for the steel in my spine to soften. Enough for the heat in my veins to cool just long enough for something far more dangerous to slip in understanding. Because what the hell do you say to a man who's caged himself in gold-plated success and still knows what it feels like to starve for freedom? He could have everything, does have everything, and yet I see it clear as day. He's just as trapped as I am, maybe worse. And that realization burns hotter than any rage I could have held on to. Because it's easier to stay angry. It's safer. But standing here with his quiet apology still clinging to the air, and his shoulders bowed under the weight of a life that looks perfect from a distance but feels like slow suffocation up close, I understand him. God help me, I understand him. I hate that. Hate that no matter how many reasons I have to walk away from this man, from this entire beautifully constructed disaster, my feet won't move. I stay, right here, balanced on the edge of something I don't dare look too closely at. Because for all the fire in my veins, all the logic screaming for self-preservation, I don't walk away. And that scares me more than anything. I snap the pieces of myself back into place with the kind of ruthless precision only years of practice can teach. Straighten my shoulders. Smooth my expression until it's blank and untouchable. One deep breath, and the version of me he almost saw, the one standing too close to the edge, is buried 6 feet under where she belongs. I take a single step back, just enough to remind us both that whatever almost happened here, it didn't. Won't. My voice comes out cool, crisp. Deadly in the way a perfectly placed blade doesn't have to shout to cut deep. Don't pretend this is noble, Carter. I meet his eyes one last time, and God help me, there's still something there, something raw and unfinished. I smother it fast. You're still playing the game. You're just better at hiding how much you hate it. His mouth opens like he's about to say something that will finish me off completely. That's my cue. I turn before he can shatter the fragile walls I'm barely holding together. heels clicking a sharp final cadence as I put as much distance between us as the room will allow. I don't look back, because if I do, if I so much as breathe in his direction again, I might not be able to walk away next time. And that's a risk I can't afford to take.
Chapter 15. Zion. The second I step through the warped double doors of the old community center, something in my chest eases. It always does here. The place still smells like dust and old gym mats, the faint sting of disinfectant barely covering years of sweat and bad decisions made on this exact hardwood floor. For once, I'm not walking in as Zion Carter, MVP, headline magnet, walking cautionary tale. I'm just a guy in a faded sweatshirt and beat-up sneakers, the soles worn so thin I can feel every uneven board under my feet. A handful of kids are already out on the court, sharp-eyed and fast-talking, running chaotic versions of drills they half remember from watching us play on TV. I don't announce myself. Don't need to. One of the older boys, Deshaun, spots me first and lets out a loud theatrical groan. "Man, Coach Jace said you were too fancy to come back here." I smirk, tossing my jacket onto the nearest bench. "That right?" I palm the ball off a lazy bounce, feeling the weight of it settle into my hands like a promise. Bet I'm still faster than you. That gets the chorus of groans and laughter I'm here for. And just like that, I'm home. No cameras. No Carter hovering like a stressed-out guardian angel with a media kit clutched to his chest. Just me. Just this. I run the drills with them, quick footwork, tighter passes. I drop real advice between the trash talk, about keeping their heads when things get loud, about how the real test isn't when you're up by 20, but when you're down by 2 and every muscle screaming to quit. They listen. Because here, I'm not some untouchable celebrity. I'm living proof that you can drag yourself out of the fire and still keep the burn scars. For a few hours, that's enough. For them. For me. Maybe the only version of me that still feels real. I'm halfway through a shooting drill, Deshaun talking trash in my left ear while Malik tries to cross me up on the right. When I feel that unmistakable prickle of being watched, not the usual kind either. This one's heavier. Closer. I glance toward the doorway, wiping the sweat off my forehead with the back of my hand. And that's when I see her. Kamari. Half hidden in the shadows just outside the gym, her arms crossed like she's trying to hold herself back from stepping fully into the room. Like if she stays in the dark, this moment won't count. But her eyes... God, her eyes are locked on me like she's seeing something she's got no business witnessing. Not the headline version of me or the PR spin or the overhyped franchise player. Just me. Whatever she came here to say, or maybe convince herself not to feel. It's all slipping right there in her expression. She's unsettled, not poised and ready to dress me down like she usually is, just off balance. Like she's seeing me for the first time and it's wrecking every carefully stacked belief she built to keep me in a box. The craziest part, I don't move. I don't say a damn word, because for one long, drawn-out second it feels like she's really looking. I don't feel like a brand. I feel like a man. The world goes still. The thud of basketballs, the shouts from the kids. Even Deshaun still running his mouth somewhere behind me. All of it fades into this strange, charged silence that feels heavier than any argument we've ever had. She doesn't cross the threshold. Doesn't step into the light or retreat into the hallway either. Just stands there, looking at me like she's seeing a version of me she's not sure what to do with. And I can't breathe right under the weight of it. This isn't about attraction. At least not just that. It's something deeper. It's the way her eyes soften for half a second, like she's recognizing something in me she's spent her whole life trying to forget in herself. That hunger for something real in a world built on performance. And damn it. That feels more dangerous than any scandal, any viral clip, any PR disaster Carter could throw at me. She doesn't smile, doesn't roll her eyes. She just looks. And somehow, that's more intense. Oh, there's nothing between us, no camera lenses, No biting comebacks or sharp-edged distance, just this unbearably quiet space where all the things we don't say hang between us, loud as thunder. Standing here, feeling it pressed tight against my ribs, I know one thing for sure. If she ever looks at me like that again, really looks at me, I might not have the strength to pretend I don't want whatever this is. God help me. I'm not sure I even want to fight it anymore. The night feels electric. Everything's too still. Too quiet. Back at the resort, I try to do the usual. Kill the hours with mindless distractions. Let Carter blow up my phone. Let the social feed spin whatever narrative they're crafting out of thin air. But none of it sticks. My feet have a mind of their own, carrying me out past the glittering reception halls and the perfectly manicured walkways until I find her. Kamari. She's sitting on one of the stone benches by the lake, her arms folded tight against the chill like she's physically holding herself together by force. Her hair's loose, catching the breeze. Her shoulders tense, like even out here in the quiet, she can't quite put the fight down. I don't ask. Don't announce myself or ask if she wants company. I just sit, right beside her, close enough that if she wanted to walk away, she'd have to physically stand and do it. She doesn't. The silence stretches between us, familiar now, but heavier. Not the silence of distance, the silence of people carrying too much history and not enough room to set it down. Before I can think better of it, before I can keep myself from doing the one reckless thing that feels more honest than anything I've said in weeks, I break it. My mom used to work the late shift at the hospital, I say, my voice quiet, like anything louder would shatter this fragile space between us. Most nights she couldn't pick me up until after midnight, so when things at home got bad, I'd sneak into the community center, just to get warm, just to feel like, I don't know, like I mattered somewhere. I stare out at the lake, my hands clasped tight between my knees. Sometimes I still think that's the only place I've ever really belonged. No expectations, no cameras, just quiet. A space big enough to breathe without someone asking me to perform for it. The air feels thicker after that, heavier. But for the first time in too damn long, it feels real. She doesn't cut me off, doesn't toss some perfectly timed jab or remind me how ridiculous this all sounds coming from a man who sleeps in penthouses and signs endorsement deals worth more than most people make in a lifetime. She just listens, head tilted slightly toward me, her arms still wrapped tight like she's afraid if she lets go. Every carefully built wall she spent a lifetime constructing will come crashing down right here at my feet. When she speaks, her voice is rough, barely more than a whisper. Sometimes, she clears her throat, the words sounding like they cost her. Sometimes I feel like I'm still running from the same streets I grew up on, no matter how far I get, how many degrees I earn, or rooms I walk into. It's like the pavement's still under my feet, like it's just waiting to pull me back under. Her eyes meet mine, glassy in the moonlight but hard as steel beneath it, like she's daring me to use that truth against her. But I don't. Couldn't if I tried. Because sitting here beside her, this close to something real, the last thing I want to do is hurt her. Neither of us says the obvious, that this, right here, feels more like home than anything we've been pretending to build out there in the spotlight. For once, there's no fight left in either of us. No sharp edges, no battle lines. Just this impossible quiet where the only thing louder than the wind off the lake is the sound of everything we're too scared to say. I don't even realize I'm reaching for her hand until my fingers brush against hers. Slow, careful, like I'm giving her every chance to pull away. She doesn't even pretend she doesn't feel it. Her fingers curl against mine, tentative at first, then tighter, like she's holding on to something she's tired of running from. The air suddenly changes, thicker, warmer. Every breath feels heavier, loaded with all the things we've been too afraid to say out loud. She turns her head, and when our eyes meet, that's it. One look, one touch, and every carefully drawn boundary between us falls away like it was never strong enough to stand in the first place. No cameras, contracts, and pretending. Just her and me. And we both know exactly where this night is headed, where it's always been headed. No more walls or lies. Just the raw, terrifying truth of two people finally admitting they don't want to be alone in this fight anymore. I don't hold back. Her lips are soft, softer than I imagined, and the second they meet mine, it's like the world tilts. My hands find her waist, pulling her closer, and she doesn't resist. Her fingers tangle in my hair, tugging just enough to make me groan into her mouth. The air between us is sizzling, charged with everything we've been holding back, and for a moment, I forget where we are, who we are, why this is a terrible idea. Her breath hitches as my hands slide up her back, and she presses into me like she's trying to erase the space between us. I can feel the heat of her skin through her shirt, the way her heart races against my chest. It's intoxicating, the way she kisses me. Like she's been waiting for this just as long as I have. Like she's been fighting it just as hard. But then she pulls back, her hands still gripping my shoulders, her chest rising and falling like she's just run a marathon. Her eyes are wide, dark, and full of something I can't quite name. Fear, maybe, or regret. Or both. "Zion," she whispers, her voice shaky. We can't. I know she's right. I know this is a line we can't uncross. Not without consequences neither of us is ready to face. But damn if I don't want to ignore every rational thought in my head and kiss her again. Why not? I ask, my voice rough, my hands still on her waist like I'm not ready to let go. Why can't we? She shakes her head, her fingers tightening on my shoulders like she's trying to hold herself back. You know why? It's too much. It's too complicated. Since when do you care about complicated? I shoot back, my voice low, my eyes locked on hers. Since when do either of us care about anything but what we want? She looks away, her jaw tightening, and I can see the battle raging inside her. She wants this. I know she does, but she's scared of what it means, scared of what happens next. And honestly, so am I. Kamari, I say, my voice softer now, my hands sliding up to cup her face. Look at me. She does, reluctantly, her eyes meeting mine, and I can see the conflict there. The way she's torn between what she wants and what she thinks she should do. We don't have to figure it all out right now, I say, my thumb brushing over her cheek. We can just be here, just us. No pretending. She hesitates, her breath catching, and for a moment I think she's going to give in. But then she shakes her head, her hands dropping from my shoulders as she takes a step back. I can't, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Not like this. I let her go, my hands falling to my sides, and I nod, even though every part of me wants to pull her back. Okay, I say, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. Okay. She stands abruptly and walks away, her steps quick, like she's afraid if she doesn't leave now, she never will. And I let her go because I know she's right. This isn't the time. Not yet. But as I watch her disappear into the night, I know one thing for sure, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. It's only a matter of time before we find ourselves here again, unable to resist the pull between us. And next time, I'm not sure either of us will have the strength to walk away.
Chapter 16. Kamari. I wake up alone, and somehow his absence is louder than his presence ever was. The sheets are cold where he should be, the scent of him still clinging to the pillow like a secret I can't scrub out of my lungs. I kick the covers off like they're to blame for the heat, still simmering under my skin, and head straight for the shower, turning the water up until it's scalding, punishment level hot. Maybe if I stand under it long enough, I can rinse away the memory of his hands on me, his mouth. The way he said my name like it meant something more than a contract, or a carefully staged PR moment. It was just one night, I tell myself as the water pounds against my shoulders, as if repeating it will make it true. Just weakness, a lapse in judgment, a mistake. But the problem is, it didn't feel like any of those things. It felt like truth, like every wall I've built, every line I swore I wouldn't cross, crumbled beneath the weight of him, real and raw. So terrifyingly honest I couldn't fight it, even if I tried. The worst part? Every time I close my eyes, I can still feel the way he touched me, as if I wasn't a headline or a soundbite or the carefully packaged version of myself I've spent years perfecting. Like I was his. And that's the most dangerous feeling of all, because I don't know if I hated it, or if some dark, hidden part of me, God help me, wanted to belong there. By noon, I'm curled up on the couch in my softest sweatshirt and a pair of leggings so worn they're practically transparent at the knees. The kind of armor you wear when the war you're fighting is entirely inside your own head. My laptop balances on my thighs, the screen's harsh glow cutting through the gray light pouring in from rain-soaked windows. This is the safe place, where the version of me that doesn't waver lives. The woman who wields sarcasm like a scalpel and never lets anyone close enough to draw blood. At courtside, critique is untouchable. She doesn't wake up alone in beds that still smell like men she swore she wouldn't fall for. She doesn't break every rule she's ever written for herself in a single night. I fire off a tweet. Something sharp about performative masculinity and how a real man knows the difference between dominance and leadership. But even as my finger hovers over the trackpad, it feels too pointed, too raw, too much like a confession, like clockwork. Before I can blink, a reply slides in under it. Baseliner 23. Careful, Doc. That sounds dangerously close to personal insight. You sure you're not writing from experience? I swear under my breath, pushing the laptop a little farther from my body, like that'll keep the words from hitting so hard. He's always there, waiting, watching. And lately, saying things that feel less like an argument and more like he's peeling back layers I didn't even know I was wearing. I shouldn't care. Shouldn't let it get to me, but the truth settles in my chest like a stone dropped into still water. I have never felt so seen by someone I've never met. I hate how much that unsettles me, how much I'm starting to wonder if it's possible to feel known without ever being touched. Worse, what happens when I do find out who he really is? It starts the way it always does, sharp barbs and fast fingers. The kind of verbal sparring that keeps me from thinking too hard about everything I'm trying not to feel. Ab Baseliner 23 comes in hot with his usual smug commentary, and I'm halfway through typing a scathing reply when the tone shifts. His next message isn't a joke. You ever wonder if you're just as trapped behind that brilliant mind as the rest of us are behind our masks? I freeze. The cursor blinks back at me, a silent metronome counting every second it takes for me to admit that question cuts a little too deep. Who even asks something like that? He doesn't know me. And yet, the words hit with the precision of someone who studied every hidden fault line I thought I buried. I'm supposed to laugh this off, deflect, hit him back with something clever and dismissive, the way I always do. But my fingers hesitate over the keys. I don't want to be clever. I want to be understood. I almost close the chat, almost slam the laptop shut, and pretend this conversation didn't just strip me down further than anyone ever has. But instead, I type. Sometimes. But at least my walls don't come with an audience. I hit send before talking myself out of it, my heart already hammering against my ribs like it knows I've crossed a line I can't uncross. And that's the exact moment I realize I'm in trouble. I don't just want to win this argument anymore. I want to know what it feels like when he finally stops hiding too. The response comes faster than I'm ready for. Sounds like you're running from something just as hard as you're running toward it. 14 words. That's all it takes to split me wide open. My breath lodges hard in my throat, the kind of sharp, choking exhale that feels embarrassingly loud in the quiet of my apartment. God, who is he? How does he keep finding the exact fault lines I've spent years covering in smooth, unshakable confidence? My fingers tremble before I even realize it. The laptop feels like a loaded weapon against my thighs, radiating heat like it knows exactly what I'm thinking and dares me to admit it. I can't. Not to him. And definitely not to myself. With a shaky breath, I snap the laptop shut hard enough to make the wine glass on the coffee table rattle. My heart's still pounding, loud and insistent, like it's physically trying to break through my ribs and run from the truth I've spent a lifetime outpacing. He's not wrong. I am running from every part of me that wants things I swore I'd never need. From the version of myself that still remembers how it feels to be held like I belong to someone. The most dangerous part of all, I don't think I'm fast enough to outrun it anymore. It's well past midnight, and I'm flat on my back, staring at the ceiling like the answers I don't want to face are written somewhere between the cracks in the paint. The apartment is silent. Too silent. I tried the usual distractions. Laundry I didn't need to fold, a half glass of wine I didn't finish, even scrolling through social feeds until the blue light burned my eyes. But nothing sticks. All I can hear are those damn words. Sounds like you're running from something just as hard as you're running toward it. I replay every line of that DM thread, picking apart each word like it holds some hidden meaning I missed the first time through. My defenses are shot. Every polished retort, every hard-earned layer of distance, melted down into something raw and trembling just beneath my skin. And for the very first time, I can't outrun the question settling heavy in my chest, like it's been waiting there all along. Is it possible I've been hiding behind my own brilliance, the same way he hides behind that snarky handle? Am I really any different? Or have I just built my own cage and convinced myself it's a palace of intellectual superiority? Why do I want to keep talking to him more than I want to protect myself? Why does it feel safer being vulnerable with a faceless stranger than with the one man who already knows how to wreck me with nothing more than a look? I roll over and press my face into the pillow like it can smother the thoughts. But they're already here, fully alive and clawing for space. And somewhere deep down, I know the truth. I'm not running from him. I'm running from what happens when I finally stop. It's reckless. It's insane. Yet, at 1:47 a.m., with my heart still thudding out a rhythm that feels suspiciously like his name, I find myself powering the laptop back on. Just to see. That's what I tell myself as the screen glows to life, harsh against the dark room. I'm not looking for him. I'm just going to close the door properly, finish the conversation and lock it away in whatever vault I store all the mistakes I don't admit to. But the second I open the app, his reply is sitting there at the top of my inbox. At baseliner 23, waiting, like he knew I'd be back before I did. My fingers hover over the keyboard, everything inside me screaming to shut the damn laptop and pretend this night never happened. But instead, my hands move like they belong to someone braver, or maybe someone just tired of pretending she doesn't want more. Tell me something real. No jokes, no masks. I hit send before I can stop myself. The tiny ping of the message shooting through me like a live wire. That's it. That's the moment. The exact second I know that I've already crossed a line I can't uncross. I'm not just playing the game anymore. I'm in it. I'm starting to wonder if I ever really wanted to win.
Chapter 17. Zion. The city's asleep, but I'm wired, restless as hell and pacing the length of my penthouse like the walls are closing in. Floor-to-ceiling windows give me the perfect view of Minneapolis glittering under the weight of its own silence, but it feels like a mockery, like the whole damn world gets to sleep while I'm stuck living inside my head. I've tried everything to shake it. ice water, push-ups until my arms burn. Hell, I even stood on the balcony for a solid 10 minutes hoping the cold would snap me out of it. It didn't. So now I'm here. Standing at the kitchen counter, palms flat against the cool marble, staring down at my laptop like it's a loaded gun, and I'm already pulling the trigger. I tell myself it's nothing. Just distraction. A harmless way to pass the time until I'm tired enough to forget the way she looked at me last night. Barefoot, flushed from sleep, wearing nothing but my t-shirt and her pride cracked clean in half. But the second my fingers hit the keyboard, my chest goes tight. This isn't harmless. It hasn't been harmless since the first time she clapped back at me online and made me want to know exactly how far I could push her before she broke. I log into at baseliner 23, fingers moving on instinct, heart pounding like I'm stepping onto the court in overtime. There she is, already online, already waiting. Like she couldn't sleep either. Like she's just as hooked on this middle-of-the-night ritual as I am. I don't even think before I send the first message. The game's already on. And this time, I'm not playing to win. I'm playing because I have no idea how to stop. It starts the same way it always does. Sharp edges wrapped in sarcasm, our favorite kind of foreplay. I toss out a jab about one of her latest hot takes. Something about the Titans' playoff strategy, and how reckless play is a sign of weak leadership. Careful, Doc, I type. That sounds dangerously close to personal insight. You sure you're not writing from experience? Usually, she's faster with the comeback. But tonight, there's a beat, a pause, and something about that hesitation ties a knot low in my chest. My hands flex against the keyboard like I'm trying to wring out the truth before it spills. I type out another jab, trying to beat her at her own game. You ever wonder if you're just as trapped behind that brilliant mind as the rest of us are behind our masks? It's out, sharp and sudden. Too honest, too much. But I don't delete it. I don't try to soften the blow. I just sit there and wait, the silence in my penthouse thick enough to drown in. Her reply comes slower than usual, more deliberate, like she's weighing the risk of every word before she lets it go. Sometimes. But at least my walls don't come with an audience. I lean back, drag a rough hand down my jaw, and stare out at the endless stretch of dark sky beyond the glass. Because damn if that doesn't feel like the truest thing I've read all night. Maybe that's the problem. I don't know if I'm pulling her closer, or just pulling myself apart. Either way, we're past the point of pretending this is just a game. I should back off. I know the line. Hell, I drew it. But there's something about the way she answered that last message, raw and uncertain, like she cracked open the door and forgot how to close it, that keeps me right here, dangling off the edge. My fingers move before my mind catches up. Sounds like you're running from something just as hard as you're running toward it. It's reckless. Stupid. Too damn close to the truth. But before I can talk myself down, I hit send and go further. The cursor blinks at me like it's waiting to see how bad I'm about to screw this up. The pause on her end stretches out long enough to make my chest tight, my pulse a steady hammer against my ribs. I lean back against the cool glass, eyes closing like that'll somehow keep me from unraveling. God, Westbrook, if you only knew. I breathe deep, slow, fighting the ache that settled low and heavy in my chest. She doesn't even realize it yet, but she's already in my hands. Right there, poised and waiting for me to close my fingers and pull. I'm not sure I'm strong enough not to. Her message lands soft, bare. The kind of soft that doesn't feel safe. It feels dangerous. Tell me something real. No jokes, no masks. And I sit there staring at the screen like the words might change if I blink hard enough. But they don't. She asked for real, and I want to give it. My fingers hover over the keys, and every wall I've spent years building feels like it's crumbling under the weight of that simple ask. It shouldn't be this hard. But the truth? I can't be real without bleeding. Still, for her, I try. My first pair of basketball shoes were 2 sizes too big. I wore extra socks and pretended they fit, just so I wouldn't miss my shot at tryouts. I've been trying to fill the empty space ever since. I read it over twice, my pulse hammering so hard it's a wonder I can breathe. And then, before I can second-guess every word, I hit send. My hands don't stop shaking, but she doesn't run. She doesn't log off, doesn't vanish behind the safety of her silence. She stays. Somehow that undoes me worse than if she disappeared entirely. Because now I know, without question, this thing between us isn't something either of us can walk away from anymore. The second I see her again, I'm not going to want to. I'm past pretending this is harmless. Every word she types feels like a blade, cutting through armor I didn't even know I still had left. The conversation has slipped somewhere deep, far past flirtation, way beyond the point of just testing boundaries. She's letting me see her, really see her. And the worst part? I don't think she even knows how exposed she's become. I lean forward, my forehead in my hands, eyes squeezed shut against the tight, unrelenting ache blooming in my chest. God, Westbrook, you have no idea. She's not just talking about herself, she's talking about me. About the way I keep people at arm's length. About the smile I've perfected that says I'm fine, even when the weight of it all is crushing me. She doesn't even realize she's already cracked me wide open with that confession. The thing that scares me most? I think she's starting to figure it out. One word at a time. She's becoming the only person I can't hide from. The chat goes still. No goodbye. No clever sign-off. Just that final message sitting there like it owns me now, seared into my brain and echoing in the empty spaces I usually keep locked down tight. I should log off. Should shut this whole damn thing down and walk away like I've done 100 times before with people who wanted more than I was willing to give. But this? She's not asking for more, she's just being more. And that's what's killing me. I sit there, elbows on my knees, fingers curled tight into fists as the screen blurs and the room feels like it's closing in. There's nothing left to say. Not through a keyboard. Not through carefully filtered words and digital bravado. What's left is the inevitable pull. The gravity between us that's been building for weeks. And tonight, it feels unbearable. I know the second I'm in the same room with her again, I won't be able to play it cool. I won't hide behind sarcasm. I won't settle for the game. The next time I see Kamari Westbrook, face to face, I'm going to remind her exactly who's been keeping her up at night. This time, I'm not holding back.
Chapter 18. Kamari. I shouldn't have come. Every instinct told me to make some excuse. Skip this ridiculous rooftop party meant to celebrate the Titan's resilience under pressure. But Carter insisted. Optics, he said. Closure. What a joke. The air is thick with expensive cologne and false promises. String lights blur against the storm clouds, gathering just beyond the edge of the skyline. And the tension is a living, breathing thing under my skin. I've spent the last hour avoiding him, ducking behind carefully polite conversations and smiling through clenched teeth. But every time I look up, there he is. Zion. Leaned against the far railing, jacket off, sleeves rolled, watching me like he's already decided how this night ends. And I'm the only fool pretending I don't know it too. I don't even realize I've cornered myself until I hit the far side of the rooftop terrace, hem of my dress tangled in my heels, breathing too hard for someone who's just been walking. He's there, out of the shadows, slow and deliberate, blocking my escape with nothing but his presence. You gonna keep running all night, Westbrook? His voice is low, rough from exhaustion, or something far more dangerous. I cross my arms, chin lifted high enough to pretend my heart isn't trying to break through my ribs. This isn't a conversation you want to have right now, Carter. His lips twitch, but it's not a smile. It's something darker. You think I don't? You think I'm just here for the performance? His palm braces against the railing beside my head, leaning in until I can smell the warmth of his skin, Feel every inch of tension humming between us like a live wire. Tell me you haven't felt it too. His voice is a rasp, his breath skimming the line of my jaw. Tell me last night was a mistake. I open my mouth, ready to toss out some perfectly sharpened piece of armor. But nothing comes, because the truth is choking me too hard to shape it into anything else. His eyes search mine, dark and endless, his free hand coming up, slow, careful, to trace the barest line along my cheek. Say you don't want me, Westbrook, he whispers. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't lie awake thinking about this. I should run. I should slap him or push him back or do anything but exactly what my body is already doing. Leaning into him, my breath catching against the weight of everything we've tried so damn hard to ignore. Outside, thunder rolls across the city, like the sky itself is daring me to make the next move. And right here, under the fractured glow of storm-lit clouds, I realize I've already made it. His lips crash into mine, and it's like the world folds in on itself. The storm, the party, the city, none of it exists. There's just Zion, his hands, his breath, the way he tastes like whiskey and something darker, something dangerous. I'm drowning in him, and I don't care if the tide pulls me under. My fingers claw at his shirt, the fabric damp from the humid air, and I can feel the heat of his skin beneath it. His hands drop to my hips, lifting me like I weigh nothing, and then my back hits the wall. Hard. A gasp escapes me, but it's swallowed by his mouth, his tongue sliding against mine, desperate and hungry. Kamari. He growls my name against my lips, and it's a command, a plea, a confession all at once. His hand slides up my thigh, bunching my dress around my waist, and I arch into him, my body betraying every boundary I've ever tried to set. His fingers find my sopping wet core, sliding in and out with a rhythm that nearly drives me mad. I bite down on his shoulder to keep from crying out. My nails dig into his back, and I can feel him smirk against my neck. You've been thinking about this, he whispers, his voice raw with need. Shut up, I pant, but it's useless because he's right. I've thought about this every damn night. His fingers move with a rhythm that leaves me trembling, and I'm clawing at his belt now, desperate to feel the weight of him in my hands, to prove this isn't just some fever dream. The world is spinning, and I don't care who sees us. I don't care about anything except the way he's looking at me, like I'm the only thing that matters. His breath hitches as I finally free him, my hand wrapping around his length, and he makes this sound, low and guttural, that goes straight to my core. Zion, I whisper, and he kisses me again, deep and consuming, his fingers still working me toward an edge I'm not ready to fall over yet. We're a mess. A beautiful, reckless mess. And for once, I don't care. I just want to feel. Let's get out of here. He growls against my throat, causing a fresh wave of desire to course right through me. I want to feel you come, Kamari. We compose ourselves enough to exchange pleasantries with some wide-eyed, suspicious patrons, making our way toward the hallway as we bid everyone what we hope is a respectable good night. The second the elevator doors slide shut, Zion's hands are on me again, his mouth hot and demanding against mine. My dress is bunched around my waist, his fingers slipping beneath the thin fabric of my underwear. And I can't think straight. Can't breathe. The elevator dings, and he breaks away long enough to drag me down the hall, fumbling with his penthouse keys while I press myself against his back, my teeth sinking into the muscle of his shoulder. The door slams shut, and we're a tangle of limbs and heat, my dress discarded somewhere near the foyer. Zion's shirt follows, and I can't help but run my hands over the hard planes of his chest, the ink that curves and swirls across his skin like a map of every bad decision he's ever made. Well, things are heating up here. You know what to do. Go to BWWM to get the dirty details that this platform won't put on the air. I know it sucks, but at least you can get a 40% discount with code VIXA40 to make up for it. Use it while it lasts and apply it to every digital product in your cart. Back to the story. This new reality stretches out before us, fraught with uncertainty and the promise of uncharted territory. And as I lie there, cocooned in Zion's embrace, I realize that I'm not sure I ever want to find that line again. The future may be a vast unknown, but in this moment, with Zion's touch igniting a warmth that spreads through every fiber of my being, I feel like I'm home.
Chapter 19. Zion. The second she sits down beside me, I know. Her perfume hits first, clean, soft, with that sharp citrus twist that's been embedded in my every breath since the second she fell asleep against my chest. And yet, it's the only thing about her that feels familiar right now. Because everything else? Locked down, fortified, untouchable. Kamari Westbrook in full armor is a sight to behold, chin tilted just high enough to look regal, shoulders set like she's preparing for a firing squad instead of a press conference. Her hands fold neatly on the table, but her knuckles give her away, white-knuckled and tense, gripping the edge like it's the last thing tethering her to control. Like last night didn't happen. Like I don't know exactly how she tastes when she forgets to be perfect. Like I haven't held her, heard her break apart in my arms, felt her shudder through 1,000 unspoken truths. The press throws their usual questions, shallow dives into playoff pressure, the upcoming endorsement campaigns, how the team plans to stay focused through the noise. I don't hear any of it. I'm too focused on the silence, the pointed lack of eye contact, the way she answers every question without so much as a glance in my direction, her voice smooth as glass and just as cold. I sit here beside her, smiling like my ribs aren't splintering apart under the weight of it. Inside, it's a goddamn war zone. She's flawless. Every word out of her mouth is perfectly measured, dipped in that smooth academic polish the media loves. They're eating it up, nodding along like she's a damn oracle sitting on this press table throne. But me, I can't hear a damn thing she's saying, because she won't look at me. Not once. Not even by accident. She stares straight ahead like I'm just another fixture in the room. Like I'm a neutral backdrop instead of the man who knows exactly how she sounds when she's coming undone. That hits harder than anything a defender's ever thrown at me. I'm sitting 3 feet away from her, close enough to reach out and touch her hand under the table, close enough to remind her how good we are when the world disappears. She's sitting there like the space between us is a goddamn ocean, like she couldn't be farther if she tried. I can't even be mad, because I've lived my whole life building walls exactly like the ones she's hiding behind right now. But this time, I'm not the one hiding. Every instinct in me screams to do something. To lean over, say her name low enough that only she can hear it. To remind her how she sounded last night, voice wrecked and soft against my skin, saying things neither of us can take back. I could tip my head just slightly, murmur a reminder right in front of the press. Tell me again how this doesn't mean anything, Westbrook. Look me in the eyes and try. But I don't. God help me, I don't. Because if she's going to run, if she's really going to sit here next to me and pretend like none of this blew her wide open, then she's going to have to do it on her own. I'm not chasing her. I'm not dragging her back through walls she's desperate to hide behind. Because if she comes back to me, it's going to be because she wants to. Not because I pulled her out of hiding. Not because I made her choose. But because she finally stopped being afraid to. I want her to want this. I want her to want me. The question lands like a damn grenade. Looks like things between you two have cooled off. Care to comment? The air tightens. Cameras flash. Every head swivels toward us like they've been waiting for this exact moment. The fall of the fake fairy tale. I glance at her before I even realize what I'm doing. Still flawless and untouchable. Kamari doesn't flinch, doesn't stumble. Her voice is smooth as silk and twice as cutting. I'm here to discuss the Titans' playoff strategy. not indulge tabloid narratives. Polite, professional, devastating, the perfect goddamn answer, and it slices me open with surgical precision. She just erased me. Right here, in front of everyone, she made me invisible. And somehow that hurts more than if she'd torn me apart with that sharp tongue she's so famous for. 'Cause at least that would have meant she still felt something. This is nothing. And that feels unbearable. The second the final question dies and the cameras stop flashing, she's up. Gone before I can so much as breathe her name. Like she planned this exit, mapped it out down to the second so she wouldn't have to endure a single unguarded moment longer than necessary. The click of her heels fades before I can stand, before I can even think about stopping her. I sit there. For a long, brutal minute after the room empties, after the crew starts packing up and the bright lights dim overhead, I just sit. My fists clench under the table, knuckles pressed hard against the cool wood, like maybe pain will anchor me to something other than this hollowed-out feeling she left behind. How the hell did I let this happen? How did I let her get this deep under my skin, past every defense, every warning, every good sense I've ever had? Even now, knowing she's halfway out the door, I still can't bring myself to slam it shut, because some reckless, miserable part of me is still holding the damn thing wide open, just in case she decides to walk back through it.
Chapter 20. Kamari. The fluorescent lights above flicker faintly as I take another shaky step down the hallway, the sound of my heels echoing like a countdown. And then, him. The heavy, deliberate cadence of his footsteps. Closer, closer, cutting through the distance like a warning shot. My spine locks up before I can think, every instinct screaming keep moving, but I'm too slow. His hand finds my arm, warm, solid, unrelenting. Not rough, never rough. But there's no mistaking the steel under that touch. "Not this time, Westbrook," he says, voice low and frayed at the edges, like he's 1 second away from either breaking apart or breaking me wide open. "You don't get to disappear without saying a damn word." Before I can gather a single excuse, the dressing room door is at my back, swinging open with a quiet groan that feels deafening in the silence between us. Just like that, I'm trapped. Again. My pulse hammers against my throat, every carefully laid emotional barricade already cracking under the weight of his presence. This isn't a conversation. This is a reckoning. My arms cross tight against my chest before I can stop them, chin lifting like my body knows this fight better than my mind does. The air between us is too thick with everything unsaid, everything I'm not strong enough to admit. "What exactly do you want me to say, Carter?" His name tastes bitter on my tongue. That last night was a mistake? That this, whatever this is, was doomed from the start? His jaw flexes hard, the muscle ticking like he's biting back 100 things he's not ready to say out loud. Then, slow and deliberate, he closes the door behind him with a soft click that feels louder than a slam door ever could. He leans back against it like it's a single thing holding him upright, his arms crossed now too. But his look? That's not defensive. That's dangerous. "I want you to stop lying, Kamari." His voice is rough, dragging low across my skin like a match ready to strike. "At least to yourself." The air crackles. My heart kicks painfully against my ribs, because damn him, he's not even wrong. And just like that, we're back in the ring. Trading blows neither of us is willing to name. This time, I'm not sure who's winning, or who's about to lose everything. He starts pacing, every sharp turn like he's trying to outrun whatever's crawling up his throat, whatever truth he doesn't want to spit out but can't keep down. His hands flex, fists clenching and releasing at his sides like he's holding something heavy, something dangerous. And he's seconds from dropping it right at my feet. Without warning, He stops dead center in front of me, his eyes blazing, his voice low and razor sharp. God, you're exhausting. Always running. You ever think you might actually like the fight more than the win? My whole body goes still. The words slice straight through me, not because they're cruel, but because they're familiar. Too familiar. No, that's not Zion Carter standing in front of me. That's Baseliner 23. The faceless name that's haunted my nights and tangled up my thoughts when I should have been keeping my distance. The room tilts, the air turns thin, and my heart slams so hard against my ribs, I swear the sound echoes off the walls. I take a shaky step back, everything in me unraveling faster than I can hold it together. My voice barely makes it out, raw, almost begging. Say that again, I whisper, praying I'm wrong. Terrified I'm right, and knowing deep down, I already know the answer. He goes perfectly still, just like that, the tension snapping taut in the air between us. His mouth parts like he's going to deny it, smooth it over, spin the moment back under control. But the words don't come. That's all the confirmation I need. It hits me like a freight train, every jagged piece of the truth slamming into place at once. The late nights, the perfectly timed responses, the way at Baseliner 23 always seemed to know exactly where to dig, exactly when to pull back, exactly how to unravel me when I didn't even know I was coming apart. It was him. It was him the whole time. The man who's been under my skin from the beginning, on the court, in my head, and now, God help me, under my skin in every possible way. My lungs seize like I've forgotten how to breathe, the room spinning slow and cruel around me. Every vulnerable confession I thought I spilled safely into the dark. He's been standing in it the whole time, watching, listening, waiting. And somehow that betrayal tastes sweeter and sharper than any I've ever known. Because it wasn't just a game. It was him. And I don't know whether to run or fall apart right here in front of him. The word catches in my throat, shattering before it's fully formed. I swallow hard, try again, but it comes out broken, hoarse. You knew. This whole time. You knew? He doesn't dodge. He takes one slow step closer, like he's approaching a live wire, eyes soft even as his jaw locks tight against whatever fight is still left in him. Yeah. His voice is low, honest in a way that feels like its own kind of betrayal. I knew. And I didn't tell you because... He drags a hand down his face, exhaling hard. Hell, Kamari, I didn't want to lose it. Lose us. Even if you didn't know it was me. United States. Like that was ever a real thing. My chest aches so hard it feels like my ribs might crack under the pressure. My head's too full, my thoughts spinning out in 1,000 jagged directions, every one of them ending in the same impossible conclusion. I trusted him. I trusted him when I should have known better, when every single sign told me to keep my distance. Somehow, this betrayal, this choice he made to let me pour out every raw, unfiltered piece of myself in the dark while he stood there silent and knowing, it feels worse than any headline could ever write, because this wasn't just a lie. This was personal, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to forgive him for it. I should leave. Every survival instinct I've ever sharpened into a blade is screaming at me to run, to turn on my heel and disappear before he sees it, before he sees how close I am to breaking right here, in front of him, under the weight of everything I swore I'd never feel. But my feet, they won't move. I stand there, frozen, shaking, helpless, caught between the white-hot fury still pulsing through my veins and something far more dangerous, something softer, something that feels suspiciously like forgiveness, curled up low and quiet in my chest, waiting for me to give it permission to breathe. That horrifies me more than anything he's done. I don't know if I'm strong enough to walk away. I don't know if I even want to. And that right there, that's the most dangerous confession of all.
Chapter 21. Zion. The city stretches out below me, a sea of lights too bright and too far away to feel real. My reflection stares back at me from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and I don't recognize the man looking back. I'm tired. Bone deep. The kind of tired no amount of sleep or championship rings could ever fix. And the worst part? It's not the schedule or the cameras or the weight of a legacy I never asked for. It's her. Kamari. Brilliant, infuriating, impossible woman. Has me tied in knots I can't untangle, and I'm done pretending I'm not completely wrecked by it. I rake a hand through my hair, pacing the length of the room like I'm trying to outrun the truth. But it's there, in every corner, in every shadow, sitting heavy in my chest like a promise I don't really know how to keep. One night, that's all I'll ask for. One night where she doesn't hide behind her intellect or her perfectly constructed walls. One night where she lets me show her what it feels like when it's not a performance, not a contract, not some half-hearted PR spin. If she still wants to walk after that, I'll let her. But she's damn well going to know what she's walking away from first. The second I make that vow, it settles in my gut with the cold weight of inevitability. Because this is the kind of promise a man doesn't walk away from whole. The second I step through the grand entrance of the Harrington Pavilion, I regret every life choice that led me here. Gold-plated everything. Crystal chandeliers so heavy they look one bad decision away from crashing down. And a swarm of VIPs and investors dressed in clothes they didn't pick and wearing smiles they didn't earn. This is my hell. I paste on the grin they all expect. The easy, charming, too smooth for his own good MVP smile. The one that looks great on the cover of GQ, and even better on a billboard. I make the rounds, shake the hands, nod at the cameras like I'm not counting the seconds until I can vanish out the side door and breathe something that doesn't smell like wealth and desperation. She then walks in. Time doesn't just slow, it stops. Kamari stands framed in the entrance like a challenge personified, all sharp lines and impossible curves, wrapped in silk the exact color of sin. That dress wasn't made to be worn. It was made to destroy. And judging by the way every man in this room forgets how to breathe when they see her, it's already doing its job. My carefully constructed walls. The ones I spent all day rebuilding after she walked out of my life like it didn't damn near kill me. Crack wide open, because she's not just beautiful, she's a weapon. And tonight, she's pointed straight at me. She's halfway across the room before the oxygen rushes back into my lungs, and by then my feet are already moving. I don't hesitate. Don't stop to check if I'm making a mistake. I'm done with strategy, done with silence. She's headed toward the bar, already fielding some stiff in a tux who looks like he couldn't survive 30 seconds under the weight of her full attention. It doesn't matter. I'm there before the idiot can even introduce himself. I don't touch her. Not yet. But the second she senses me at her back, she goes still. Slowly she turns. And those eyes... God, those eyes flash with every defense she's got left. I can practically feel the walls stacking up between us, but I don't give her the chance to climb behind them. Without a word, I tip my head toward the balcony, stepping around her like I'm giving her a choice when we both know she's already following. The air outside is cooler, cleaner, sharp with the kind of chill that cuts through the heat burning under my skin. She leans against the railing, arms crossed tight, chin lifted like she's daring me to say the one thing that will finally break her. So I do. I step close enough that my voice is low and rough and meant only for her. One night, Westbrook. That's all I'm asking. No walls, no performances, just you and me. And if you still want to walk after that, fine. I won't stop you. I swallow hard, my gaze locked on hers. But give me the chance to show you what real feels like. Just once. The city hums behind us, the party noise a distant storm. But right here, in this moment, everything is holding its breath, waiting for her answer. She tips her head back and laughs. A sharp, brittle sound that scrapes right across my nerves. You think one night is going to fix this? She throws at me, her arms hugging herself tighter like she's physically trying to hold the walls up. You think whatever this thing is between us just untangles itself with one night of honesty and regret? I don't move. No, I say quietly. I think one night will prove it's real. She shakes her head, her curls catching in the cool night breeze, her chest rising and falling like she's fighting for air. Her gaze skims everywhere but me. Over the glittering skyline, the streetlights below, the empty glasses forgotten on the balcony ledge. She makes the mistake of looking at me. I keep my voice low, steady. The eye of the damn hurricane she's trying so hard to outpace. Stop running, Kamari! Her lips part like she's got one last refusal ready to fire. But nothing comes out. One heartbeat. Two. And then she exhales like surrender tastes like poison on her tongue. Fine, she whispers, her voice cracking just enough to feel like a goddamn victory. One night. She pushes off the railing and walks past me, every step deliberate and dangerous. And I swear to God, this woman's going to be the end of me. And I'm about to let her. She stops just inside the threshold of the balcony doors, her back still to me, her spine straight like she's holding herself together with the last fraying threads of her pride. I take one step toward her, just one, and that's all it takes. Her shoulders fall. The tension in her frame unwinds like she's finally too tired to keep fighting the storm we've been trapped in for months. She turns and, for a long, charged second, she just stares at me, eyes dark, lips parted, every line of her face carved from something raw and fragile and unbearably real. She says it. One word. Soft, barely a breath, but it hits me like a punch straight to the chest. Yes. That's it. The fight's over. We both already know. We're not walking away from whatever happens next. We don't speak as we move through the glittering wreckage of that ballroom, the buzz of half-drunk conversations and clicking cameras fading into nothing behind us. She walks beside me like she's walking toward her own execution, her chin lifted, every step a silent battle against whatever war is raging inside her. Me? I'm already burning. Every step toward the car feels heavier than the last, like I'm marching straight into a fire I've spent years building, and I'm about to throw myself in head first. But for once, this isn't about proving something. It isn't about PR optics or contracts or the endless game we've been playing since the day we collided. This is her. This is us. And as she slides into the passenger seat, her dress catching against the leather like a final warning, I know. Whatever happens when we close that door behind us, I'm never walking out the same. Not after this.
Chapter 22. Kamari. The door clicks shut behind me, sealing off the noise, the headlines, the endless demands that have been clawing at us for months. There's quiet. The kind that settles low in my chest and makes me realize just how loud my life has become. Zion doesn't fill the space with empty words, or that cocky smirk he wears like a second skin. Tonight, he just is, moving through the wide-open expanse of his penthouse. Somehow, that's more dangerous than any line he's ever thrown at me. I hover just inside the door, my fingers curling tight into the hem of my coat, holding it closed like it's some kind of armor. Like the thin fabric is enough to keep him in the truth of what I'm really doing here. Out. He moves to the bar, slow and deliberate. Pours a glass of red wine with hands that should not be that steady when I feel this off balance. He slides the glass across the counter toward me without a word, his eyes catching mine and holding there. Dark. Unreadable. This isn't a trap, Kamari, he says quietly, his voice low and rough enough to scrape across every nerve ending I'm trying to keep from catching fire. We don't have to do anything you're not ready for. I swallow hard, my throat tight as I lift the glass to my lips. The wine is warm, a little too sharp at the edges, but it's something to hold on to. Something to keep my hands busy when my mind's already running 100 miles into dangerous territory. Because the truth is sitting there in the center of the room, heavy and undeniable. I'm ready. I've been ready. And that scares me more than anything else ever has. We sit close but not touching. This impossible stretch of space between us, filled with everything I'm too scared to say out loud. The lights of the city pulse far below, a soft, rhythmic hum against the sharp edges of the delicious tension pressing against my ribs. At first, it's easy. Too easy. We trade old memories like battle scars, stories about the games we play, the masks we wear, the impossible expectations that press us into corners we were never meant to fit inside. I laugh a little too hard at something stupid he says about the first time he got benched, and he smiles like he's remembering the exact moment. For a second, it almost feels normal. But then, it shifts. His voice goes quieter, lower, cutting deeper than I'm ready for. He tells me about the first time he really felt alone. How the roar of the crowd never filled the hollow space waiting for him when the lights went dark. How sometimes the winning feels heavier than the losses because there's no one at home to share it with. Like he's asking the simplest question in the world. He turns to me, his eyes searching and too damn soft. What are you really running from, Kamari? The air leaves my lungs in one sharp rush. I don't have an answer. Or maybe I have too many. And every single one of them is sitting right in front of me, looking at me like I'm the only thing in this entire city worth holding on to. His hand moves before I can think. Slow, deliberate, his fingers grazing over mine where they rest on the couch between us. It's not accidental. Not some casual brush like the ones I've spent weeks pretending didn't light me up from the inside out. This is a choice. My pulse roars in my ears, a thunderous warning and a dangerous promise tangled into one. He leans in just a little, his voice dropping low enough that it settles right against my skin. This feels real to me, he says, his thumb sliding across my knuckles in a touch so soft it nearly undoes me. His eyes are locked on mine, open, bare, asking for permission and forgiveness all at once. And this time, God help me, this time I don't pull away. I turn my hand over, press my palm to his, and hold on like it's a solitary anchor holding me to this moment. Because maybe it is. There's no rush, no practiced angle for the cameras, no calculated move to make this look good in tomorrow's headlines. It's just him, and me, and the thick, aching pull of everything we've both been too damn stubborn to admit. His lips brush mine once, soft, testing, like he's giving me every chance to back out, to remember all the reasons this is a terrible idea. Then again, a little more certain, a little more him. But I don't pull away. I can't. The kiss deepens, slow at first, then devastating, all-consuming. His hand slides to my jaw, tilting my face toward him like I'm something precious and breakable, and I feel it. Right there in my chest, that final defense cracking open wide. Every argument, wall, and carefully rehearsed excuse I've ever thrown between us. Obliterated by the way he tastes, the way he feels pressed against me, solid and sure, like he's been waiting his whole damn life for this. When he breaks just enough to murmur against my lips, his breath hot and rough. Let me show you what it's supposed to feel like. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story. We stay like that for a moment, tangled together, our bodies still humming with the aftershocks. His lips brush against my forehead, a soft, tender gesture that contrasts with the raw intensity of what just happened. I close my eyes, savoring the feel of him, the connection, the undeniable truth that this is where I'm meant to be. When it's over, when the storm of us quiets and I'm curled against his chest, his arms wrapped tight around me like I'm something he doesn't know how to let go of. That's when the truth hits me, the one I've been running from all along. I'm already his. God help me. I've been his from the very start. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 23. Zion. I reach out before I'm even fully awake, hand searching the space where she should be. Cold sheets meet my fingers, nothing but empty space and the echo of a night that already feels like a memory I can't hold on to. My chest tightens as I sit up, the early light slicing through the windows like it's trying to cut straight through me. And then I spot it. A single folded piece of paper on her pillow, perfectly placed, like she wanted to make sure I couldn't miss the exit wound. I drag a hand down my face before I pick it up, already knowing it's going to hurt. Don't wait for me. 3 words. Neat. Final. The kind of message that doesn't need a signature because it already feels permanent. I stare at it for a long beat, my heart pounding like there's still a chance she's just in the next room. But the silence is too loud. The space is too empty. With a low, rough sigh, I press the heel of my hand against my chest, like maybe I can rub the ache out. Really, Westbrook? I whisper into the quiet. After everything, this is how you walk away? The phone vibrates across the nightstand like it's got a death wish. I grab it before it can rattle itself right onto the floor. Carter, unless you're about to tell me you found a reason I shouldn't smash every damn mirror in this place, you better hang up now. His sigh is a slow, painful crackle through the line, the kind that says he's already smoked 3 cigarettes over this, and he's about to light a 4th. You might want to hold off on the destruction, big guy. We've got a situation. He pauses. And it's bad. My fingers tighten around the phone, knuckles blanching. Just say it, Carter. The youth program, he says, low and resigned. Her main sponsor's out. Pulling every dollar. Scandal's too hot. They don't want their name tied to the circus anymore. It hits like a clean shot to the gut, the kind that knocks the wind right out of you and leaves you gasping. She didn't even tell me. I mutter under my breath, pacing like I'm looking for a door that doesn't exist. Carter's voice comes back on the line, quieter now, like he knows exactly how close I am to losing it. Figured you'd want to know before she tries to handle this on her own. There it is. The thing that burns hotter than all the rest. Because I know her. She's already handling it. Alone. Not. This. Time. I drop down onto the edge of the bed, elbows braced against my knees, the note crumpling under the pressure of my grip. My head hangs low, shoulders tight, every breath like it's dragging through glass. She walked away to protect this? I mutter, the words rasping out before I even realize I'm speaking them. And it's falling apart anyway. Carter doesn't say a damn thing. For once, the man's out of spin, out of clever PR saves. Just dead silence on the line, while the weight of it all settles on my chest like a goddamn anvil. I open my fist, staring at the note again. Those 3 words scrawled in her sharp, impatient handwriting, pressed hard enough that the ink bled through the page. Like even writing it hurt her. Don't wait for me. But that's the thing, she wasn't running from me. She was running from the fallout she thought would destroy everything she spent her life trying to build. And now? It's happening anyway. And she's out there facing it alone. I'm on my feet before I know it, every muscle tight and ready for a fight that's long overdue. The note crumples into my palm like it's daring me to sit still, to let her walk away without a fight. Not happening. I shove the paper into my pocket like it's a challenge I'm about to answer with every dollar and ounce of influence I've got. She's not doing this alone, I say, voice low and rough, the kind of final that ends discussions and starts wars. I'm done waiting for her to figure out if I'm worth the risk. I'm making the damn decision for both of us. Zion. Carter's voice slips through the phone, that old warning tone threading between the syllables like he's about to talk me off the ledge. Save it, I snap, already scrolling through my contacts. If her sponsors are pulling out, I'm stepping in. I don't care what it costs. Hell, I hope it costs everything. I grab my keys, heading for the door, already planning exactly how loud I'm going to make this. And Carter? He exhales like he's bracing for impact. Yeah? I pause at the threshold, the weight of what I'm about to do sitting heavy. But right. Tell every exec who's ever made a dime off my name that if they want me smiling in front of their damn cameras again, they're writing a check. Big. And made out to her. I end the call without waiting for a response, my blood pounding with something that feels suspiciously like clarity. This time she doesn't have to fight alone. My thumb hovers over the contact for a split second before I press it. No hesitation. No PR-friendly smile. Just war in my voice and purpose in my chest. The call connects, and before the poor bastard can finish his rehearsed greeting, I'm already cutting him off. You built half your corporate image preaching about community outreach, I bite out, pacing the living room like I'm stalking a court with seconds left on the clock. And now, the second it costs you something real, you're pulling out? That's the legacy you want your boardrooms bragging about? That's the headline you're ready to wear? Dead silence. The kind that says he wasn't ready for this conversation. Good. I push harder, my voice low but lethal. You fix this. Immediately. Trust me. The only thing going viral next is how fast I can dismantle the shiny little image you're hiding behind. He stutters out something. About needing time, about reevaluating. But I'm already ending the call. The final word heavy in my chest even after the line goes dead. I stand there for a long moment, breathing deep against the storm still raging under my skin. It's not fixed. Not yet. But for the first time in days, I'm not just standing still. And if she doesn't believe in me, fine. I'll believe in her until she figures out how to believe in us. I grab my jacket off the back of the couch, fingers tightening around the sleeves like they're the only thing keeping me from falling apart completely. The city's already alive below me, horns blaring, lights flashing like the universe itself refuses to sleep. Don't wait for me. Those words burn hotter than any headline I've ever had to clean up. And maybe she meant them. Hell, she probably believes them with every guarded piece of her stubborn, beautiful heart. But too bad, Westbrook. I'm done waiting. This time, I'm coming for you. And you're damn well going to know exactly what it feels like to be wanted. Loudly, publicly, relentlessly. Whether you're ready or not.
Chapter 24. Kamari. The walls of my office feel smaller than they did yesterday, like they've inched closer while I wasn't looking, closing in with every failed attempt to keep this thing from crumbling. The air is thick, every breath heavy enough to sink me deeper into the chair I haven't left for hours. Even the sun, traitorous and bright through the blinds, feels like it's spotlighting my failure for the whole damn city to see. Lila's pacing near the window, heels clicking against the tile like a metronome, counting down the seconds before my entire world implodes. Her voice cuts through the tension, sharp and furious. I swear to God, Mija, if one more executive sends you a thoughts and prayers email, I'm going full scorched earth. Don't think I won't. She throws her hands in the air, her gold bangles clinking like war drums. Spin control? Spin control? These cowards couldn't hold their ground if it was bolted to the damn floor. I've seen more spine in a soggy churro. I should laugh. I should at least manage a half smile at her dramatics, but all I can do is stare at the glowing screen in front of me. My inbox is a digital graveyard of pulled funding and fragile apologies wrapped in corporate speak. We regret to inform you. At this time, we cannot continue our partnership. While we value the important work your program does, every message feels like a tiny, precise incision. Death by 1,000 carefully crafted sentences. My phone won't stop buzzing. An endless stream of calls and texts lighting up the screen like a lifeline I can't bring myself to grab. Board members who suddenly have concerns. Parents wanting reassurance I don't have the strength to fake. Reporters circling like vultures, sniffing out the scent of a scandal they think I won't survive. God help me. I don't have a solution. The walls inch closer. My lungs shrink inside my chest. The only thought I have left is this. I'm losing them. And this time, I haven't a clue how to win them back. Lila spins so fast her heels screech against the floor, like she's about to launch herself straight through the glass. Her earrings swing like warning signals, her hands slicing through the air as she paces back toward my desk, fire practically trailing in her wake. You want my advice? She snaps, both palms slapping down on the desktop with enough force to rattle my untouched cup of coffee. We drag this entire mess out into the light. You remind them who the hell you are, Kamari. You fight like the world's on fire. Because guess what? It is. And you? You were born for the flames. She leans in closer, her perfectly glossed lips flattening into a razor-thin line. Or, and this one's my personal favorite, you let me do it for you. Loudly, publicly, and preferably with glitter bombs, televised meltdowns, and a viral mic drop they'll still be recovering from this time next year. The corner of my mouth twitches like it wants to play along, but the laugh that slips out is thin and brittle, hollow at the center. Because it's not about the glitter bombs, it's not even about the headlines, it's about them. The kids who sit in those worn-out chairs at the community center every afternoon, waiting for the 1 hour of their day that feels safe. The ones who look at me like I'm some kind of proof that you can claw your way out and stand tall when the world keeps trying to shove you back down. Right now, I'm losing them. I don't know how to stop it. The door swings open without a single knock, like the universe is done pretending I've got a choice in how today plays out. I feel him before I see him. That impossible gravity that drags every rational thought straight out of my head. Zion. He fills the doorway like a goddamn inevitability, one hand braced against the frame like he owns every room he steps into. His eyes sweep over me once, just once, and it feels like standing under a spotlight with nowhere to hide. Tall, steady, devastating in that quietly dangerous way he's perfected. Lila freezes mid-rant, her expression cycling through about 6 different stages of disbelief before she lands on something that looks suspiciously like wicked amusement. Well, she grabs her purse and slings it over her shoulder with the kind of dramatic flourish only Lila can manage. Looks like my cue to vanish before this place turns into an emotional war zone. Don't mind me, I'll be downstairs, buying a cappuccino. She smirks, clearly enjoying every second of this train wreck, and sweeps out of the room before I can even glare properly. The door clicks shut behind her, and then it's just us. The suffocating weight of every word we left unspoken. Every line we crossed that neither of us seems willing to erase. I cross my arms across my chest like I'm trying to physically hold myself together, even though I'm coming apart at the seams. My voice comes out sharper than I mean it to, brittle and barely holding. If you're here to say I told you so, don't waste your breath, Carter. It's my last defense, and it lands with all the conviction of wet tissue paper. But when I finally force myself to meet his eyes, expecting that infuriating smirk, that lazy arrogance he wears like cologne, there's none of it. His face is open, serious, devastatingly sincere. "I'm not here to say anything, Kamari," he says quietly. "I'm here to help." Just 4 words. And yet, somehow, they hit harder than every public humiliation I've endured this week. And worse, I believe him. God help me, I believe him. He steps closer, slow and measured, like he's approaching something fragile that might crack under the weight of his presence. And God, doesn't he realize it's already cracked? "Let me fix this," he says, his voice a low rumble that settles somewhere behind my ribs. "Let me put my name, my money, whatever it takes, behind your program. No contracts, headlines, or PR angles. Just let me help you, Kamari." My head's already shaking before he's finished speaking, my arms tightening like that's going to keep the walls from collapsing. It's not that simple, Zion. But even as I say it, we both know it is that simple. One word. One terrified, dangerous word. Because if I say yes, I'm not just accepting his help, I'm surrendering. I'm handing him the last piece of me I've fought tooth and nail to keep locked away. I'm not sure what's scarier, that he wants to take it, or that I want to give it to him. His eyes don't waver, and that's what undoes me more than anything. That relentless, patient steadiness. Like he's already accepted whatever choice I'm about to make, and will carry it either way. "Say yes, Westbrook," he says, his voice low but unshakable. "Just this once. Let someone fight for you." There it is. The moment I've been trying to outrun since the first time he looked at me like I was more than a headline. I can feel the crossroads stretching out between us. Fight alone again, or take one step closer to something that feels like forever. My throat tightens, the word barely scraping free. "Okay," I whisper, my voice cracking like the truth it carries. "One last time." But even as the words fall from my lips, I know it's a lie. This isn't the last time. It's the only time that's ever really mattered.
Chapter 25. Zion. The curtain flutters in the faint breeze from the ventilation system, a thin, wavering line between me and the storm I'm about to step into. My heart beats steady, but it's the dangerous kind of calm. The kind right before the sky cracks open and turns the whole damn world sideways. Carter is a pacing disaster to my left, mumbling under his breath like he's bargaining with every deity he's ever halfway believed in. His phone is already vibrating in his palm, a string of unanswered calls lighting up the screen like warning flares. "You sure about this?" He tries again, his voice sharp with that clipped edge he only gets when he's seconds from a full-blown meltdown. His ties hanging loose, his perfectly polished image slipping right along with his grip on this situation. I glance down, running my thumb along the edge of the cufflinks Kamari gave me back when she still believed I had my life under control. When we both pretended this was just business. "Dead sure," I say. Carter scrubs a hand over his face, pacing harder now. "Zion, if you blow this up, there's no putting the pieces back together. This is your career, your future endorsements. Hell, the team is already on edge. You can't—" I cut him off with a look. Steady. Grounded. "It's already blown up, Carter. This is me building something out of the ashes." The curtain ripples again, and on the other side of it is everything that still matters. I take a breath that feels like the first honest one I've had in months. "Time to light the damn match," I mutter, stepping toward the stage. The second I step onto that stage, the room ignites. Camera flashes burst against my vision like a strobe light, every lens trained on me like I'm already a headline waiting to be written. The air feels thick, buzzing with the kind of expectation that tastes metallic on my tongue. I'm supposed to talk playoffs, defensive strategies, whether the Titans have what it takes to bring home another championship. But when the first reporter shoves a mic forward and asks, too casually, "Care to comment on the ongoing narrative surrounding your personal life?" I don't dodge. I don't give them the PR-trained smirk or toss out some half-hearted joke to steer the conversation back to safe ground. Instead, I step closer to the podium, my palms flat against the cool surface like I'm bracing for impact. I lean in, lock eyes with every vulture in the front row, and say it clear, low and sharp enough to cut the tension right in half. "Let's make one thing clear," I start, my gaze sweeping the room until the only sound left is the faint hum of the camera still recording. There's no scandal here, no narrative you haven't already tried to write. Just a man who fell hard for a woman smart enough to call me on my nonsense and brave enough to walk when I didn't deserve her. The silence that follows is immediate, absolute. And I swear, for a second, the whole damn world forgets how to breathe. Good. Let them choke on it. The words are out before I can second-guess them. Not that I would. Not this time. I glance toward the side of the stage, toward the thin line of curtain where I know she's standing, watching, probably telling herself she's just here for optics, that none of this matters. "This isn't a press stunt," I say, my voice cutting through the stunned quiet. "And as of today," I pause just long enough to make sure every camera is rolling, every headline editor is holding their breath. "Every dollar of my next endorsement, hell, every bonus check from this playoff run, is going directly to fund the Westbrook Youth Initiative, permanently." I hear Carter groan somewhere behind me, that sound of a man watching his blood pressure skyrocket into medical history. The media detonates, shouts, camera flashes, the sound of reporters scrambling to rephrase their entire line of questioning. But none of that affects me, because all I can think about, all I can feel is her. Just beyond that curtain, I don't know if she's still standing there, or if I've finally knocked her off her feet. The noise fades to static, the flash of cameras just meaningless bursts of light in the periphery. And then, there she is. Kamari steps forward, just past the curtain line, caught between shadow and spotlight. Her eyes are wide, shining with something she's always tried to hide. Hope and heartbreak tangled into one impossible expression. Her lips part like she's got 1,000 words trapped behind them, none of them willing to come out. That's the moment, the one I'll remember longer than any championship ring or highlight reel. Because this isn't about salvaging a career or rewriting a narrative. It's about standing here in front of the whole damn world and showing her, proving to her, that when I said I was done running, I meant it. God help me. I'll stand here as long as it takes for her to believe it. The crowd roars behind me, reporters shouting questions I'll never answer, flashbulbs still going off like someone called in the 4th of July a few months early, but none of it touches me. I walk off that stage with my shoulders squared, each step heavier with the weight I finally let go of. Carter's somewhere behind me, hissing about optics and damage control like the whole damn world is burning. Let it. I don't look left or right. My focus is locked dead ahead. On her. If she stays, that's her choice. If she walks, that's hers too. But either way, I know exactly who I am without the lights, without the cameras, without the game. That's the only win I've ever really needed.
Chapter 26. Kamari. I'm still pressed against the wall backstage, the cool surface at my back doing nothing to settle the heat crawling up my neck. My heart's pounding like it knows something my mind hasn't quite caught up to yet. I've never felt more exposed or more alive. At last, I'm not thinking about the cameras, the headlines, or the PR spin. I'm thinking about him. about the way he looked when he stood on that stage and threw his entire damn heart into the fire for me. And for one reckless, impossible second, I'm ready to believe it. Ready to stop running. Ready to say the words that have been clawing at my throat since the first time he touched me, like I was something worth breaking for. But then, my phone buzzes in my palm, the sharp vibration slicing through the moment like a blade. I glance down, expecting another reporter's question or some viral clip of his speech already making the rounds. Instead, breaking news: Zion Carter trade. Talks heat up. Minneapolis' star might be headed to the West Coast. The words blur, my eyes burning hot and dry all at once. No, 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 no. Not now. Not after everything. My thumb scrolls with frantic, uneven jerks, the screen lighting up with one headline after another, each one hitting harder than the last. Sources. Confirm. Trade finalized pending player. Confirmation. I stop breathing. Pending player confirmation. Yet, he stood on that stage just minutes ago, eyes locked on mine, pouring out every word like his entire future lived and died right here, with me. He doesn't know. My knees buckle, and I have to press my palm against the wall just to stay upright. God, he doesn't even know. My phone feels like it's fused to my hand, each notification hitting harder than the last. The headlines aren't slowing down. They're multiplying. The power play of the decade. Carter's next chapter. Zion goes west. Everywhere I look, the world is already packing his bags, fitting him neatly into a future that doesn't have space for me in it. My stomach twists so hard I have to sit down, the edge of a storage crate biting into the backs of my legs as I sink onto it. How could he stand on that stage, look at me like I was the only thing that mattered, say those things with that voice, the one that always feels like it's reaching straight through every wall I've built, while everyone already knows he's got one foot out the damn door? My chest goes tight, the sick realization flooding in fast and brutal. He doesn't know, and the second he does, if he says yes, if he takes that deal, all of it, everything he just promised, everything I almost believed in, every reckless, beautiful thing I thought we could be, it goes up in smoke. And this time, there's nothing left to save. The thought slithers in before I can chase it away, dark and poisonous. What if he already knew? What if this speech, that raw, impossible confession, was nothing more than a final act before he disappears for good? One last perfectly executed play to go out on top. I squeeze my eyes shut, pressing my fingers hard against my temples, like I can physically force the doubt out of my head. This isn't him, I whisper to no one, my voice shaking. He wouldn't do that. But the thought clings, cold and suffocating, wrapping tight around my ribs until I can't tell if it's fear or heartbreak making it hard to breathe. Because how do you build something real when the ground keeps shifting beneath your feet? When every promise feels like a countdown to the moment it falls apart? Worse, how do I walk back into that room and ask him? Lila rounds the corner like she's hunting down her next PR disaster. Shoulders squared, jaws set. But the second she sees me, she stops cold, her heels scuffing against the tile. Cam. Her voice softens, but there's still an edge of steel beneath it. Talk to me. What's wrong? I can't even speak. My hand shakes as I shove my phone toward her, the headline burning through the screen like a final verdict. She reads it once, twice. Her mouth falls open, and I suddenly see that Lila Jameson, unflappable, unstoppable Lila, is speechless. Oh, damn. Her fingers tighten around my phone, like she's debating throwing it straight through the nearest wall. But even she knows some things can't be destroyed that easily. And that's it. That's all either of us can manage. Because what's left to say when the thing you feared most has already found you? I drop onto a chair like my legs just gave out, my hands trembling so hard I have to press them flat against my thighs to keep from completely falling apart. Lila kneels in front of me, her fierce, fiery expression softening in a way that makes the whole thing hurt even worse. "This is why you don't fall for fairy tales, Mija," she says quietly, brushing a stray curl out of my face like she used to do back in college when everything felt like it was falling apart. Her voice breaks on the next words. "Even the good ones have an expiration date. That's it. That's the final crack in a dam I've held together with nothing but pride and denial. The tears come fast, hot and silent, slipping down my cheeks as my chest caves in around the truth. I've spent my whole damn life running first, walking away before anyone else could hurt me. But this time, I didn't run fast enough. This time, I'm the one left standing in the wreckage."
Chapter 27. Zion. Carter's moving like he's got jet fuel in his veins, fast and twitchy, every step just shy of a sprint. I lag a pace behind, watching the way he keeps checking his phone like it's about to detonate in his hand. "Tell me this isn't another damn endorsement deal," I mutter, low enough that only he can hear. My patience for this PR circus wore thin about 3 news cycles ago. He throws a glance over his shoulder, that tight political grin stretching across his face like he's barely holding it together. "Not exactly," he says, his voice slick and non-committal. The same tone he uses right before he drops a grenade and walks away whistling. My stomach coils hard, the instinct kicking in before I even touch the office door. This isn't a sponsorship. This isn't media fluff. Whatever this is, it's seismic. And the worst part? I've got no clue which side of the fault line I'm about to land on. Carter holds the door open, that grin still in place, his eyes sharp beneath the gloss. "After you, champ," he says, like this is supposed to feel like a victory lap. But my gut already knows the truth. This isn't a win. It's a decision, and it's going to change everything. I step inside and the air feels different. Thinner, colder, like the room already knows I'm about to make a choice I can't undo. It's there on the table, laid out like an invitation to a life I've spent every damn second working for. A contract, thick, heavy. The paper slick and unforgiving beneath my fingers. The crest of that franchise, etched in gold like a crown I'm finally being offered. I hold my palm flat against it, my heart thudding hard against my ribs. This is the moment. The thing I've been chasing since I was a broke kid, shooting hoops with busted sneakers and prayers too big for the court. "This is it," Carter says from behind me, his voice low, reverent, like we're standing in a cathedral built from decades of ambition. "The legacy move. You signed that, and you're not just a star, Zion. You're immortal." But my fingers curl back slowly, and the weight of everything I ever wanted feels like a burden instead of a blessing. 'Cause all I can think about, louder than the legacy, louder than the glory, is her, and the way she's not here to see any of it. My chest tightens as I flip to the last page, already knowing I'm about to hate what I see. There it is, buried in the fine print, cold and clinical like it's just another business line item. Player agrees to maintain a clean public image, free of relationship distractions, until trade announcement and beyond. The words hit harder than any defender ever has. I push back from the table, the chair scraping loud against the polished floor. "Relationship distractions?" My voice comes out low, sharp enough to draw blood. Carter's eyes dart everywhere but mine. They want a clean slate, Zion. The West Coast market is brutal. New fan base, new brand positioning. They don't want you walking in with baggage. Baggage? My laugh is hollow, ugly. That's what we're calling her now? He exhales through his nose, straightening his tie like that'll somehow fix the storm brewing in the middle of his office. It's not personal. It's optics. You signed this, and it's everything you've ever worked for. But you have to ask yourself, what's worth more, the legacy or the distraction? That's when I realized this was Never just a trade. It's a choice. And Kamari Westbrook. She's not the woman they're asking me to walk away from. She's the part of me they're trying to erase. I drop the contract back on the table like it burns straight through my skin. This is it. Everything I've bled for, fought for. Every night alone in hotel rooms, every friendship sacrificed, every hollow victory chased because it was the only thing that ever felt solid under my feet. But now, all I can see is her. Kamari, chin lifted in defiance, eyes soft with a kind of hurt I put there. That quiet whisper in the dark when she thought I was already asleep. I'm always the one left behind. My chest tightens like the air's gone thin. Because this future, this big, shiny, golden ticket life, it's worthless without her in it. I'm standing at the top of everything I thought I wanted, realizing it's nothing but empty space without the only person who ever made me believe I was more than the game. Carter lets out a sharp exhale, pacing like he's the one about to lose everything. His hands are already halfway through a lecture, all those carefully measured crisis management words just waiting to spill out. You walk away from this, Zion. His voice drops, low and tense, like he's trying to soften the blow before it lands. You might not get another shot. This is the deal people build entire legacies on. You say no and that door, it slams shut for good. I push back from the table, rising slow, deliberate, shoulders squared, chest steady. I'm not playing for the clock or the crowd. I meet his gaze head on. Then maybe it's time I stop playing for everyone else. I take a step closer, my voice dropping to a promise carved straight from the truth. Because I'm not signing away the one thing in my life that finally feels real. The city glows beneath me, all sharp edges and glittering promises. This was supposed to be the view from the top, the pinnacle. But as I stare at my own reflection, all I see is a man who's had everything. Except the one thing that ever really mattered. Kamari. Her name isn't just a thought. It's a pulse in my veins, louder than the city, stronger than every contract they've ever thrown at me. I see her when I close my eyes, feel her in every space she's left empty. Standing here now, the answer that's eluded me my whole damn life finally settles in my chest. The choice isn't a sacrifice. It's freedom. I turn away from the view, my decision made before my feet even move. I'm going after her. And this time, I'm not letting her go.
Chapter 28. Kamari. Lila's already claimed the booth in the corner, tucked away like a sanctuary or a confession box, depending on how this conversation's about to go. She's swirling a sangria that's the color of every bad decision I've ever made, the ice melting fast against the heavy pour she no doubt demanded. Without looking up, she slides a second glass across the table toward me, her perfectly manicured nails tapping against the condensation-slicked rim. "You're gonna need this," she says, like she's reading my soul straight through the mess of my expression. I ignore the drink and stir the ice in my water instead, watching the cubes fracture and collapse like they're reenacting my willpower in real time. My voice is barely audible, but it sounds too loud in the charged quiet between us. "Tell me I'm not crazy for thinking this can't work." Lila leans back, one eyebrow arching so high it practically waves a white flag for my remaining excuses. She props her elbow on the table and pins me with that deadly, soul-stripping look she's perfected over the years. "Mija, you're not crazy." Her lips twist around the straw like she's savoring the next blow. "You're terrified. Big difference. Crazy means you don't know better. Terrified means you do, and you're scared as hell to act on it." I stare at the melting ice, my heart ticking louder than the clink of glass, and all I can think is, she's right. I press my fingertips to my temple, the pressure sharp enough to distract from the ache spreading low in my chest. My voice scrapes its way out, barely more than breath. but it's the truest thing I've ever admitted out loud. I'm not sure how to stay. The words hang there, exposed and trembling between us, like a wound I've finally stopped hiding. Lila's glass makes the softest sound as she sets it down, and when I look up, the fire in her expression has cooled into something far more dangerous. Compassion. That quiet, unflinching kind that cuts straight through every flimsy defense. She reaches across the table, her fingers brushing lightly over mine, just once. "Then that's your answer, isn't it?" she says, her voice low but steady, like she's walked this road before and knows exactly where it leads. This was never about him, Kamari. It never has been. It's about you, and whether you're finally done running from yourself. The truth hits like a tidal wave, inevitable and devastating, because she's right, and I have no idea what to do with that. The noise of the restaurant dulls under the rush of memory, the scent of fresh bread and citrus drowning beneath the sharp, metallic tang of old grief. For a second, I'm not sitting at some trendy cafe with linen napkins and imported olive oil. I'm back in that cramped, too quiet apartment, the walls thin enough to hear every slammed door, every whispered regret my mother thought I was too young to understand. People leave, I murmur, my gaze fixed on the condensation trailing down my water glass. My voice is hollow, spoken more to the ache lodged under my ribs than to Lila. Or worse, they stayed just long enough to remind you why they shouldn't have. It's a truth I learned young and never stopped believing. Lila's hand finds mine, her touch warm, grounding. Her fingers curl over mine with that perfect blend of softness and unrelenting steel only she can manage. And yet, here you are, she says quietly, her voice cutting through the fog like a beacon. Still sitting in that same place, Kamari, waiting for someone else to decide your worth. When are you going to choose yourself, mija? Her thumb brushes across my knuckles, gentle and unforgiving all at once. I realize I've been waiting for someone to choose me for so long. I forgot what it even means to choose myself. Lila's words settle heavy between us, louder than the clatter of silverware and muted conversation around the cafe. I push my chair back just slightly, the scrape against the tile sharp enough to match the way my heart's cracking under the weight of every what-if I've spent my life outrunning. I don't do vulnerable, Lila, I say, my throat tight, my voice harsher than I mean. I know how to fight. I know how to run, but this, standing still and letting someone stay, that's the scariest damn thing I've ever had to survive. Lila tilts her head, her gaze steady, never flinching. Then maybe that's the fight you've been training for this whole time, she says softly. Not the one where you tear everything down before it can hurt you. The one where you stand, even when it's hard, even when it might break you. She lifts her glass, eyes gleaming. So what's it gonna be, mija? Are you finally done running from the things that could go wrong? Or ready to fight for the one thing that just might go right? Just like that, every exit door I've ever imagined flies shut. Because deep down, I already know my answer. Lila watches me with that maddening, all-knowing smirk, the one that says she's been waiting for me to catch up to the truth she's seen all along. I run a hand through my hair, frustration bleeding into something dangerously close to hope. I hate how he makes me feel, I mutter, my voice cracking under the weight of it. Like I'm not this perfectly put-together machine, like I'm unfinished, untethered. Lila leans forward, her elbows on the table, chin propped in her palm. Sweetheart, she says with a slow, deliberate smile. That's not him making you feel that. That's him reminding you that you're still alive. Just like that, I know. I'm already his. I've been his from the moment he saw through every wall I built and asked me to stand there anyway. The words settle over me, heavier than the humid summer air outside, thick and impossible to breathe through. I place my palm flat against my chest, like I can quiet the storm pounding beneath it. Lila leans back, tilting her glass toward me in a silent toast, her eyes soft but unrelenting. "It's real, Kamari," she says quietly. "And real doesn't wait around forever. The fear isn't louder than the want." I reach for my bag, tossing a few bills on the table, my heart already racing toward the only place I want to be. Lila just grins and calls after me as I stand. "Go get your happy ending, Ice Queen, and try not to overthink it for once, yeah?" But I'm already moving, because for once I'm done thinking. It's time to fight.
Chapter 29. Zion. The locker room is a war zone, a blur of cameras, reporters shouting over one another, teammates half-dressed and high on adrenaline. Sweat sticks to my skin, every muscle aching from the most brutal game of my career, but none of it touches the real storm ripping through me. All I can think about is her. Did she watch? Is she sitting on that sagging old couch, arms crossed like she isn't completely unraveling over me? Does she still believe I'd leave without looking back? I shove through the bodies, ignoring Carter's warning glance as I head for the press table. This isn't about strategy or sound bites. Not tonight. Tonight, it's about making the one play I should have made from the beginning. The cameras swing toward me like they already know something's coming. The spotlight hits hot against my skin, but for once, I don't flinch. The first reporter fires off a question, all bright lights and fake smiles. "Zion, incredible win tonight. Any comment on the trade rumors before we go into playoff talk?" I grip the mic, my knuckles turning white. This is it. No more running. No more waiting for the perfect moment. I lean into the mic, my eyes locked dead center on the nearest camera. The one I know is broadcasting live. And in my mind, it's not a lens. It's her. "You want the truth?" My voice comes out low, rough-edged from the game. From everything I've been holding back. I'm not leaving this city, and I'm sure as hell not walking away from the only thing that's ever felt real. The room goes still. Reporters freeze mid-scribble, heads snapping toward me like I've lost my damn mind. And maybe I have. But this is the first thing I've gotten right in a long time. I press my palm flat against the table, my next words punching through the silence like a winning shot at the buzzer. "If she's out there watching..." My throat tightens, but I don't blink. I let every bit of truth I've been choking on pour out. I'm done playing defense. I'm standing right here, Westbrook, and I'm not going anywhere. The room erupts, reporters shouting, camera flashes bursting like fireworks. But I'm already on my feet, the mic left swinging in my wake. Because this one isn't over yet, and I'm damn sure not walking off this court without her. The cameras flip on, the red lights glowing like snipers in a spotlight. Reporters bark questions from every angle, contract rumors, trade buzz, championship chatter. But it's all static. I plant my forearms on the table, lean forward, and lock eyes with the nearest camera like it's not just a piece of equipment. It's a direct shot to her living room. "This win?" I say, my voice low but cutting, every syllable sharpened to pierce through the noise. "Yeah, it matters. We worked for it, bled for it." I glance to my left, then back to the camera. But it's not the win that matters most tonight. The room stills. You could hear a pin drop if the air weren't so thick with anticipation. I let the silence stretch. Let the world hold its breath for once. Let her hold hers. Because what I'm about to say isn't about basketball. It's about the woman who turned my world inside out, yet still doesn't know I'd burn the whole damn playbook to keep her. I drag in a breath, slow and measured, like I'm gearing up for something bigger than any playoff game I've ever played. My chest is tight, but my voice, it's clear, steady, unshakable. "I'm not going anywhere." The ripple starts small, an audible inhale from somewhere near the front row. But I don't stop. I can't. Not to another team. Not to another city. I shift forward, my fingers curling around the edge of the table, knuckles tight with everything I've been carrying for weeks. And sure as hell, not away from the one person who makes this all worth it. The room goes dead. One reporter lowers his mic in slow motion. Another just stares, his mouth open like someone knocked the wind out of him. A camera guy swears softly under his breath. I don't flinch. Don't look away from the lens that's still fixed on me like it knows what I just did. Because I didn't say it for them. I said it for her. Wherever she is, home, backstage, sitting in a car with the radio on. I hope she felt that. I hope she knows that wasn't just a headline. That was my heart. She's the only one I'm chasing now. Somewhere behind the cameras, just out of frame, Carter is melting down in real time. His arms are slicing through the air like he's trying to land a plane with nothing but hand signals. His mouth moves fast, frantic. What the hell are you doing? But I don't even glance his way. Let him panic. Let him calculate the fallout and the sponsorship calls and the boardroom spin he's going to have to churn through before the night's over. Because me, I've never felt calmer. No micromanaged statement. Or image management team whispering in my ear. Just my words. My choice. My future laid bare in front of everyone who ever thought I couldn't have both the game and the girl. I lean back in the chair, the buzz of shocked reporters swelling again as they scramble to pivot their questions. But I'm done answering to them. I'm not playing the game they built. I'm rewriting the damn rules. I'm not losing a thing. I'm finally winning the right way. I square my shoulders, every breath in my chest pressing hard against the weight of what I'm about to say. The room is still reeling. Reporters shifting, flashes popping, murmurs building like a storm front. But I don't hear any of it. All I hear is the silence between us. All I see is the space she left behind. I lean forward again, my voice steady, my hands open on the table like I'm laying down every card I've got. Kamari Westbrook, I say, and just the sound of her name in the air makes something in my chest seize. If you're listening, if you're still watching, know this. I pause. Not for dramatic effect, not for headlines, because I need to breathe through the knot in my throat before I can say the rest. I'm done running. My gaze doesn't waver. I want her to see this, to feel this. This time, I'm the one staying, and I'm staying for you. The words hit the air like a final buzzer shot, clean, sharp, irrevocable. I don't brace for the fallout. I wait for her.
Chapter 30. Kamari. The crowd is still roaring when I step out of the tunnel and onto the court, but all I can hear is my heartbeat. Wild, erratic, betraying every ounce of calm I've spent the last 24 hours pretending to have. He's there at center court, laughing with teammates, drenched in sweat and glory, completely unaware that I'm walking straight into his gravity. I don't know if I'm shaking or floating, maybe both, but my feet don't stop. Not when he turns and catches sight of me, not when his smile falters, confusion flashing across his face like he doesn't dare believe I'm really here. I move past trainers, past camera crews, past 1,000 eyes and 1,000 flashing lights. I move like the decision's already made, because it is. Finally, I'm not walking away. He says my name, just once, soft and stunned, and it hits me harder than any headline ever could. Zion. My Zion. His eyes lock on mine like the rest of the arena doesn't exist. Like the noise, the cameras, the whole damn world fades until it's just us again, the way it always should have been. In that look, in the way his whole body stills. Like he's afraid to move and scare me off. I see it. Not the MVP or the media darling, just the man who tore down every wall I spent a lifetime building. I take one more step. He doesn't breathe. Neither do I, because this is it. Right here. Right now. I am done being afraid of it. I don't wait. I close the distance like it's the only action that's ever made sense. My heels scrape against the court floor, the scent of sweat and adrenaline in the air, the sharp burn of every camera lens trained on us like we're a spectacle, a moment. But to me, this isn't a moment. This is the moment. I reach for him, his jersey damp and warm under my palms, and I pull him down to me before either of us can blink. The kiss crashes between us like something we were always meant to survive. It's messy and desperate and so full of everything we've been choking on for weeks, for months, for what feels like forever. He exhales like I've knocked the breath out of him, and when his arms wrap around me, lifting me slightly off the court, I don't care who's watching, what they say tomorrow. I don't even care if the whole damn internet catches fire, because this is mine. He kisses me like he never expected to get another shot. I kiss him like I refuse to waste it. And when we finally break apart, both of us breathless and trembling, I press my forehead to his and whisper so only he can hear, "You're not the only one staying this time." I don't speak. Not because I don't have anything to say, but because nothing I could say would matter more than this. The noise swells around us, cheers rising, cameras flashing like a strobe-lit hurricane. But it's all static in my ears, muffled, distant, unreal. The only real thing is him. The only thing I can feel, down to the marrow of my bones, is Zion. I grab another fistful of his jersey, still damp from the game, still clinging to the heat of his body, and yank him toward me like I've been waiting my whole life for this one singular collision. He doesn't resist. He folds into the kiss like gravity was invented, just to pull us together. The court disappears. The lights blur. The entire world fades into a low, meaningless hum. My lips press hard against his, and he answers like he's been holding his breath since the last time we touched. This isn't for the cameras. This isn't for the headlines. This is for us. His arms wrap around me like they were built for this exact moment, strong, sure, unshakable. The noise from the stands crashes around us, tidal and deafening, but here, inside the circle of his embrace, there's nothing but stillness. Just him, just us. He pulls me tighter, like he's afraid I might vanish if he lets go. Like he's felt every second of this distance, just as violently as I have. The kiss deepens. Not sweet or gentle. It's raw, fierce. A war cry disguised as a vow. A surrender dressed like defiance. My hands slide up his chest, over the pounding heart. I can feel right through his skin, and I realize mine is beating just as fast. When we finally break apart, gasping, my lips swollen and my world tilting, I don't look away. Neither does he. Zion stares down at me like I'm not just the girl he wants, but the girl he's chosen. Not the PR problem, not the distraction. Me. In his eyes, I don't see fear or doubt or regret. I see faith. In us. In this. Despite my whole stubborn, fractured, chronically guarded life, I believe it too. We just might make it, not in spite of the noise, but because we finally stopped letting it drown us.
Chapter 31. Zion. I'm back in her orbit, not just in the headlines or the PR circuits, but physically here, breathing the same air, sitting beside her at donor meetings, standing just behind her at youth events like I'm some quiet shadow. She's electric. Focused. Whole in a way I don't think she's allowed herself to be in years. The kids light up around her. Executives lean in when she speaks. Hell, I've caught more than one board member trying to steal her time and call it collaboration. She's running the Westbrook Youth Initiative like she was born to do it. Heels clicking across the gym floor, voice sharp and low when she's negotiating equipment deals, laughter spilling out like she forgot the world once chewed her up and spat her out. Me? I'm there, smiling when she glances over her shoulder, saying the right things at the right moments, making sure the foundation we're building looks unshakable from the outside. But on the inside, I'm spiraling. I've never felt less solid, less certain, because I've never stood this close to something I wanted this badly and felt so goddamn unworthy of holding it. Kamari is doing the impossible, thriving in the wreckage, and I'm the one who dropped the match. Every time she looks at me, I wonder if she still sees the man who stood on a podium and promised to stay, or the man who might be one headline away from losing it all. I don't know which one I am anymore. Carter corners me outside the arena, just as I'm peeling off my sweatshirt and getting ready to breathe at last. He's not talking, just stalking behind me with that twitchy urgency that usually means he's either about to ask for a statement or brace me for impact. "Spit it out," I mutter, not even slowing down. He grabs my arm, pulling me to a stop beside a concrete pillar near the players' lot. No cameras, just the two of us and the low hum of the city pressing in around us. "There's chatter," he says quietly, like the walls have ears. An old sports podcast, one of those desperate for clicks deals. They're running a story claiming your mom placed bets during your rookie year. High-profile games. My jaw clenches before I can catch it. "That's nonsense." "I know," he says, but he won't meet my eyes. But it's out there now. The phrasing is vague. Anonymous leak sources, unverified whispers, all the usual garbage. But the implication's crystal clear. My hands curl into fists at my sides. She's been gone almost a decade, Carter. She can't even defend herself. He finally meets my gaze, and it's not the usual PR spin in his eyes. It's something harder, sadder, like even he knows this one's got teeth. "This isn't about truth," he says. "It's about how fast it spreads. If it catches traction, if they dig far enough, they'll start asking if you knew, if you benefited." I turn away, staring out at the stadium like it'll suddenly make this make sense. But all I see is static. Noise. That sick, rising pressure in my chest I haven't felt since the night they called to tell me she was gone. My mother spent her entire life trying to keep me out of the mud. And now someone's trying to drag her back into it, just to score a few downloads and a hot take. This isn't just a headline. This is blood. I don't plan on telling Trey, not at first, but after practice we're both cooling down in the weight room, sweat still clinging to our skin and the sound of clanking metal filling the silence between us. My head's not in the game. Hasn't been for days. And Trey? He's not dumb. He's been watching me unravel in real time. I finally drop the barbell back onto the rack, lean forward on my knees and say, "They're coming for my mom." That gets his attention. He sits up straighter on the bench across from me, towel slung over his neck, frown already pulling at his mouth. "What the hell does that mean?" I give him the short version, just the bones. The podcast, the accusations, the nonsense twist that makes my rookie season look like it was bankrolled by a woman who spent her whole life working 3 jobs just to get me shoes that fit. Trey goes quiet. No jokes, no easy clapbacks. When he finally speaks, his voice is sharp. "You think this is about your rep?" I blink at him, confused. "What else would it be about?" He scoffs, shaking his head like I'm the dumbest man alive. "You think Kamari, cares about some washed-up podcast story, some bottom-feeding host trying to stay relevant off your pain?" I shrug, jaw clenched so tight it aches. "She deserves clean. No more drama. I promised her peace." Trey slams his towel down beside him and leans in, eyes narrowed. "You promised her, you jerk. Not this hollow, cleaned up, press-friendly version of you. The real one. The messy one. The one who doesn't run when things get hard." I say nothing, and that's when he drops it. "You're gonna keep ghosting her like a sad mixtape," he mutters. "Are you gonna show up before someone else does?" The silence after that is brutal, heavy, because deep down, I know he's right. I've been hiding behind headlines and hypotheticals, pretending I'm protecting her. But all I'm really doing is stalling. She deserves better than a man who stalls. By nightfall, the podcast has gone viral. Every headline's a new twist on the same lie. Zion Carter's career built on a broken foundation. Zion Carter's mother gambled on his future. And the comments? They're even worse. Strangers pretending they've got front row seats to my childhood, picking it apart like they were there in the damn bleachers the night she handed me a bottle of water with shaking hands and told me I could do this. But what guts me, what really punches the air out of my chest, is that it's not just my name trending anymore. It's hers, Kamari Westbrook, strategic climber or collateral damage. I scroll through the posts like I'm watching a slow-motion train wreck I can't stop. They've got pictures of us, clips of the press conference, screenshots from months ago when she was still just rumored. And now they're dragging her into the mess I was born inside of, into something I should have protected her from. My jaw clenches. My thumb hovers over the screen. I know better than to read the replies, but I do it anyway. Guess her nonprofit needed a little more funding than we thought. Using a scandal to build her brand. Classic PR girlfriend move. She knew, they always know. I throw the phone across the room. It bounces off the wall and lands face down, mercifully silent. She didn't sign up for this. I brought her into this. And now the same spotlight I swore I'd shield her from is cutting her open, headline by headline. I don't even know how to fix it. Not without stepping right back into the fire and lighting myself up all over again. But if that's what it takes, then maybe that's exactly what I'll do. I stare out the window, the city blinking back at me in fractured light. Headlines in motion, rumors in neon. It's late, but Minneapolis never really sleeps. Not when the internet's still churning, not when the streets are still buzzing with every version of me that doesn't know the truth. My reflection in the glass looks hollow, tired, like a man one wrong headline away from burning the whole thing down. I could let this fester. Could sit here and let the noise drown me out. Let the media do what it's always done. Build me up just to watch me fall. I could disappear. Let this moment become another scar she doesn't deserve. But I won't. Because I made a choice. Her. That wasn't for the cameras. That wasn't strategy. That was me finally telling the damn truth. The first real truth I've said out loud since I laced my first pair of sneakers. If I meant it, if she's it for me the way I know she is, then I don't get to vanish the second it gets hard. Not now. Not ever again. I press my palm to the cold glass like it might steady me. Then I turn, grab my keys off the counter, and head for the door. Because I'm done letting the past dictate the story. This next chapter, I write it with her.
Chapter 32. Kamari. I've got the lights low, slippers on, and my dinner cooling on the coffee table, while a rerun hums in the background. Something soft and forgettable. For the first time in days, the world feels quiet again. No Carter barking into Bluetooths, no chaos. I'm letting myself breathe. Until my phone buzzes once, twice, and then keeps going like something caught fire. Lila, you see what's trending? My stomach tightens before I even open the link she sends. TMZ. Of course. Bold headline, flashy font. And then I read it and I swear, the floor tilts beneath me. Zion Carter's mother tied to illegal betting during his rookie season. Source close to the league claims buried scandal may have tainted early wins. It's not confirmed. No hard evidence. But it doesn't matter. The damage is already done. The vultures don't wait for facts. They feed on implication. I blink hard, reading it again, then again, hoping it morphs into something else. My hand starts shaking, not because I believe it, but because he didn't tell me. Not a whisper, not a warning. I toss my phone onto the couch like it bit me. My heart thunders against my ribs, breath shallow and tight. I'm not angry at his mother, not for a second. I'm angry at the world for dragging her through this mud, years after she's gone. for twisting her memory into clickbait. I'm angry at him for leaving me blind, for not trusting me with the one thing that clearly still owns him. Because I would have stood beside him. I would have fought. But now I'm just another person, left out of the most important conversation of his life. The worst part? The knock at my door is already coming. I know exactly who it is. It builds in waves, slow at first, like the tremor before the quake. My chest rises and falls in short, tight bursts as the headlines echo through my head like a courtroom verdict I wasn't invited to contest. Not at her. Never her. This isn't about guilt. It's about memory. A woman who raised a son in the fire and didn't flinch, who made him, the version of Zion the world only ever saw the edges of. Now they're trying to erase her, reduce her to a scandal, a footnote, a whisper on some crooked podcast trying to stay relevant with ghost stories and half-truths. They're trying to rewrite her legacy like she never existed. I whisper to the empty room, my voice cracking on the last word. He's letting them. No call, no Kamari. I need to tell you something that might hurt. Just silence. Just a storm I wasn't given a forecast for, and now I'm standing in the eye of it without so much as a damn umbrella. The betrayal isn't about what happened. It's about what didn't. No trust or honesty. Not even the chance to brace myself before the blast hit. I grip the edge of the table, knuckles white, the grief climbing up my throat like it's trying to choke me from the inside out. How can I fight for a man who won't let me stand beside him when it matters most? And why does it still hurt? The knock comes soft. Too soft for someone who used to barrel through every moment like the world was his to break. I don't move at first. Just stare at the door like I can will him away with silence. But silence hasn't done a damn thing for me today. I open it, and there he is. Zion Carter, standing like the air around him is laced with regret. His shoulders are drawn tight, hands shoved in his pockets, like he doesn't trust them not to reach for me on instinct. His eyes meet mine, and for a beat, I forget how to breathe, because he looks like hell. And somehow, I still want to touch him. I step aside without a word. Not because I've forgiven him, because I want to see if he'll say anything worth forgiving. He walks in slowly, like the floor might shatter under his feet. And maybe it should. The door clicks shut behind him and the room holds its breath. No pleasantries. Just the kind of quiet that hums with every emotion we've been swallowing for days. I turn to face him fully, arms folded like armor, my voice low but sharp enough to draw blood. When were you planning to tell me? He flinches like the question hits him square in the chest. Good. Because it was meant to. Just like that, we're no longer dancing around the truth. We're standing in it, burning in it. The second the words leave my mouth, I know there's no pulling them back. You said you were staying, so why the hell does it still feel like I'm standing out here alone? It's not just anger in my voice. It's heartbreak dressed up in armor, and it lands, hard. Zion flinches, but he doesn't retreat, doesn't soften. Because I've been protecting a ghost for so long, he snaps, voice rough, eyes darker than I've ever seen them. I forgot how to let anyone else carry it. We stare at each other like strangers wearing familiar skin. You could have trusted me, I say, quieter now, but no less sharp. I'm not mad at what she did. I'm mad that you let them erase her like she didn't matter. His jaw clenches, throat working like he's trying to swallow everything he's never said out loud. She mattered more than anything. That's the problem. That's why I didn't tell you. I didn't want you to look at me and see that legacy. I take a step closer. Fury and ache tangle together in every breath. Then maybe you should have looked at me long enough to realize I would have fought for it with you. He looks like he's about to break. And maybe I am too. Because this isn't a disagreement. This is a reckoning. Every word is a cut. Every truth is a bruise we've been pretending not to feel. And in this moment, raw and unraveling, there are no villains, no clean sides, just two people bleeding all over the floor. The silence stretches between us, thick and sharp-edged. No more yelling, just the quiet ache of two people standing in the wreckage of everything they didn't say soon enough. I sit down hard on the edge of the couch, elbows on my knees, palms pressed to my face for one long, shaking breath. When I finally speak, my voice barely makes it out. She didn't deserve this. I glance up, my eyes locking with his across the room. And neither did you, I add, softer now, like I'm saying it to the version of him that still thinks he has to carry it all alone. But you could have let me hold that with you. His shoulders rise, just slightly, like the weight might finally be too much to keep upright. He doesn't speak right away, just stares down at his hands like they might hold the answer he never learned to give. When he finally does, it's rough and raw and barely above a whisper. I didn't know how. His voice cracks on the last word. And that's when I know. This was never about hiding the truth. It was about not believing anyone would stay when they saw it. I don't ask him to leave, and he doesn't reach for me. There's no apology wrapped in a kiss, no cinematic sweep into each other's arms, just silence, breath, and the wreckage between us, finally acknowledged instead of avoided. He leans against the doorway, one hand braced on the frame, like he's still deciding whether he's allowed to stay. I could say something. I probably should. But all I do is shift on the couch, just enough to make room. It's not forgiveness, not yet. But it's something. He sinks down slowly beside me, not touching, just there. And that's what undoes me. Not the fight, not the pain. The choice to stay, even in the aftermath. For the first time, we're not pretending we're okay. We're just here. Bruised, breathing, and finally done running.
Chapter 33. Zion. I walk into the auditorium like I'm trespassing in a dream that doesn't belong to me. No cameras track my steps. No Carter tailing behind with a whisper full of spin. Just me. And still I feel out of place. The space hums with easy joy. Kids buzzing through the aisles in youth program t-shirts, adults clapping too hard for papier-mâché trophies, and slam poetry that leaves everyone blinking back tears. The room glows warm like something sacred's been built here. Something alive, something real. I slip into the back row, head down, hood up. Hands stuffed in my pockets like maybe if I fold small enough I won't interrupt the rhythm of this place. Like maybe she won't notice the ghost standing in the shadows. But I'm not here to be seen. I'm here to see her. There she is, center stage, clipboard in hand, radiant and unbothered in heels that could crush egos. Kamari moves like the world owes her nothing but ends up giving her everything anyway. Her voice carries without a mic, crisp and clear and impossible not to follow. She doesn't look like she needs anyone. But damn if I don't want to be the one she leans on anyway. I sit back, letting the moment wrap around me. I just watch the world she's built without me, and I let it hit me for real. She didn't need me to build it. She just needs to know I'll stay. She moves like the stage was built for her. Not for show. Not for spectacle, just for truth. Kamari's posture is easy, commanding. Not because she's trying to impress anyone, but because she already knows who she is. No calculated pauses. Her voice is clear, sure, and laced with that quiet conviction I've never been able to walk away from. She's not talking about me. Not once. Not a word. Every sentence is for them. The kids who shuffle on stage with oversized blazers and nerves in their throats. The volunteers who look at her like she hung the damn moon. The donors trying to hide how wrecked they are by her closing speech. But me? I'm in the back row holding my breath like an idiot, realizing for the first time that she never needed saving. Never needed a man with a name big enough to crack headlines. What she needed, what she still needs, is someone who doesn't flinch when the lights dim. Someone who doesn't shrink when the world shifts. She doesn't burn. She pulls everything in. And in this moment, watching her glow in that spotlight that has nothing to do with fame and everything to do with purpose, I finally get it. This isn't a stage for me to stand on. This is her world. And if I want to be a part of it, I have to show up like I mean it. Again. And again. And again. It happens halfway through the student awards, right as a kid in a too-big bow tie stumbles over her name, and Kamari steps in to help him with the gentlest correction I've ever seen. Then her eyes lift and find mine. It's just a flicker at first, like she's scanning the crowd and doesn't quite believe what she's seeing. Her lips part. Her posture falters, just the barest breath of a pause. But it's there. She wasn't expecting me, and yet, some small part of her looks like it was hoping. She blinks, pulls it together like a pro, turns back to the mic with that signature calm she wears like armor. Keeps speaking, keeps leading, but I see it now. The shift. Her eyes keep drifting back to where I'm standing, tucked in the shadows, no fanfare, no spotlight. Just me. There. It's present. For once, I don't look away. I let her see me. Every unspoken word, every screw-up I can't undo, every promise I still plan to keep. It's all there in the way I hold her gaze across this crowded room. In that instant, nothing else exists. Not the crowd. Not the stage. Not the headlines still boiling online. Just us. And the distance between us narrowing by the second. When the final round of applause rolls through the room, I don't move. Don't cut through the crowd like some Hollywood peak, demanding a moment that's not mine. I stay planted in the back, hands in my pockets, heart lodged somewhere behind my ribs like it's still waiting for permission to beat right. She's surrounded, donors, volunteers, a couple of kids tugging on her sleeves, all of them orbiting her like she's the center of the universe. And she is. I knew it before. I feel it now. But I don't interrupt. Because this isn't about me. Not anymore. It's not some grand gesture with flowers or a viral speech. It's quieter than that. Truer than that. It's me standing at the edge of her spotlight, waiting. Not to be let in, but to prove I'll be here whether she ever turns toward me again or not. In the silence between claps, in the space between us, I make a vow I don't need to say out loud. I'm done proving love with noise. From now on, I'll prove it by showing up and staying. She doesn't rush, doesn't bulldoze her way through the crowd like she's got something to prove, or throw a smirk over her shoulder like she's already halfway through a speech I'll never win. She just walks, slow, steady, certain. Each step cuts through the noise, folding the whole damn room in on itself until it's just her and me, suspended in this moment like the whole world forgot how to move. She stops in front of me, close enough that I can smell the coconut in her hair and the tension still crackling between us. But her hands aren't clenched, her shoulders aren't tight, and her eyes... God, her eyes! They don't flash like they used to, bright and blazing, full of dare me to love you fury. Tonight there's something else entirely. They're soft, wrecked, resolute, like some knot that's been holding her together all this time just slipped loose. For once she's not scrambling to tie it back up again. I don't say a word, because whatever this is, it's hers to give, not mine to take. She doesn't say thank you. Doesn't ask why I came or how I knew where to find her, or if I'm here for good. She just looks at me with that leveled, unflinching gaze that's undressed my pride more times than I can count. And then, in the softest voice I've ever heard from her, she says 3 words. You came. Not a question, just a truth, spoken like it's sacred. And in that instant, everything we've been fighting for, every collision, every almost, every breathless pause between what if and not yet, clicks into place. She gets it. Not the broken son or the media spectacle or the man everyone wants a piece of. Me. The one who chose her in private. Who walked into the fire not to prove a point, but to stay when it wasn't easy. Her eyes don't shine with some cinematic forgiveness or tidy relief. They shine with understanding. That's when I know we're not trying to save each other anymore. We already did. We're not reaching for something out of reach. We're already home.
Chapter 34. Kamari. The room hums with low chatter, the kind of pre-press buzz that usually makes my spine lock and my jaw ache from too much smiling. But today, I'm not a woman counting down the seconds until someone asks the wrong question. Today, I'm something else. I'm standing beside him. The cameras haven't started rolling yet, but every eye in the room keeps drifting toward us. Toward him, really. Zion in a tailored navy suit, tie slightly loosened like he's daring the world to underestimate him one more time. He doesn't say much, just adjusts the mic slowly, deliberately, like he's done this 100 times. And he has, but not like this. I watch the way his jaw flexes, how his shoulders square just a little tighter than usual. There's a flicker of nerves he'd never let the world see if I weren't close enough to catch it. The man next to me is all control on the surface, but I know what it costs him to hold the weight of his past and his promise in the same breath. There's no Carter pacing off to the side, feeding him sanitized lines, or handler sliding him a cheat sheet. It's just him, fully, finally, himself, and me, still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he wanted me here for this. He glances at me once, brief but grounding. Like I'm his anchor. Like this is our moment, not just his. And I know as the first red light on the camera blinks to life, that whatever he's about to say, it's going to change everything. Not just the narrative, him, United States, all of it. They're all waiting for it. The carefully rehearsed line about staying focused on the game, about being grateful for opportunities. I've written those lines for other men before. I've spoken them myself, hands folded neatly at podiums, pretending like the silence after the spin was victory. But Zion doesn't give them that. He steps up to the mic, rolls his shoulders once, and lets the quiet settle before he speaks. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. I'm not signing the new endorsement. That alone gets a reaction. A few gasps, the twitch of pens scribbling faster. Phones lift higher. But he's not done. Not because it's not a good deal. He continues, his voice steady and low, like every syllable was carved from the stone of who he used to be. But because it's not my story anymore. The words hit the room like a slow explosion. No immediate screaming, just the stunned kind of silence that carries more weight than any roar. I turn my head slightly, scanning the press row. Mouths hang open, brows furrow. A reporter in the second row lowers his phone like he can't decide if this is still real time or some alternate timeline where athletes say what they mean. Carter? Poor man's probably vaporized behind the curtain. But Zion? He stands tall, unmoving, like a man who just burned the map because he finally knows his way without it. I watch him as he breathes through the silence, just lets it echo around him, like truth finally has the floor. I swear in that moment, I fall for him all over again. I've never seen him like this, not even in the quiet, unguarded hours when it's just the two of us and the rest of the world is asleep. Zion's voice doesn't tremble, not once. But every word lands like a blow anyway, not to the crowd, but to the narrative that's tried to swallow him whole. She gave up everything, he says, so I could wear this name on my back, so I could walk into these arenas and believe I belonged. There's a murmur in the room, the uncomfortable shift of people realizing this isn't just about sports anymore. He's talking legacy. He's talking shame. He's talking about the silence he's carried for years because someone told him that love for a woman like his mother came with a cost. He lets the pause stretch. Then his eyes lift to the cameras, full, dark, and unblinking. I don't owe anyone silence anymore, he says, slow and clear. I owe her truth, and I'm done pretending her name is something to hide. My throat goes tight. The burn behind my eyes builds fast and hard, but I don't blink it away. I don't need to be strong here. Not when he's showing the whole world what real strength looks like. Maybe it's unprofessional. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's the exact thing that will make every gossip headline tomorrow. But I don't care. I reach under the table, find his hand with mine, and thread my fingers through his like I've been doing it my whole life. He doesn't flinch. He just squeezes back. Once. And in that quiet, simple gesture, I feel it. That this isn't the end of a legacy. It's the beginning of one. The silence that follows is total. It's a deep stillness that crackles. Too heavy to ignore. Too stunned to fill. Reporters blink at each other. Pens hovering midair like they forgot what they were supposed to be taking notes on. The cameras keep rolling, but even the red light on the lens seems subdued, like it knows it's not just filming a soundbite. It's witnessing a man shed the last layer of a story that was never his to begin with. Zion doesn't fill the space. He doesn't fidget or grin or reach for the lifeline of a rehearsed transition. He just breathes, slow and steady, lets his mother's name settle over the room like holy ground. I forget how to inhale, because this isn't the boy I met in that first boardroom, all charm and polish and perfectly timed arrogance. This isn't the PR asset or the performance. This is the man he became while I wasn't looking. While I was too busy running from everything that felt too good to be true. I've never loved him more than I do in this exact second, because he didn't reclaim his power for the cameras. He did it for her. And somehow, in the process, he did it for me too. At first, it's just one clap, then another, tentative, off rhythm. But then something shifts, like the whole room exhales and the sound swells, rolling across the floor like a slow tide coming in. It's not the usual media applause. It's not performative, not the kind meant to flatter or fill dead air. This is real, the kind that rises when people remember they're human first, reporters second, that they've just witnessed something raw and rare and brave. Beside me, Zion lets out a breath so small, it's barely audible, but I feel it. His shoulders drop a fraction, like he's finally put something down that he's been carrying for far too long. I lean in, not caring who sees. My lips just graze the edge of his ear as I whisper, "You did it. You gave her name back." He doesn't look at me. His hand tightens around mine, firm, steady, grounding. Like I'm the only thing tethering him to this moment. Like maybe I've been that all along. We step down from the stage, a wave of camera flashes chasing us like ghosts that don't know when to quit. Voices surge, shouts, questions, the chaos of media doing what it does best, but it all fades into a dull roar behind glass. Because what's rising in my chest isn't adrenaline. It's not relief. It's something warmer, thicker, steadier. I glance sideways and catch him mid-conversation with a young reporter who looks barely old enough to rent a car. Zion leans in, patient and unguarded, answering her question like she's the only person in the room. Like none of this, pressure, the lights, the legacy, has the power to chip at the man he's decided to become. That's when it hits me. Like a sunrise. Software inevitable. This man, flawed and fierce and loyal to the bone, is mine. Not because the internet thinks we're endgame, but because somewhere between the silence and the storms, we found something real. I'm finally not afraid of what that means. I'm not afraid of being seen, of being chosen, of choosing back. I'm ready to stop running, to stand still, to believe in us. Because this right here, this is the real thing.
Chapter 35. Zion. I don't do this kind of thing often, not because I can't, but because I've never had someone who made me want to. But tonight, the penthouse smells like garlic, thyme, and something dangerously close to domestic hope. The lights are dimmed. Candles flicker along the windowsill, shadows dancing across the floor like they've got something to celebrate. I even folded napkins. Like actual folds. Kamari's sitting across from me in one of my oversized sweatshirts, her legs curled under her, hair in a loose knot that's doing things to my chest I can't explain. She's barefoot, glass of red wine in hand, twirling fettuccine like it's the first course in a slow seduction. Every so often she laughs at something I say, too hard, too loud, and then glances away like she didn't mean to let it slip out. There's something different in the air tonight. Not tension, exactly. More like anticipation dressed up in pearls and Alfredo sauce. She's smiling, but it's the kind that doesn't fully reach her eyes. Her mouth moves, but her mind? Somewhere else entirely. I've learned that look. It's the one she gives when she's about to say something she's already rehearsed 5 different ways and still isn't sure she has the guts to say out loud. Which means I've got about 5 more bites before she drops something big. Something I'm not sure either of us is ready for. The wildest part? I don't think I mind. She starts talking about the garlic bread like it's the main event. Then it's the wine. Velvety with just enough bite. Whatever the hell that means. And when I toss out some half-baked joke about Parmesan being the real MVP, she laughs a little too loud, like she's trying to drown something out. I lean back, arms crossed, and tilt my head just enough to make her squirm. What aren't you telling me, Westbrook? Her fork pauses mid-twirl, still tangled in pasta. She doesn't look up. Not at first. Can a girl just enjoy some carbs in peace? She says, voice light. Not when she's dodging eye contact like I'm an IRS agent with a clipboard, I deadpan. That earns me a small, real smile. But it's gone just as fast. She sighs, sets her glass down slow, careful, like it might shatter if she moves too fast. Her fingers tap the base twice before going still. Okay, she says, finally meeting my gaze. There's something. Just like that. The whole night tilts a little. Not bad. Just different. Like we both feel the page turning and neither one of us knows what's written on the next line. She reaches for her bag, pulls out a crisp envelope, and slides it across the table like it might detonate. That look in her eyes. Guarded. Unsure. Like this is the part where I tell her what she's allowed to want. My chest tightens before I even touch it. National Director. Youth Empowerment Network. I read the title once, then again. My fingers go still halfway down the page, but I don't need to read more. I know what this is. It's massive. Legacy level. The kind of offer people uproot their entire lives for. The kind of opportunity she was made for. Vision, voice, fire, all of it. So, she says softly, sitting back like the chair might brace her better than I will. That came in this morning. I lift my eyes from the letter. And there it is, etched into the tight line of her shoulders, the way she won't quite meet my gaze. She's not asking for permission. Kamari Westbrook doesn't ask anyone for permission. She's asking if this breaks us. If success and love can live in the same sentence without tearing each other apart. For a beat, one long suspended breath, I don't answer. Not because I don't know, but because I finally do. I let the silence hang there a second longer, just long enough for her to fidget, tucking a loose curl behind her ear, tracing the rim of her wine glass like she can distract herself out of breathing. Then I lean back against my chair and nod. Once. Steady. Like it's already done. You gonna take it? Her head snaps up, brows pulling together like I just suggested we move to Mars. You're not mad? I set my napkin down slowly, like I'm grounding myself in this moment, in her. Then I reach across the table, curling my fingers through hers until she stops pretending not to tremble. Kamari, I say, voice low but sure. I didn't stay to keep you still. I stayed so you'd never have to choose between loving me and becoming everything you're meant to be. Her lips part. Her eyes go wide. I watched the panic drain out of her like I just cut the wire on a live bomb. She's still holding on to the idea that love means sacrifice. That joy has to come at the expense of something else. But not this time. Not with me. She goes still. Not guarded, just quiet. The kind of silence that comes right before something cracks open. Her chin trembles. Just a flicker, but it's enough to gut me right down the center. I've always had to choose, she whispers, her voice so soft it barely clears the candlelight between us. Between love and ambition, family and freedom, safety and dreams. There's always been a cost. Her eyes flick to mine like she's bracing for the same equation to play out again. Lose one thing to keep another. Burn down one future to reach the next. I don't hesitate. I just squeeze her hand. Firm. Grounding. Not anymore. 2 words. That's all. But she hears everything I'm saying in the quiet between them. That I'm not asking her to shrink. That I'd rather stand beside her in the storm than pull her into a safe, small life that doesn't fit. Her shoulders drop, her eyes glisten, and when she nods, slow, reverent, I feel it. We're not negotiating anymore. We're building, not from brokenness or from fear. From choice, and this time, it's ours. The food's gone cold. The candles have burned down to their stubs. Her bare foot keeps brushing mine like it's testing whether this, we, are still real hours after the offer hit the table. We're still here. Still tangled up in each other. Still choosing not to move. I'm going to say yes, she whispers, her voice low and warm, but laced with that old edge of fear she hasn't quite outrun. To the job, the risk, to us. She says it like she's still half expecting me to pull away. Instead, I lean in and kiss her, slow, deep, steady, as a promise. When she pulls back, her eyes are shining like I just gave her something she thought she'd lost a long time ago. She bites back a grin, but fails, her voice teasing and tender all at once. So, you're really not going anywhere? I shake my head, my forehead pressed to hers like we've got all the time in the world. Already home, Westbrook. No need to run. She exhales into my mouth, and it feels like the first real breath either of us has taken since this whole thing started. This isn't the end of something. It's the first quiet note of forever. Chapter 36. Zion. The windows don't overlook a skyline. No glass towers or million-dollar views, just a cracked basketball court, a few scraggly trees, and the corner where neighborhood kids gather after school to argue about sneakers and crossovers. There's no sleek executive desk here, no whiteboard scribbled with buzzwords. Just me, a chipped IKEA table, and the hum of an old space heater that rattles when it kicks on. The walls still smell faintly of fresh paint, cheap, low VOC stuff Kamari insisted we use, because we're building healing, not headaches. I breathe it in like oxygen. The place isn't polished. Hell, the fluorescent light above my head flickers every 20 minutes like it's trying to keep me humble. But none of that matters. What matters is what's taped to the front of my desk. Draft budgets scrawled in my handwriting, a growing list of counselor contacts and wellness leads, a proposal for youth clinics I haven't even sent yet. What matters is the framed photo beside them. My mom, Clarice, in her old uniform with her arm slung over my shoulder at my first championship game. Kamari printed it, slipped it into a frame without asking, and left it on the desk like a quiet blessing. I lean back in this old leather chair, the one Carter tried to throw out when I first moved in. I told him no. Told him this was the one that mattered. It creaks like a tire joint when I shift, but it holds. Same way I'm trying to. This isn't about image. It isn't about endorsements or highlight reels. This is about roots. About honoring where I came from and putting my name behind something that doesn't need lights or cameras to shine. It's not glamorous. It's not even particularly comfortable. But it's real. And it's mine. It's there at the top of every letterhead, centered in bold, simple font. No frills or logo. Just her name. The Clarice Carter Initiative. I trace the letters with my eyes, not my hands, because if I touch it, I might lose whatever composure I've managed to scrape together this morning. Seeing it in ink, real, official, stamped like a seal over everything we're building, makes something seize in my chest. Not pain exactly. Something heavier and older. Like a prayer that finally got an answer after all these years. She used to tell me, "You don't owe the world your pain, baby, but you do owe yourself the truth." I didn't listen. Not at first. I let the silence settle around her name like dust in an empty house. Let the rumors win, because I didn't have the words or the spine to fight them. Let the world rewrite her as some scandalous footnote instead of the reason I'm standing at all. But this place, this work, this mission, this is me finally saying what I should have screamed from the rooftops a long damn time ago. She mattered. Not just to me. To this sport. To this community. To every kid we'll ever reach in her name. She was more than the sacrifices she made, and more than the shame the world tried to bury her in. I exhale slowly, my thumb brushing the edge of the page like I'm grounding myself on the weight of those letters. Clarice Carter. Not a headline or a rumor. A legacy. And this time, we're telling the story right. We don't have a celebrity advisory board. No flashy partnerships. No $1 million launch party. Just a pot of strong coffee that's been brewing since sunrise, a ring of folding chairs that squeak when someone shifts their weight, and 3 social workers who show up like their hearts are clocking in before their hands do. There's no fanfare. Just real people walking through doors, most of them wearing ball caps or hoodies pulled low, like they're still waiting for someone to ask if they belong here. But they do. Every last one of them. We sit in circles. We talk. Sometimes it's barely above a whisper. Sometimes it's just breathing and the sound of someone else finally saying, "Yeah, me too." Grief, pressure, rage. The quiet shame of being expected to carry everything and never drop a damn thing. There's no advice, lectures, just space. And for once, nobody's performing. We're just here. I don't speak much at these meetings. Not because I don't have anything to say, but because I'm still learning how to say it without wrapping it in sarcasm or stats. But every time I watch a guy walk in with his shoulders tight and leave with a little less weight in his step, I know we're doing something right. This isn't about saving anyone. Hell, it's not even about healing all at once. It's about cracking the silence, letting the light in, one quiet story at a time. That's more powerful than any spotlight I've ever stood under. The door creaks open just before noon, and I don't look up. Only one woman walks into a place like this with the confidence of a CEO, and the arms full of takeout like she's storming a battlefield. "Didn't I just feed you 2 nights ago?" she says, kicking the door shut with the heel of her boot. "Do you have some kind of allergy to lunch hours?" I grin, but it's lazy, soft. The kind of smile I only seem to pull for her these days. What can I say? I'm a man of vision. Vision doesn't meal prep. She rolls her eyes and perches on the edge of my desk like she owns it. Like she's the final piece of furniture that makes this place feel like mine. "You good?" she asks, sliding the warm container across the mess of papers and pens I haven't touched since sunrise. I nod as I crack it open, steam rising like something sacred. Better than I've been in a long time. She doesn't fill the space with unnecessary comfort or commentary, just reaches out and squeezes my knee, fingers warm, steady, anchoring. It's the kind of touch that doesn't ask anything of me. The kind that says, "You don't have to explain the good days either." Damn if it doesn't hit harder than a sold-out arena. I lean back against my chair, digging into the food like I haven't eaten in days. Because maybe I haven't. Not in the presence of someone who sees every inch of me and stays anyway. The building hums around us. Somewhere down the hall, laughter echoes from one of the breakout rooms. But right here, in this office, with its peeling paint and borrowed furniture, everything feels like mine because she's in it. The call comes just as I'm finishing lunch. Kamari's container empty on the desk, her scent still hanging in the air like jasmine and steel. The name lights up on my phone, and for a second, I just stare. D. Worthington. The man was a legend when I was still shooting hoops on cracked asphalt. I used to tape up my fingers like him. Stopped doing that after he retired and dropped off the map. I swiped to answer, clearing my throat like I'm not suddenly 10 years younger and starstruck. Zion, he says, voice gravel and weight. I won't keep you long. I lean forward in my chair, heart thudding. Good to hear from you, man. What's up? A pause, then. My nephew. He's 20, cornerback. Had a scholarship lined up, then blew out his ACL. Slid into some dark places after that. Wouldn't talk to anybody? I nod slowly, not sure where this is going yet. He walked into one of your sessions last week, Worthington says. Didn't say much, just listened. But when he got home, he told his mom he wanted to stay in the game. Said for the first time he could see a life after the pain. I blink hard, swallow harder. I just wanted to say thank you, he adds, voice quieter now, for making a space where somebody like him could see a next chapter. My throat's tight as hell, but somehow I manage. I appreciate that more than I can say. He hangs up with nothing more than a quiet, keep going. I don't cry, not right away. But I do set the phone down, press it to my chest, and lean back in my chair like the silence might have something more to say. And it does. It says this isn't just a project. It's a calling. I'm not chasing redemption. I feel like I'm finally walking in it. The plaque's not even straight. It's mounted a half-inch too low on the left side. The screw's just a little off-kilter. Kamari rolled her eyes when I insisted on doing it myself, but she didn't stop me. Let me have this one. The Clarice Carter Initiative, etched in clean black lettering against a brushed steel plate. It doesn't glint like my MVP trophy. Doesn't shine like the ring from Tokyo still buried in my dresser. But it's the only thing that ever made my chest ache with something close to peace. I lean against the door frame, arms crossed, watching the front office hum with quiet motion. Staff reviewing intake forms, a kid with headphones bouncing his knee in the waiting room, one of our counselors walking through with 2 mugs and a tired smile. It's not glamorous, but it's solid, rooted, real. And I built this, with the pain and the weight, with all the parts of me I thought disqualified me from making anything that mattered. I don't know how long I stand there, just breathing it in, the scent of coffee and printed paper, the undercurrent of hope humming through every corner. But eventually I turn back to the desk, pick up the next intake form, and grab my pen. I know without a doubt, I'm not rebuilding a brand. I'm building a future. One that'll still stand long after the cameras move on. One that would have made Mom proud. And for once, that's more than enough.
Chapter 37. Kamari. The apartment is quiet, but not hollow. Not tonight. There's a difference I've learned between loneliness and stillness. This isn't loneliness. This is the exhale after a day full of motion, the gentle hush that follows when everything finally goes right for once. My heels are abandoned by the door like a white flag, my blazer draped over the arm of the couch in that half-conscious way that says I've officially clocked out. Every light glows soft, low, and warm like the city's humming under my skin. Today was chaos, but the good kind. A packed agenda, back-to-back meetings, a youth panel that ran long because one of our 8th graders had the audacity to ask a real question about equity, and a grant proposal that I think just might get approved. At some point, a middle schooler nearly set off the fire alarm, trying to hang a poster with a chair and a glue stick. I should be irritated, but I can't stop smiling at the memory of his face when I caught him mid-climb. It's the kind of exhaustion that feels like a full-body ache wrapped in pride. I move slowly now, on purpose. Every gesture deliberate, every breath deeper than the one before. My body is tired. My heart, for once, is not. When I sink into the couch with a sigh and let the silence wrap itself around me like a favorite hoodie, I realize something I never thought I'd get to say and mean it. This quiet, it doesn't hurt anymore. I pour a glass of red, cheap but decent, and pop a bag of kettle corn into the microwave, half for the taste, half for the ritual of it. The pop, pop, pop is steady, hypnotic, filling the kitchen with warmth and the kind of soft chaos I used to run from. I move on instinct now, hair pulled into a lazy knot, sleeves shoved up, no audience to impress and no armor required. It's past midnight, and I should be in bed, but my brain is still buzzing with the noise of 100 to-do lists and the hum of a future I finally believe in. I grab the blanket I always reach for when I want comfort without consequence and sink into my usual spot by the window. Legs tucked under me, wine balanced on the armrest, popcorn cradled in a too-big bowl that used to belong to my grandmother. Zion texted me a couple hours ago. Running late, meetings running over. Miss your face. I smiled when I read it. Still do. Thinking about it now. He's only 10 minutes away, maybe less if traffic behaves. But I miss him anyway. Not in that gnawing, anxious way that used to define relationships for me. This kind of missing is quiet. Like missing the sound of rain even while it's still cloudy. That's the thing about finding someone who actually gets it. Gets you. You don't need them glued to your side. You just need to know they're out there. Building something good with your name etched quietly into the foundation. I'm not scared that it'll all fall apart. The popcorn's half gone, the wine's working its slow magic, and I'm mid-scroll through an article on community grant funding when my phone buzzes once. Short, sharp, deliberate. Not a notification chime, a DM. I glance down, expecting a random update or one of Lila's unhinged group texts. But it's not that. It's from @Baseliner23. The screen glows quietly against my palm. That name hasn't popped up in weeks. Not since we traded shadow for sunlight and stopped hiding behind clever usernames and digital shields. It feels like a ghost from a different life. Familiar? Strange? A version of us that somehow still lingers just under the surface. I tap it open with my thumb, half expecting a meme or a sarcastic jab about some sports headline I missed. But the message is just 4 words. Let's sign off for good. That's it. Just the quiet punctuation at the end of the longest run-on sentence of my life. Somehow it's perfect. My breath catches, not from sadness or fear, just reverence. The kind of quiet that comes with clarity, because this isn't grief, it's closure. It's a memory brushing its fingers across my shoulder and then finally stepping back. This chapter is done. The wildest part? We get to choose how it ends. I scroll to my drafts folder, thumb hovering over a post I've rewritten a dozen times and deleted twice as many. There's no sass in this one, no sharp-edged commentary or fire-breathing sign-off. Just a soft kind of truth, the kind you whisper when you're finally ready to stop shouting. I tap it open and reread the words one last time. Simple. Honest. Mine. Our courtside critique is logging off. For good. Turns out the most important games happen off the court. Thanks for the love, the fire, the fight. Now go build something real. I know I am. I sit with it for a beat, heart thudding in my throat like it wants to protest. But it doesn't. Not really, because this isn't a goodbye. It's a handoff. I hit post without ceremony. No second draft. No second guess. The silence that follows? It's not empty. It's full. Expansive. Like I finally made room in my life for everything that's coming next. It feels like taking a deep breath after years of holding it in. This time, I don't exhale alone. My phone vibrates again, barely a full minute later. I don't even check who it's from. I already know, because of course he'd do it like this. Quiet. Seamless. like we never stopped moving in sync. I opened the app and there it is, pinned at the top of my feed. At Baseliner 23rd out. Found my match. Found my piece. No more pretending. Let's build something bigger than banter. The screen floods with likes, reposts, comments, shock, joy, a few dramatic sob emojis. But I tune it all out. All I can see is that post. That timing. Like he waited to be sure I hit send first. Like he wanted to close this chapter standing right beside me. The smile that breaks across my face is so wide it hurts. Stretches something in my chest I didn't realize was still tight. I curl deeper into the blanket, phone cradled against my ribs, and whisper into the quiet, "We did it, Carter. We actually did it." For once, I don't need a reply. I already have the only answer that matters. I set my phone down on the coffee table, careful this time, like it's carrying more than just notifications. The glass of wine in my hand has gone warm, but I don't mind. My feet are tucked beneath me, the blanket bunched at my waist, and finally, I feel still, not paused. Still. We were anonymous once, then rivals, then whatever reckless, glorious mess grew in between. But now we're Kamari and Zion. No screens to hide behind. No audience waiting to cheer or jeer. Just the raw, unfiltered version of us. The kind you can't swipe past or mute when it gets too real. I stare at the ceiling, the soft lamplight casting shadows across the plaster, and it feels like the last page of a book I didn't know I was brave enough to finish. Good night at courtside critique, I whisper, not with sadness, but with reverence. A soft closing, a thank you to the version of me that kept fighting, even when I didn't know what I was fighting for. Because tomorrow, we start writing the real story, and this time it's got both our names on the cover.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 38. Zion. The kind of quiet that fills this place isn't empty. It's earned. It's the kind of stillness that only shows up after the storm, after every apology, every fight, every truth finally said out loud. The wind slips through the cabin windows like it belongs here, soft and sure, stirring the linen curtains as if the whole room is breathing with us. Kamari's curled into the far corner of the couch. Her legs are bare, toes tucked under the throw pillow she stole from me earlier. The sleeves of my hoodie draped past her hands. There's a book in her lap, but she hasn't turned the page in 10 minutes. Every few seconds she glances toward the fire, then back to me, like she's checking to make sure this is real. Like she's still getting used to the idea that she doesn't have to run. I'm at the stove, stirring a pot of lentil soup like it's a ritual. No recipes, no timer, just instinct and memory, and the sound of Kamari humming under her breath, off-key and unapologetic. Outside, the lake is glass. The last streaks of sunlight are catching on the water like gold spilled on slate. Somewhere in the trees, a loon calls out and is answered. It feels sacred somehow, like the world finally decided to exhale. I do too, because this right here, this is ours. She's out on the dock when the last of the sun starts to slip beneath the horizon, the lake catching every ember of its glow. Her silhouette is still, wrapped in the soft blur of twilight. Her legs crossed, shoulders relaxed beneath my sweatshirt, mug held like it's the only thing anchoring her to the moment. Steam rises in slow ribbons, curling around her fingers. She's not performing, just being. And somehow, that's more powerful than anything she's ever said. Her curls are catching fire in the dying light, wild and haloed and utterly untamable. It hits me like it always does. That quiet kind of awe that lives somewhere between gratitude and disbelief. I step onto the porch without thinking, barefoot, hands in my pockets, the screen door creaking open behind me. The boards groan under my weight, but she doesn't turn around. She knows I'm there. That knowing, that deep, bone-deep trust she offers without a single glance, is what breaks me open all over again. I could stand here forever and still never get used to the way she fits in the quiet, in the wild, in me. This woman, this peace, this lake, it's not the end of the road. It's the beginning of everything I never thought I'd be brave enough to ask for. We eat cross-legged on the living room floor, plates of roasted chicken and sweet potatoes balanced between flickering candlelight and a bottle of wine we opened just because it was there. Her foot's tucked beneath my thigh, her knee nudging mine every time she shifts to grab another bite. There's a trail of crumbs on the old quilt we dragged in from the bedroom, and I don't think either of us cares. She scrolls through my playlist, eyebrow arched like she's about to ruin me for sport. Luther Vandross and Norah Jones? She teases, sipping from her glass. This your grown man soft side playlist? I shoot her a look over my fork. You want dinner or a mixtape apology tour? She grins, wide and unbothered, and leans in like she's already won something. Just saying, if you start quoting India Arie, I might have to marry you on principle. I laugh and it catches me off guard. I can't remember the last time Joy felt this unguarded, this easy. She's still watching me when the moment settles, her smile gentler now, wine-dark lips curved with something softer. You're different here, she says, voice low, her fingers brushing the rim of her glass. I set my plate aside and reach for her hand, threading our fingers together. That's 'cause I finally like who I am here. I mean it, every damn word. Kamari's phone lights up from the far corner of the room, buzzing once against the armrest like it's got opinions that won't wait. She groans before even reading it, already bracing for impact. It's Lila, she says, reaching for the screen with all the grace of someone who knows she's about to be publicly clowned. I pause mid-sip of wine, watching her face twist into that incredulous smile that only Lila ever manages to pull out of her. She says, and I quote, "Tell him I said don't forget to stretch." I snort so hard I almost choke, hand flying to my chest like I'm warding off divine punishment. That woman has surveillance-grade timing, I mutter, shaking my head. Kamari's already blushing, cheeks warm and pink, eyes full of wicked delight. She sets the phone down slowly, deliberately, and slides her hand over my thigh like she's weighing the cost of sin. She also said you're lucky I like you. I shift closer, my voice dropping, rough and reverent. Oh, I know I'm lucky. I lean in, brushing my nose against her cheek before whispering just behind her ear. Trust me, I know. The fires burn down to embers, casting flickers of orange and gold across the cabin walls like the whole room is breathing. Outside, the lake reflects the stars with the stillness of something ancient, timeless. Kamari turns her head slowly, eyes locking on mine through the dim, and I swear everything else drops out. No playlist, flickering candles, or last glass of wine. Just her. And that look. It's not a challenge exactly, but it's not soft either. It's steady and intentional. A kind of quiet permission. She sets her glass down with the kind of care that says she doesn't plan on needing her hands free for long, and shifts forward, the hem of my shirt riding up her thigh just enough to make my pulse stutter. She doesn't speak. She just meets my gaze like she's tired of saying everything out loud, and finally trusts I'll understand the rest. I do. Because that look, that silence, it's not hesitation. It's home. I rise slowly, knees cracking a little like they've been waiting for this moment longer than I have. I reach for her, not with urgency, but with reverence. An open palm. A silent question. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavaughnromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
Chapter 39. Kamari. The cabin breathes in low, slow rhythms. Pine-sweet air drifting through the screens, the creak of old wood beneath my feet as I tuck one leg under the other on the porch swing. Morning wraps around me like a favorite sweatshirt. Quiet, worn in, and just loose enough to feel like mine. Across the lake, a loon calls once and then disappears. Its echo scattering across the glassy water like skipped stones. The trees don't move. The sky's so still it feels surreal. Inside I hear Zion humming something low and tuneless. As pans clatter and the faint smell of burnt toast curls through the open window. I wrinkle my nose and smile. He swore he had breakfast covered this morning. I'd argue, but honestly, I'd let the man burn a whole loaf of sourdough if it meant getting to watch him shuffle around in sweatpants while pretending he's not half domestic. There are no emails pinging, reporters calling, or calendar alerts screaming about upcoming deadlines or fundraising goals. Just the wind threading through the rafters and the steady warmth of knowing he's only a few steps away. I let myself sink into the moment, not as a reward or an escape, just because, for once, I can. The screen door squeaks, then claps shut behind him. I don't have to look up to know it's him. His presence moves differently now, steadier. Like a song that doesn't need to prove it belongs on repeat. He steps onto the porch with two mismatched mugs. One chipped at the rim, the other too big for anyone's hand but his. And a plate of slightly overcooked eggs that he absolutely will not acknowledge. I bite back a smile, but it's the look he gives me that makes my throat go tight. Zion settles beside me, setting the mugs down with more care than he gives game day strategy. His shoulder brushes mine, light and deliberate, like he's checking to see if I'm still here. Still choosing this. Still choosing him. He doesn't speak right away and he doesn't have to. His eyes are already saying everything. It's not a look that asks for anything. It doesn't beg. It doesn't barter. It just holds me there, gently but fully, like I'm something sacred. Like after everything we've broken and rebuilt, I'm not just the destination. I'm the reason he stayed. Suddenly, eggs and mugs and burnt toast don't matter. Not when I can feel this much with just a glance and the weight of his arm next to mine. He sets the mugs aside, careful now, like he's buying time for whatever he's about to say. The space between us shifts. Less porch swing, more altar. I feel it before I see it. The weight of something important rising behind his silence. Then he reaches into the front pocket of his hoodie and pulls out something small, wrapped in a napkin that's been folded and refolded until the edges are soft and worn. She wore this, he says, his voice dipping low, roughened by memory. When she walked away from everything she knew, when she decided to save herself and take me with her. My breath stills. He's not looking at me now. His gaze is fixed on the napkin like it's a story he hasn't told in years. He unfolds it slowly like the fabric might tear if he rushes. And when he reveals it, the light catches first, a soft faded gleam of aged metal. It's a watch. Leather-strapped, weathered and worn smooth by time and grit, and love too fierce to quit. I recognize it instantly from photos, stories, and the echo of his voice when he used to talk about her like she was made of legend and steel. His mother's. Zion doesn't say anything at first. He just sets it in my hand, not flashy, just steady. "I'm giving it to you," he finally says, eyes meeting mine with a quiet that shakes me deeper than a scream ever could. "Because you're the first person I've ever met who's strong enough to stay." My fingers close around the watch before I even think to speak. And in that second, I swear, it's not just a gift, it's a vow. I stare down at it, the leather warm against my palm, like it's been waiting all this time to land here. It's small, unassuming, the kind of thing most people would overlook. But not me. Not when I can feel everything it carries. Sacrifice, survival, legacy. Etched into every worn-down edge. My throat tightens before I can stop it. No graceful buildup. Just a sudden, sharp swell of emotion that makes my chest ache like I've been holding something in for years without realizing. "Zion," I whisper, barely able to get his name out. But everything else? The gratitude, the disbelief, the quiet kind of grief for all the things this watch has lived through. It lodges somewhere deep in my ribs and refuses to climb any higher. He doesn't say a word. He just shifts closer, his knee brushing mine, his hand resting gently on my leg like an anchor, like he knows I need a second to fall apart without fanfare. I trace the edge of the watch face with my thumb, slow and reverent. My fingers tremble. My eyes sting. And it's not just sadness, not even close. It's the weight of being seen, chosen, trusted with something that matters. My heart isn't breaking. It's softening, stretching, making room for all the things I never thought I'd get to keep. "I don't need you to wear it forever," he says, rubbing the back of his neck like the words cost him something. "Just know what it means. To me, to her, to us." His voice is rough, steady in the way that means he's already decided, already handed it over, heart and all. He's asking for my presence and understanding. I don't look up right away. I just slide the watch onto my wrist, slow and deliberate. It's loose at first, then settles, like it was waiting for me all this time. The leather is soft, worn in the exact places where love and loss leave fingerprints. I run my thumb over the buckle and breathe, not because I need the air, but because I finally can. When I reach for his hand, I don't say thank you. I don't say I love you. Those words are too small for this moment, too polished to carry the weight of what we've built. I say, "Let's go home." And he smiles like he's already there. Like this is what forever looks like. We don't speak for a while. The only sounds are the slow shift of the wind through the trees, the soft clink of ceramic mugs, and the steady beat of the lake brushing the dock like a lullaby on loop. Zion's hand is still in mine, warm and grounded, thumb moving in lazy circles against my knuckles like he's memorizing the shape of this quiet. I sip my coffee, now lukewarm, and watch the rising sun stretch long fingers across the water. The world is waiting. Emails, deadlines. Someone, somewhere is already typing our names into a search bar, but none of that can touch us here. The watch on my wrist ticks softly, each second like a breath, steady, alive, whole. It doesn't feel like a countdown anymore. It feels like a rhythm I can live inside, a cadence we built together. I don't feel like I'm sprinting towards success or running from heartbreak. I feel still. I feel home. I feel like I'm exactly where I'm meant to be. Chapter 40. Kamari. The auditorium hums with that specific kind of energy. 1 part ambition, 2 parts opportunism. Press badges glint under the spotlights. Investors murmur behind tablet screens. I catch snatches of conversation. Buzzwords like impact multiplier and narrative capital thrown around like confetti. Once, that kind of noise would have made my pulse spike. I would have straightened my spine, smoothed my blazer, and braced myself to be perfect. But not today. Today, I'm not here to dazzle or deflect. I'm not here to defend my presence in the room or curate my edges into something palatable. I'm just here. Zion sits next to me, legs wide, shoulders relaxed in a charcoal suit that fits like it was sewn onto him. There's no performative flash of charm in the way he glances my way and nods. Just ease. Just us. I glance down at the nameplate gleaming in front of us. Kamari Westbrook, co-founder, The Anchor Project. The words settle deep, somewhere below my ribs, in a place I've been guarding for a long damn time. Not fear, pride. Because this long table, full house, this mission isn't the culmination of a brand. It's the beginning of something better than legacy. It's a life we didn't have to fake. The second the floor opens for questions, it's a frenzy. Reporters firing off rapid-fire queries like we're holding court at a tech IPO instead of unveiling a heart-first initiative. How did the idea for the Anchor Project start? What makes your model different from traditional nonprofits? Would you call this a personal pivot? Or is it more about legacy building for the Carter Westbrook brand? The word brand catches in my throat like a splinter, but Zion answers before the sting settles. His voice is low, firm, composed. We're not pivoting, he says, his gaze scanning the crowd but landing nowhere performative. We're rooting. This isn't about strategy. It's about showing up for the people we used to be and the ones coming up behind us. There's a beat of silence, that breathless kind the room takes when truth lands too fast to mask. I lean in, voice steady. We spent years building walls around ourselves, our work, our fears, our names. Anchor is about tearing those down for others before they feel the need to build them. Someone in the second row nods like we've just rewritten his pitch deck. Another scribbles so fast his notepad tears. But none of that touches what actually matters. What matters is that I didn't flinch. He didn't hedge. I wasn't defending my presence at the table. I was building one. Somewhere between a question about long-term ROI metrics and a half-hearted dig at nonprofit scalability, my gaze shifts across the table. Zion's already looking at me. He's not smiling. I'm not either. But something passes between us that cuts through the buzz of the room like a private frequency only we can hear. There's no wink or secret code. Just a quiet certainty, like we're sitting on the far side of a battle we both survived. Bare, bruised, and stronger than we ever expected to be. This thing we're building, it's not about optics or proof of concept. It's not even about redemption. It's about alignment, soul-deep, bone-level truth. We didn't just build a program, we built each other back from the edge. A young woman stands up near the back, voice shaking slightly as she raises her hand. I aged out of foster care last year, she says, and I just wanted to say thank you for making something like this exist, for people like me. The room stills. Zion's jaw tightens with that sharp, quiet emotion he never learned how to name. I place a hand on his knee, grounding both of us. Anchor was made for exactly that, I say softly. Not just to give people a second chance, but to remind them they never stop deserving one. The woman nods, eyes shining, and sits down. The moderator tries to move on, but the moment lingers, thick with truth. This is why we do it, because of the impact, the echo, the part that sticks. We slip out through the side corridor after the last question is answered. No press handler trailing us or eager assistant holding the door. It's not a secret exit. It's just quieter, simpler. Ours. The hallway hums with a kind of soft silence, broken only by the muted scuff of our footsteps on polished tile. It smells faintly of lemon polish and something older, dust and linoleum maybe, but I don't care. I'd walk this stretch forever if it meant we could keep this kind of quiet. His hand. Zion's fingers slide into mine without fanfare, without pressure, like they've always belonged there. He doesn't glance over, doesn't slow down, just says it, low and sure like a promise wrapped in steel. This time, Cam, we don't fake a damn thing. My breath catches on something that isn't surprise. It's recognition of the moment, of us. The last time we walked a hallway like this, we were two ghosts pretending to be flame. Now, we're fire. I stop walking, tug him closer. His breath fans my cheek as I lean in. I kiss him, not for the memory, just because I can and I want to. Because this, right here, is what building a life looks like. When we push through the back door of the auditorium, the air is warmer than I expect. The sky is smeared with late afternoon gold, clouds stretch thin like silk, and the city hums beyond the parking lot. Alive, unbothered. There's no paparazzi swarm. No headlines breaking in real time. Just a breeze that smells like concrete and coming rain. Zion beside me, steady as ever. A hand I no longer have to reach for, because it's already there. I don't flinch under the weight of what's next. I don't brace for fallout. I breathe. This isn't the end of something. It's the beginning. I glance up at him, eyes sharp and soft all at once, a grin tugging at my mouth before I even realize it's there. Let's go build something impossible. He doesn't answer with words. He just squeezes my hand, tilts his head toward the street like the world's already waiting for us to catch up. We walk, no performance, no pretense, just us. Fully, finally, unshakably real.